Oh,
Thank you for the sub.
oh, I meant, yeah, that was the question at hand, but no, they can't.
Oh, okay, okay. So you think that males cannot be lesbians? Why?
Yes, because lesbian is female to female. So unless the female is male to female transition.
So let's talk about that. When
Yeah.
you say female, what do you mean?
Like, I wouldn't say biologically, but like if it's male to female transition, they can be lesbians.
So a transgender woman can be a lesbian, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Fantastic. Then we're in agreement because a trans woman is a woman.
I was,
A trans woman is a woman, and trans woman can therefore be a lesbian.
yes.
All right. Sounds like you got a phone call you got to take.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you.
It's all right. You have a good one.
You too.
All right. I feel significantly better than I did this morning, and I think I have a better argument to make than I did this morning. So, yeah. No wonder our entire country has gone to shit because males can be Hear that, guys? You heard it here first. Justin Romanowicz says that the reason that our country is going to shit is because males can be lesbians. You heard it here first.
Hello.
Hello, Seth. How you doing?
I'm good. How about you?
Doing all right? How old are you, please?
I'm also 20,
Fantastic. What year were you born?
2003.
Oh, 3. All right. Can males be lesbians?
No, they cannot.
Why not?
I personally don't think so because, I mean, if you look at how when people are born, you're either born as a male or a female, correct?
Or intersex? Yes.
So what do you mean by intersex?
Intersex people typically have sex characteristics of both sexes. For instance, they can have testicles and ovaries. They can have a penis and a vagina. They can have different chromosomal combinations.
Is there any proof of that?
Is there any proof of intersex people existing?
Yeah, I've never heard of it.
Yeah, 1.7% of the population is intersex.
1.7.
Yeah, 1.7%. That's on the low end. We're expecting it to actually be higher if we karyotype people.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess you've done your research, not me. But I personally don't think males can be lesbian. I know that males can be gay. Like there is such thing as a man being gay and women being lesbian. But how can a male be lesbian? It doesn't make sense.
So what I'm hearing here is that you're suggesting that in order to be a man, you have to be male. In order to be a woman, you have to be female.
Sounds about right to me.
Okay, so that's where I think you're going wrong. I think that you can be a woman and be any sex. You can be a man and be any sex. You can be non-binary and be any sex.
So, well, so you're telling me I can like identify as something that I wasn't born with?
I mean, not everything that you experience in your life will be something that you were born with, but as we're talking about specifically sex and gender, when it comes to gender, no, your gender is always going to be the same unless you're and even for gender fluid people, the gender would be gender fluid. Sex can be changed, in part at least. We can change our genitalia, we can change our hormone levels, etc. And there are other things that we can't change.
With surgery that costs a fuck ton of money that people don't have. So why don't you just stick to what you were fucking born with? That's my question.
Okay, that's one way of saying that. You're right, though. This is a very expensive surgery that not everyone has access to, in part because of their finances, and it shouldn't be that way. The surgery that I got, vaginoplasty, is the kind of surgery that can dramatically improve a person's quality of life, and it should be covered by insurances.
Why should it be covered by insurance if you're wanting to make a serious change to yourself?
Because again, like, if you have gender dysphoria is a severe distress-based disorder that significantly negatively impacts your day-to-day life. So if you have dysphoria, you should be able to treat that dysphoria. And there's going to be different treatments person to person. Some people just starting hormones is going to be enough. Some people just changing your name, changing your pronouns, changing the way you dress is going to be enough. But for some of us, the dysphoria is so severe that we need more drastic changes, such as surgeries, in order to have the opportunity to thrive.
Okay, so if they have this dysphoria, I still don't think it should be covered by insurance or anything like that. If you have such a dysphoria and you're uncomfortable with yourself, why don't you just talk to somebody about it instead of trying to, like, I'm not understanding. There's no point in making a permanent change to yourself when you can just talk to somebody about it rather than spending thousands of dollars just to get your fucking...
Again, Jesus, if you could, we can use anatomically correct terms. Please don't use terms like that. So you can say penis, and saying cut off. It's actually like it's a microaggression. It implies that there's something wrong with what we're doing. There's really not. So let me give you a hypothetical. Do you know what gynecomastia is?
Briefly.
Okay, so gynecomastia is when a male develops full-blown breasts, like a typical female would have.
Okay.
Now imagine if you had gynecomastia and you developed big old boobs. I suppose if I'm going to ask you to not say dick, I shouldn't say boobs. Big old breasts. How would you feel?
I mean, it's something hormonally that you can change. Like it's hormonal.
It's something you can change. It is something you can change.
But it's due to hormones. It
doesn't matter why it is. The end result is if you have gynecomastia, you develop breasts as a male.
But it's hormonal.
It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter if it's hormonal. It doesn't matter if it's something else. The point is that you end up with breasts, full-blown breasts. Would you want to do something about that?
As a dude, yeah. I mean,
Yeah, exactly. Nailed it. Good job. As a dude, you don't want to have breasts. That's going to cause you gender dysphoria. And that's how it is for trans people too. A transgender woman who has a penis is likely to have dysphoria as a result of having a penis. A transgender man who has breasts is likely to have dysphoria as a result of having breasts.
Okay, that's understandable, but...
So we want to do something about that, and just talking about it isn't going to make the breast disappear.
No, it won't, but there's also...
Right.
Other
so we
alternatives.
have to do something about that sometimes.
There's other alternatives. You don't have to...
Sure. And for some people, those alternatives are going to be enough. And if those alternatives are enough, then there's no point in getting the surgery. That would just be putting yourself at unnecessary risk. But... for some people, those alternatives are not going to be enough.
Okay. So tell me, why do you believe that males can be lesbians? I just want to know.
Sure, because some males are women. Some males are non-binary.
Okay.
So
okay, so I understood back in the day when, like Freddie Mercury was gay and all of this stuff. Like, okay, he was gay. That's him. I mean, I really don't care. But how can males be lesbian? Males can be gay. There's really no other way of putting it. A male cannot be lesbian. I mean, they can be transgender or something. That's completely up to them. I personally don't agree with it. But how can a male be lesbian?
Do you agree that 2 + 2 = 4?
Yeah, that's basic math, bub.
Sure, and if I were to say that I don't agree that 2 + 2 = 4, 2 + 2 = 5, what would you say?
You fucking stupid.
Okay, we're not going to use that kind of language on my page. That's ableist language.
Okay, I apologize. I won't use it again.
Yeah. You can just say that you're wrong.
Okay, that'll work for me. I apologize.
Okay, it's all good. It's all good. So... it wouldn't matter how much I say I disagree that 2 + 2 = 4. I would still be wrong. So when you say that you disagree with trans people, you can say that all you want. It doesn't change the fact that we exist and our identities are valid.
All right. So If you look up the term lesbian, it means women are attracted to women. If you look up the term gay,
Yep.
it means men are attracted to men.
Sure. Yep.
So how can
those
a male be lesbian?
because some males are women.
How?
So, sex and gender are different things. When we're talking about biological sex, we're talking about our reproductive functions. We're talking about gender. Gender is psychosocial. Gender has nothing to do with your reproductive functions. So, while it is true that sex and gender typically align, they don't have to. Sometimes they're not aligned. So, sometimes a male can be a woman, a female can be a man, non binary can be male, female, intersex, etc.
So you're telling me I could be a man, like I could be born as a man, but then later down the road, if I wanted to identify as a woman and still have a penis, it'd be okay?
So you wouldn't just wake up one day and be like, "Oh, I'm a woman now." That's not how it would work. It would.
How everybody's doing it.
It's not. Trans people don't just wake up one day and say, "I feel like being a woman today." That's not how it is. It is something that we realize that is over time and persistently over time that it is a core part of us, and it always has been. Even if we discover it later in life, it's typically something that we're going to realize was always there.
Okay, so let me give you an example. I was born, so I'm born as a man, and say that I wanted to identify as a woman. If I was to walk into a woman's restroom, how do you think I would be looked at in a social kind of view? How do you think people would look at somebody who was born as a male and chooses to walk in a woman's restroom?
I would say that typically men should not be using women's restrooms.
But what if you identified as a female?
If you are a trans woman, you are therefore a woman and you belong in women's spaces.
What if you have a penis?
I don't think your genitalia is relevant.
So you don't think because, so say some dude or whatever, I'm not trying to like, you know what I mean? But if a person has a penis and identifies as a woman, they can just walk on into a woman's restroom because they identify as a woman?
How often have you been in a restroom and seen someone else's genitalia?
Well, you don't see anybody else's genitalia, but normally in a regular society, if you walk into a men's restroom, there's going to be men in there. Like, you don't see somebody who dresses like a woman in a man's restroom.
Okay, so then where do you want trans women to go to the restroom? Because trans women typically dress feminine. Trans women are very likely to hyperfeminize.
Well, generally speaking, if a trans woman, okay, so I don't really understand the terms trans woman and trans men. So you're telling me that a man can identify as a woman if they feel like it? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Not if you feel like it, if you are. If you're assigned male at birth, but you have the innate sense of self telling you that you're a woman, you are a woman.
I'm very mind blown at how people in this generation and society think that if you want to identify as a woman, then you can just be a woman.
Again, I want to be absolutely clear here. This isn't a want. You don't just wake up one day and decide to be a woman. You already were.
So explain to me your story. Okay, so what are you? Are you what are you? I'm just gonna ask that.
I'm a woman. I'm a woman. I am transgender. I was assigned male at birth.
You were assigned male at birth.
Yes.
So as a kid, did you grow up as a little boy or did you grow up as a little girl?
I was socialized to be a little boy.
So then what made you decide that you wanted to be a woman?
Again, it wasn't a decision. It's something that I simply recognized about myself.
That's okay. All right,
Seth. I have a question for you that might make it might help you understand. When did you decide to be a boy?
When I was born, I mean, I was born with a boy with a penis. Therefore, I am a man.
So I would disagree with that being why you're a man. However, the point is that you didn't make a decision, right? You didn't decide that you were a man. You just recognized that you were.
No, God decided that I was a boy. He was the one who chose my gender. Therefore, I am a boy.
So then why can't God decide to make trans people as well?
Because it's against the Bible. It's a sin. Have you ever read it?
Okay, tell me where. Where in the Bible does it say that there's something wrong with being trans?
It's a sin. It's a sin to be all of that kind of stuff. Like, here, let me go get it right now, and I'll read it to you.
Okay, I would love to. I'm all about sources. All right, how we doing, everyone? If you're new to my page, if this is your first time seeing me, write hi in chat. Also, there are a ton of new emotes, but they are locked behind Subwave. They're nothing too fancy. I'm going to add a bunch of cool emotes that are just for subscribers. But when we get a Subwave going, if we beat that Subwave by 2+ subs, new special emotes will unlock. The subwaves are set to the lowest difficulty. We need 6 subs to complete a subwave, and then 8 subs unlock a new fancy emote.
Hold on, I'm still here. Give me a second.
No problem. It's called Sub Dash or something like that. TikTok just introduced it. Leave lesbians alone? I agree. Yeah, sure. Leave us alone. We deserve to just be left alone and live our lives. Agreed. Thank you for the friendship.
Where'd it go? I'm still here. Hold on. I'm sorry.
No problem. It takes time to pull up sources sometimes. That's okay. How can males be lesbians? Because some males are women. Adora, sweetheart, this is literal rage baiting, not how you get your point across. Okay, so the only people who are going to be enraged by this are going to be people who have homophobic and transphobic ideology. If you don't have homophobic or transphobic ideology, this will not make you angry. You'll just be like, oh yeah, exactly, 100%, that's how it is. And then you'll scroll on because you'll be, wow, what a boring statement to be made.
Okay, so Leviticus 18:22 says, "You shall not lie with a man as a woman; that is an abomination."
What is that? Okay, a few things. First of all, what does that have to do with being transgender? And second of all, that verse is literally mistranslated.
How is it mistranslated?
Right, it's supposed to talk about P3DOs and not gay people.
But it's almost the same thing, because if you
P3DOs are almost the same thing as homosexual people?
No, okay, so what are P3DOs in your opinion?
Adults who are attracted to youth.
So basically, that is a pedophile. If you ask me, that is not.
Okay, did I censor that word? There's a reason I censored it. We are not allowed to talk about that word on TikTok.
Why?
You can say P3DO. It's TikTok. It's TikTok, my guy. It ain't my rule. It's TikTok. P3DO.
I understand it's TikTok, but if you're allowed to talk about, okay, never mind. I'm just okay.
It's a TikTok thing, not a me thing.
Okay. My sincerest apologies for.
You're good. You're good, Seth.
Derogatory word in your presence.
It's not a me thing. It's a TikTok thing.
Okay. So back to the males can be lesbian thing. It's just not possible. It's not.
You're running away from your own point.
Explain that. How am I running away from my own point? This is your statement.
You were trying to say that the Bible is anti-transgender, and you brought up Leviticus 18:22, which has nothing to do with transgender people.
It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter, because if you believed in all Christianity and stuff like this, you wouldn't be saying that. Well, I'm not saying you do. I'm just saying
I'm a Satanist.
Well, congratulations. You want a cookie?
Yes, I do.
Well,
Oatmeal
you're not
raisin,
getting one
please.
from me.
Damn it. You got me excited.
No cookies for you.
Okay, that's funny. That was funny. Okay. Yeah, that verse doesn't have anything to do with transgender people. So what point are you trying to make?
I'm going to go back to your thing where it says males can be lesbians. I mean, I tried to get into your live yesterday, but there were a lot of people joining because I really had a statement to make about yesterday. But you popped up on my For You page. I'm not following you. You just popped up here. And I was one of the first ones to get in here today. But we're going to go back to the males can be lesbians. There's no such...
Thank you.
There's... Why... Like, it baffles me how... people can think males can be lesbians. Males can be gay. I understand that a male can be gay and be attracted to another man, and then females can be lesbians.
Thank you. What are your thoughts on gay people?
Personally, I don't agree with it. It is your choice. You are your own person. You can be gay or lesbian. I don't believe in the transgender, bisexual, all that bullshit.
Okay, so when you say you don't agree, what does that mean?
I don't stand with it. I don't believe it should be a thing, and I don't believe that it never should have became a thing in the first place.
So, what is the harm in being LGBT?
The harm in using it, or the harm
In being LGBT?
I mean, people have their own different opinions and personal views. Me personally, I believe that it's a harm because what's the point in identifying as something that you weren't? Like, what's the point? There literally isn't a point.
The point is to live a happy, fulfilling life.
So why can't you live a happy, fulfilling life with the gender you were given at birth?
You're pivoting again. I asked you about homosexual people. Guys, get those ankle breakers out.
What's that supposed to mean?
I have an emote that's a broken ankle for my subscribers.
Oh, okay.
It means that you're pivoting hardcore.
Pivoting.
Yes.
Okay.
I asked you what's wrong with being gay. God damn it. All right, we got to do a reset, guys. The guest got banned, so I got flagged. All right, we'll be right back. 30 seconds, guys. Be right back. Follow me if you're not already. Follow me, and you'll see me up on the bar right up top.
Hello.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm fantastic. How old are you, please?
What?
How old are you?
19.
Fantastic. Okay. Can males be lesbians?
Okay, so males can't be lesbians. They can be gay, okay? But they can't be lesbians because lesbians are females who are attracted to females.
So my argument
That's
would
like
actually
the
be
definition of like a lesbian is like a woman liking another woman, not male. Like if you're a male and you identify as a male, you can't be a lesbian. That's like it's simple as that.
I disagree. My argument would be that lesbians are non-men attracted to non-men. I also think that it's like, gender-based, not biological sex-based.
Okay, listen. So if you were a feminist, like I'm a feminist, but I mean, I am conservative and I believe in God. But if you are a woman, like I have many gay friends that are, girls and they're attracted to girls. They're females and they're lesbians. If you're a male and you like
awesome.
a woman, you're straight. Okay? So if you are a man, you identify as a man, a biological male, and you like a woman, you're straight. If you're a biological man, a male, and you like a male, you're gay. That's how it works.
So, what about lesbians? What about female lesbians who are attracted to transgender women? Thank you for the sub. Appreciate you.
I mean, see, that's where you get like I don't want to get very touch on that, but I mean, if they are identifying as transgender, that's get me in trouble there. I mean, you're saying males on your back screen, males can be lesbians, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You're saying males can be lesbians. You don't have on the background transgender males can be lesbians. You're saying males can be lesbians, and that's incorrect on your back screen.
But it's not. I'm a woman. I'm exclusively attracted to women, and I am male.
Say that again?
I'm a woman. I'm exclusively attracted to other women, and I am male.
So then how are you trans?
Transgender means that your sex assigned at birth.
Oh, no, I know what transgender, but if you said that you're transgender, then you're saying that you're a woman. So how are you then saying that you're a male? If you say that you're a transgender, and then you say, oh, I'm a woman, but I'm a male, how is that? How are you transgender? If as an example, I'm a Division I swimmer, and that whole thing with Leah Thomas, when she was a transgender swimming in sports, listen to this. She didn't say I'm a male swimming in sports. She said she was a woman. So if you're saying that you, yeah, and sure, she can say that she's a woman and she can be trans and no one is stopping her. But listen to this. She's not going around saying I'm a male competing in sports. So if you're saying you're a man and you are attracted to women, you're not a lesbian. You just told me you're a male.
Sure, I'm male, but I'm a woman.
So then how are you transgender?
Transgender means that your sex assigned at birth and your gender identity.
Most people who identify as transgender don't call themselves their biological sex. They transitioned. And you're saying males can be lesbians, but you would be gay if you liked a male.
Okay, so first of all, not all transgender people transition, nor is any amount of transition required in order to be valid in your identity as a trans person. Because again, being trans is just the incongruence between your sex and your gender. That's it, nothing else.
Right.
And sex and gender are separate things. They typically align, sometimes they don't. So you can be a woman and be male. You can be a man and be female.
See, that's where you're incorrect, okay? If I wanted to be transgender, okay, let's say I want to be a transgender and I'm going to transition into as a male. If I transition as a male, then I'm a man. That's what you're saying. But that's not what you're saying. You're saying that I'm still a woman. That you're going against your own logic. How does that make sense? You're saying that let's say I want to become a male right now. I'm going to transition as a man. You're telling me I'm still a woman. That's offensive if I was to transition, if I'm actually going to transition as a male. You're still calling people that doesn't make sense.
I didn't fully follow what you said. Could you reword it? So,
I mean, you're saying that you're transgender, but you're still a male. You're coming out and saying you're a male, but you're saying that you want to be a woman. And that doesn't
I don't want to be a woman. I am one.
So, so if you, respectfully, you're saying that you're a woman, but then you just told me you're a male.
Correct, because sex and gender are different things.
No, it's not.
Oh, okay, so what do you think sex and gender are?
Gender? Okay, well, there's a male and there's a woman. Okay, I mean, you're asking me, so for me, I personally believe that there's two genders, right? There's a male, there's a woman. You're biologically either a male with, male parts or a woman with female parts, and that is it. But you can be gay, you can be lesbian, but you can't say if you're a transgender, your background right now says males can be lesbian. males cannot be lesbian. No, listen, this is what I'm going to end it right here. Males can be lesbians. That's incorrect. Because if males can be lesbians, then you're transgender. So that means you're straight. If let's say, or you're gay, you're a lesbian if you were a woman. So how can you say males can be lesbians? If you were a transgender, sure, then you can be lesbian. But you're saying males can be lesbians. And most transgenders don't say that they're
Transgender people, by the way, not transgenders.
Say that again?
It's transgender people, not transgenders.
I didn't say that.
You did. It's okay. No biggie.
I that's not what I meant. I'm saying that transgenders, okay, let's say I transitioned as a male and I wanted to date a male. I'm then gay.
Okay, so let's reel this in just a little bit. The question was just what is sex and gender.
But that's not your background. I joined to tell you that you're back because like.
Hey, I need a chance to respond.
Right,
You've interrupted me several times. Yeah. So when we're talking about biology, sex is male sex and intersex, and sex refers to your reproductive functions. Gender is man, woman, non-binary. I don't know what my moderator just did.
On the big screen now.
That was interesting. I have some new moderators. They're experimenting with their abilities. All right. So where was I? Yeah. So gender is man, woman, non-binary, and gender is psychosocial. It is specifically related to your psychology and sociology. It is not related to your reproductive functions. So you can have a sex that is male and a gender that is woman because they are separate things.
And listen, I mean, I'm trying to put this in the right words to not offend anyone because it's not even about offending anyone because if you look at your background, I'm not disagreeing with what you're even like that necessarily what you just said. You're saying males can be lesbians. I joined this live to say how that's incorrect because if I was a male, okay, let's say I'm a woman, can I say that I'm just like straight up gay, not a lesbian? And if I said that I was a male?
I didn't.
Like, I just
you identify as a woman.
I guess what I'm trying to say is you're saying males can be lesbians, but if I was a male, okay, and I liked a woman, that means you're straight. How can males be lesbians?
No.
You're saying right now lesbians are women.
I don't think you understood what I said earlier in that sex and gender are different things. Your sex relates to basically what you got between your legs, and your gender is up in your head. They talk about different parts of the human experience. So when I say male, I'm talking about reproductive functions. When I say a lesbian, I'm talking about women and non-binary folk.
Okay, so you're saying that you're a lesbian, right?
Yes, I am.
So you're a lesbian and you say that you're a male?
Yes, because my sex is male, my gender is woman. And I am therefore a woman attracted to other women.
But you said that you're a male.
Correct, because that's my sex. That relates to my reproductive functions.
Okay, so...
Specifically, I am genotypically male.
Wow, there's a lot of new terms. I'm confused now because...
That's okay. So, genotype is your chromosomes, basically.
I'm not confused. I'm just saying there's just a lot that have been like let's say I like girls, which I don't, but if I was to, I would be a lesbian because I'm a woman. So how can
you would be a woman attracted to women?
A lesbian, the definition is woman liking other women.
Sure. So let me ask you this. Are trans identities valid? Is a transgender woman a woman?
Sure.
Okay, so if a transgender woman is a woman, then she meets your definition.
Technically, I'm saying that, but I mean, personally, I don't agree with it, like, at all. Like, as a swimmer and that whole thing with Leah Thomas, I'm not sure if you're familiar about transgender in sports as a Division I athlete. Like, do you think that transgender should be allowed in sports, like competing in sports? I want to hear your thoughts on that.
That's an ankle-breaking pivot, but the answer is yes, conditionally. I think there's a nuanced discussion to be had. I don't think it's black and white. I don't think we just allow all trans women to go and compete. But yes, conditionally.
So, as a swimmer, you think that it's okay if a transgender came in and started like competing with me, even though they're
A
biological.
transgender person. It's not a transgender, it's a transgender person. And the answer is if they've been on HRT for a certain amount of time, or if they never went through male puberty, the answer is yes.
So, like as an example, Leah Thomas this past year in the NCAA's, I'm not sure if you're familiar with that whole situation, was committed to Penn State as a male and competed 2 years later as a woman in the same conference.
1 second, I have to ask my mods to do something real quick. If my TikTok mods could quickly check mid TikTok chat, that would be awesome. Okay, would you mind repeating that?
Like, do you think that transgender woman should be allowed to compete in women's sports, like as a swimmer, like this?
Yes.
Do you think that's fair that if a biological male who competed as a man previously committed to the sport as a male competed 2-3 years later, you think that's okay as a woman?
Conditionally. Like, for instance,
as an example, there is no conditionally because it's.
no, there is conditionally, because we're having a discussion here. And I do believe that there are circumstances where trans women should not be allowed to compete against cisgender women.
Okay, so I'm asking specifically this example just because, you know, I'm a swimmer. I'm just curious because, you know, it just got a new article today posted about transgender swimmers like in the sport. Like, do you think that's okay?
Yes, absolutely. I believe that transgender women belong in women's sports conditionally after we've been on HRT or if we haven't gone through male puberty.
Okay, but they have gone through male puberty, so you still think that's okay?
If they've been on HRT for 2 years.
And you think that they're over 6'3", they can go ahead after they swam as a male, made it Division I as a male, they can just go ahead, like, and just.
Is it against the rule for a woman to be 6'3"?
No, not at all. But if they're biologically a male, they have a male is stronger than a woman. That's just the facts.
I'm male. I'm not stronger than a typical woman. I'm definitely not stronger than any women athletes. I promise you, if we were to swim against each other, you would wreck me.
Respectfully, I mean, I compete my entire life, but you think that, I mean, you're physically stronger. If you just told me that you're a male, how can you say that you're weaker than me?
Because I've been on HRT for 3 years, and it has sapped all my muscle mass.
That's not how that works. Men are physical, like they are stronger and they have better lung capacity. That's not true. Like, are you
okay? But when you're on HRT, we lose those advantages.
Let's put away like all the transgender everything aside, and we looked at a physical, like a male and a woman. Who's stronger?
Typically speaking, okay, first of all, you're conflating sex and gender again. But typically speaking, a male is going to be stronger than a female.
Correct.
Typically,
they are. Men
typically, with exceptions, of course, there are some females that are stronger than a typical male.
That's true. Yep.
Okay.
I mean, that's my point. You said that male, like how you
right.
said, and they're typically stronger than women, and then you're going to allow them to compete in my sport.
Conditionally, if a transgender woman didn't go through male puberty, then she never develops any of those advantages at all. If a transgender woman who has gone through male puberty has been on HRT for 2 years, meaning testosterone blockers and estrogen, then what we see is we lose the majority of those physical advantages. Thank you for the head mustache.
I mean, I will respectfully disagree with you. I mean, as I don't think that, males should compete in women's sports, and I think that women's sports should stay women, 100%.
Thank you for the sub. Where should transgender women compete?
I mean, I don't think that if you're a transgender, I don't think you should go. If you're a transgender woman and you go into a sport that is almost completely, like all physical, I don't think they should be allowed to compete in that. So I really don't know.
Okay.
I don't want to give you a false thing and say, oh, they should make their own division, and honestly, they should. If that's really what it should be, because it's just not fair.
So let's talk about Leah Thomas again. Her first year that she competed in the NCAA, she finished ranked like 89th or something like that. That was in the men's division, and that was not on HRT. Her second year, after a full year of HRT, she dropped down to 400 something for her ranking. We see a decline in her ability on HRT.
You know what? I'm going to stop you right there, because what happened when she competed as a woman? She won NCAAs.
So she won some matches, yes. She's a great swimmer.
I don't think you realize
She didn't dominate.
how much woman, I mean, as a woman and like for women's rights, how much it takes to get to that type of level in your sport. Like, if you work your entire life to go to NCAAs, I can honestly totally say I'm nowhere even near like that NCAA level. You work your entire life to go and compete at that swim meet, and then you have a transgender woman come in and they just win. When they
Did she just win though? Did she just come in and win?
I mean, she worked hard. She also worked really hard as a man, and
She was never a man. I just want to be clear about that. She was never a man.
she was a man. She competed.
No. Transgender. She may have competed in the men's league, but she was not a man. She was a woman competing in the men's league.
Will Thomas committed to Penn State. That was her name before she.
Whoa! We are not doing that. I'm setting a hard boundary right now. We do not dead name people. Period.
Okay, my apologies. I'm not sure how that works.
Okay.
I'm just going off of swim articles, and they committed as a man to Penn State. There's nothing offensive about that. They competed as a man before.
I discovered what it meant to be transgender in my early 20s. Before that, I had identified as a man. But once I discovered that I was transgender, I recognized that I am a woman. And what that means is that I always was a woman. Even when I thought I was a man, I was actually a woman. So transgender...
Yeah, I don't want to take that away from you or Leah Thomas.
But what that means is when we talk about the history of it, when we talk about a trans person's past, we refer to them the way that they identify now. Okay. So Leah Thomas was a woman even when she was competing against the men. Okay.
I mean, I can totally be respectful in that. I'm just saying, though, as the swim article, they referred to it as, her dead name in the article that they committed.
Right. That was a transphobic thing for them to do.
Okay. Yeah, but they still swam as a male for 2 years at a Division I school. And and listen to this. She worked her entire life to become a Division I athlete. And because this is true, I mean, it's harder to go Division I in male swimming almost because there's Title IX before that got taken away. And, they were that good as a man.
Male. You could say male. Again, she was never a man. She was a woman. So we're going to stop calling her a man.
I'm sorry. I'm just going off of how they did commit as a male, though.
Sure, we can say male because she is male.
Right.
Still, to this day, she will always be male.
See, how is that not transphobic for you to refer to her as a male because she's a woman, you just said?
But again,
super disrespectful to say as a woman. That's so disrespectful. You're telling the trans that she's a man, but she's a woman.
You've said this so many times now, I cannot make it more clear. It's not a trans, it is a transgender person.
Right, but if she transitioned and she's going by as a woman, not everyone feels that and wants to be referred to as a man. You just referred to her as a man.
I did not. I referred to her as a male.
As a male.
Because sex and gender are different things.
So
I am a woman, I am male.
Right, so you're calling her a male still.
She is likely male. She may, for all I know, she may be intersex, but I think it is likely that she is male.
I think that she's still male, and you think that males should compete in women's sports. That's what you just said.
If the male is a woman, yes.
If the male is a woman, but
yep.
That you just had my whole point there. But
So you're still not hearing me when I say that sex and gender are different.
I'm transgender and I transitioned as a male, and people kept calling me as a woman. Not everyone might agree. Like, I don't want to be, if I was to transition right now as a male, I wouldn't want people to call me a woman. How does that make sense?
If you were a trans man, you wouldn't want to be called a woman, correct?
Correct. I do
Right,
understand the sex between. Well, I know what you're saying. I just don't agree with it. That's the difference. It's not that I'm
What
not.
part are you not agreeing with?
I mean, one, I don't think males should compete in women's sports. No.
Right, you've said that, but you've not been able to give me a valid reason as to why, because transgender women on HRT lose our advantage.
They don't lose that advantage. They don't lose their lung capacity.
No, we literally, okay. First of all, we literally do. And second, would you say that some cisgender women...
If you just called her a male, they don't lose their lung capacity. They don't lose all those years of being a male. And the experience, when they went committed to a Division I swimmer as a male. How
Did Leah Thomas dominate in the women's division?
Yeah, she won NCAAs.
Is winning dominating?
Yes, winning is dominating in the NCAA Women's Championship.
No, winning is not dominating.
Really?
Dominating is consistent winning.
You're telling me winning an NCAA championship isn't dominating? Being a national champion? That's incorrect.
Yes, I'm saying you can win a national championship and have won a tight, close match.
That's dominating.
No.
You dominated the national championship. If you win a national championship, you dominated. You are all
okay. We have very different definitions of domination.
I think we have a lot of.
Okay, so Leah Thomas was
a lot of different definitions on everything, and that's okay.
Sure.
I came over here to. I mean, I disagree that males can be lesbians. I think males can be gay, and women can be lesbians, and that's all. Like,
did Leah Thomas ever lose? Did Leah Thomas ever lose in the women's division?
She also lost as a male too.
Sure.
I mean,
hang on. So no, the question is, did she lose in the women's division? The answer is yes. Was she dominated when she lost?
Championship. That's not a loss.
Holy fuck. We're too far apart. We're too far apart.
That's okay. I mean, I but the best for you. I really wish nothing but.
No, you don't. No, don't pretend. Don't pretend. No, you don't. No, you don't. What you want is for transgender women to never have the opportunity to compete fairly. That's what you want.
No, that's not what I want. I don't want them in.
Okay, then where should trans women compete?
In their own separate division if they have to. They shouldn't go over into the women's sports. I mean, if you're saying that you're
okay,
how can you agree with that? If you say you just you said that you're a male, now you're a woman. So you keep saying you're a. I don't know. You said that you were
right. It's because you're not listening. I've made this point a dozen times now that sex and gender are different, and you keep telling me that you understand, and then you show me while interrupting. You show me while interrupting me that you don't understand. Paid. You're doing it again. You're interrupting me. I was talking. Okay, so I was talking. You continuously have interrupted me. I've explained multiple times how sex and gender are different things. Adios. Guys, get those track stars going. Get those track stars going. We got a Division I athlete in here, and she is out of here. All right. Everyone tap that screen. We got 1,900 people watching. That is absolutely amazing. Thank you so much, everyone. If you're new to my page, write hi in chat. If you are a follower of mine, write Grayskull in chat. We're going to bring up the next guest right now. We are doing a marathon. Every new subscription will add 4 minutes to the timer, up to an additional 3 hours. Sub only for a minute, for a few, please. Yes, no problem. We hit the threshold anyways. The threshold is 2,000, which we just hit. Hello, how you doing?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How old are you, please?
I am 19. About to turn 20.
19. Fantastic. And can males be lesbians?
I actually wanted to ask you some questions. I have lots of friends who identify as male and female when they are born the other sex. Sorry, I'm nervous. I wanted to ask you, could you explain to me what trans is? Because I've been trying to understand it, but people explain it really weird, or it's just a way I don't understand.
No problem. So transgender means that your sex assigned at birth is different from your gender identity. So if you're assigned male at birth, you identify as a woman, that's transgender. If you're assigned female at birth, you identify as non-binary, that's transgender.
Okay. And I've experienced with this, about to explain it, a lot, which this is what confuses me about how people are trans or trans people. I don't know the real term for that. I had a couple friends who were born a woman, but they identify as a man or male, but they still dress female. They dress as the gender they're assigned, or they were assigned at birth. So I wanted to explain that as well, please.
Sure. So there's multiple aspects to gender identity, to gender, I should say. There's gender identity, which is psychological, and there's gender expression. Gender expression is how we present ourselves to the world. And those two things also don't have to align. You can identify as a woman and present very masculinely, or androgynously, or however you want. The way that you express your gender does not determine your gender. So a man can wear dresses, a woman can wear shorts and t-shirt and have short hair, etc.
Okay.
Hello, RTP.
So if I'm female, I have short hair. I dress like a guy, but I'm still female. I just like dressing like that. I don't like wearing, I do like wearing dresses. Don't get me wrong. I love it, but it's just more comfortable being like sweatpants, sweatshirt. If I identify as male or a man and I wanted to dress like a girl, is that still okay? Is that still part of that community?
Would you mind repeating that one more time? Sorry.
If I'm female at birth, so if I wanted to identify as male, but I still dress like a female, like crop tops, shorts, all that stuff, is that still the community?
That would you could be any gender. The way that you dress does not determine your gender at all.
Okay. That explains it. Because to me, I don't think gender has. Clothes don't have genders.
Agreed.
I think I couldn't, like a drag queen. I could never be that pretty, like ever. They are gorgeous, and I
love some drag queens in here. Drag kings
so
too.
pretty.
Yes.
I have a friend who was assigned male but identifies as, assigned female but identifies as male. He is a drag queen. He's amazing, and to me, I try so hard to get the names right, and like the genders. I have a couple friends who identify as male, but they're originally female. I slip up and I catch myself as soon as possible. I'm always apologizing because the way I grew up, it was, if you look like something, I'm gonna call you something, that kind of thing. And to me, I don't want to do that, but I'm really, really trying to change that because I know it's not right. Some people, like some of my family, it's like, well, I don't think they need to be dressing like this if they're like this. Go ahead.
No, I was saying thank you for the roses. That's all.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So, like, when I was, I've been in high school for a year or two. Around sophomore year, junior year, I identified as a male because I never really wore dresses. Never got to. So I was like, okay, I do feel a little more masculine, a little more like on that side, and I feel more comfortable with the pronouns. So I tried that for a bit, but then I was like, well, maybe not. Because I identified as it, but it made me uncomfortable when people called me that, which is weird in my brain. I'm not sure how that works. And I have been in relationships with trans, female to male and male to female, and they're gorgeous. Like, they're gorgeous, handsome, all of it. When I was dating them, they explained to me some stuff that was going on. Like, this is how it works, this is how I identify. And I'm like, okay. Now, if I meet anyone new, I'm like, hey, don't tell me your name unless it's a name you want to be called. And like, tell me everything first. Don't tell me a dead name, because my brain will automatically think that's your name. So please don't tell me the name you are.
All right. So I got a question to ask you. Do you believe that males can be lesbians?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Awesome. So I am going to move on to the next guest, but I appreciate you coming up.
Alrighty. Thank you.
Sorry. Bye. So I am looking for opposition, guys. I'm looking for people that disagree that males can be lesbians. If you are friendly and you just want to come up and share some love, you're welcome to do so. Just I call them flyby friendlies. Come up, say your piece quickly, and then we can move on to the next guest. All right, everyone. Everyone, tap that screen, share the live, please, and consider giving me a follow. Don't forget that next Friday, Mel and I are doing a Adora duo live. Rawr, thank you for the tiny diny. Appreciate that very much. It'll be 7 p.m. Eastern, and it's going to be Halloween themed in May. Adora duo live, just the two of us taking on opposition. Friday, 7 p.m. Eastern. Halloween themed. I want to quickly say happy, what's it called? NHPI month, which stands for Asian American Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander month. I plan on doing something to celebrate AA and NHPI month. I don't know exactly what. I do know that I will be the donations that normally go to Point of Pride will be going to some kind of different charity that benefits Islander. Help me out here. Island Pacific. I cannot speak right now. I apologize. I'm just changing where I'm going to be donating it. Pacific Islander. That's what I thought. Yeah, Pacific Islander. That's what I thought. Okay. Pacific Islander. Yes. Yes, I'm going to be donating to an organization that helps out that community. Hello, Sid. How you doing?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I am fantastic. How old are you, please?
I am 23.
23. All right. And can males get pregnant?
Yes. I just had a quick question about a little bit of clarification. With the males can be lesbians, I am just wondering how that is. I'm just curious.
Sure, some males are women. Like I was assigned male at birth. I am a woman. I'm exclusively attracted to women and non-binary folk. I am therefore a lesbian.
Okay, gotcha. Cool. That's literally it. I really appreciate it, and I absolutely love your lives. I appreciate all the information you spread, and thank you.
No problem. You have a good one.
All right, you too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Hello, Beatrix.
Hi. I do agree with males can be lesbians, but I have a quick question.
Quick question, but first I need to know your age.
I'm 22 actually. Sorry.
Fantastic. All right. Quick question.
So, I wanted to ask, do you think for body dysmorphia and all these kind of things, do you think that many treatments would be way more effective if, like, society's reaction to, being trans would be different. Like, do you think maybe?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, like maybe there are solutions that are not as effective because people are like basically assholes all the time, and so like that decreases the options. Yeah, basically I wanted to get your mind on that, but that was it.
Yeah, I mean, the more social acceptance we have, the easier it's going to be for trans people across the board. The lack of social acceptance is what's causing us to lose access to the healthcare that we need.
Yeah, I see. Well, yeah, that was all. But thank you for having me.
All right, you have a good one. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Okay, next up. Holy requests, guys. Jesus.
Yo, let's go, bro.
Hello, Petrovic.
Yeah,
How old are you, please?
18,
What year were you born?
2005.
All right. Can males be lesbians?
Hell no.
Why not?
Because it's just my religion, bro.
Because it's your. So you're just against lesbians altogether, then?
Yes, I cannot agree with you, bro, because God created you to be with females, not with men. I mean, you already say you're a female, right?
Sure, but I'm more interested in speaking about what religion are you?
I am Christian.
You're Christian. Okay, so you're saying that you're against just being homosexual at all.
Yes, I don't
Why?
agree with you at all. Because God created us to be male and female, to go together. There's a stupid thing saying gay, lesbians, trans. This is a stupid, man. Just be yourself. I mean, not yourself.
That's what we're doing. We're being ourselves, and ourselves is lesbian, gay, bi.
Yes, but someone created that shit and like it just got up. You cannot do that, bro. It just got popular for no reason. Just believe in God. Life that gives you, that you got, this life, is just temporary, bro. You won't.
Petrovic, why is God against gay people?
Because he created male and female.
That's not an answer to my question. What is wrong with being gay?
What's wrong with being gay?
Yes.
I'm gonna ask you a question real quick. How do you think you will have any children by being gay? I mean, come on, man.
Gay people have kids all the time.
They adopt them, they don't make them.
Nope, they make kids.
Gay people, bro. It's male and male. You have to put semen. I mean, it's biologically true. It just cannot be.
So you're under the impression that a gay man can't be intimate with a woman. That they can. You're under the impression that a lesbian can't be intimate with a man. They can. Lesbians frequently give birth. Gay men frequently get women pregnant. And then there's also bisexual people.
Bro,
No, it literally is. It literally
no, it's
is.
not. You have to be a male and a female together to make a children. You cannot be gay.
Right, I'm not denying that.
Male and male. You cannot be female and female.
I am not denying that two. Petrovic, you're not understanding my point. I am not saying that two males can get pregnant. I am not saying that two females can get pregnant. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that a gay man can be intimate with a woman. A gay woman can be intimate with a man. Bisexual people exist. Pansexual people exist. So you can be queer and get people pregnant.
You're saying they identify as females, but they're actually males.
Sure, a transgender woman is assigned male at birth, but is a woman. A transgender man is typically assigned female at birth, but is a man, etc.
That doesn't make sense. Well, who put you up to this, man? Did your parents ever raise you correctly? Did you ever agree to this?
My parents sure as hell didn't raise me to be trans.
Why are you?
Okay, I want to go back to the question that I asked earlier. What is wrong with being gay?
Everything. What's your
Okay, then tell me. Tell me about everything that is wrong with being gay.
First of all, how are you going to make children? Then there is.
Okay. Why is it important for people to have children?
To reproduce, man. Like God.
Okay. I'm gonna give you the old Parker get a job. What if a man has a wife who is infertile? Is it wrong for them to be intimate with each other?
No.
Why not? Because that's not going to produce a child. Why is it not wrong for them to be intimate?
I don't listen, bro. I don't really understand English that well, but what I'm trying to say is we were born to die, man. And God gave us this life to have fun, because when you're gonna die anyways, you are gonna go to hell. You did so many sins, you're not forgiven. Jesus is not going to forgive.
Why are gay people gonna go to hell? You're not giving me a reason. All you're saying is they can't have kids, which is A, false, and B, not all straight couples can have kids. Not all straight couples want to have kids. Is it immoral to not want to have kids?
No, it's all right. It's all right to not have kids. But what I'm saying is, people like you are going to hell. You have to go to Jesus to ask for forgiveness.
Why? I'm asking you why it's wrong to be gay. You're not giving me a reason.
Bro, I'm saying every reason why is it wrong to be gay. You're going to hell.
Why?
What do you mean why you're going to hell? You have so many sins, you fucking idiot.
Okay, we're done.
Oh, fuck you, nigga.
Ah, Jesus, there it is. Thank you for the head and mustache. You know what I need to do, guys? I need to glue a headband to this so that even when I'm wearing my headphones, I can still wear the hat and mustache. I'll keep the mustache on, but the hat ain't gonna stay on when I got this guy. Okay. Next up, everyone tap that screen. If you're new to my live, if this is your first time seeing me, write hi in chat. Hello, Ashlyn. How you doing?
Good, and you?
Doing all right. How old are you, please?
I'm 18.
And what year were you born?
2005.
2005. Fantastic. And can males be lesbians?
So I actually asked my lesbian friend this question, and she said no, because she thinks males/men, if they are attracted to women, that would make them straight.
Okay, I asked my lesbian friend, and she said yes. Which one should we believe?
My friend that is really lesbian.
Okay, I have a really lesbian friend, and she said that, yeah, I'm a lesbian. I think we need better arguments than my friend said so.
Well, my perspective, a male is straight if they're attracted to women. A man is straight if they're attracted to women. If a biological man is attracted to a woman, it is straight.
So my argument would be yes, that when a man is exclusively attracted to women, that man is straight. But it is also my argument that trans women are women, that trans men are men, that non-binary identities are valid.
Okay, so you said that you were born male, but now you identify as a woman, correct?
I was born male, and I am a woman, yes.
Okay, so do you identify as lesbian?
I do.
And why is that?
Because I'm a woman attracted to women and non-binary folk exclusively.
Sorry. Oh my gosh. It's good.
My opinion, males cannot be lesbian.
How old are you, please?
18.
What year were you born?
2005.
Okay. Why can males not be lesbians? Also, are you guys in a moving vehicle?
No.
Okay. So yeah, why can males not be lesbians?
Because they are a man. They're straight. If they're attracted to females, if they're attracted to men, it'd be different. They'd be gay. Lesbian is a woman liking another woman, not
Agreed.
a man liking a woman.
Okay, so my follow-up question to that is, are transgender women women?
In a sense.
In a sense.
And unless they still have their male genitals, then no.
Okay, so a transgender woman can be a woman if she's had surgery, but if she hasn't had surgery, then she can't be a woman. That's your argument.
Pretty much. I mean, because you wouldn't, us females would not want a transgender woman walking into a bathroom with their male genital. I mean, it's a little uncomfortable and it's a little wrong.
Okay, we can talk about the bathrooms, but first I would like to stick to this. You're saying that in order to be a woman, you have to have a vagina.
You have to have the female anatomy.
Okay, so what about someone who is assigned female at birth, identifies as a woman, but does not have the female anatomy? You are muted, by the way.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, sure. There are some women who are assigned female at birth, identify as women, but they were born without certain anatomy that are typically associated with being a woman. What gender are they? Thank you for the paper crane.
Boobs in a genital area of a female.
Yeah, not all women have the genital area. Not all women have vaginas. Not all women have uteruses. Not all women develop breasts.
99.9 out of women develop breasts.
The percentage isn't relevant because the fact is that some women assigned female at birth, cisgender, don't develop breasts. Are they any less of a woman for that?
No.
Of course not. They're still just as much of a woman. So being a woman is not defined by having breasts. Being a woman is not defined by having a vagina. You can be a woman and not have those things.
Like being able to conceive, that's what I'm trying to get at. Like a man biologically and their anatomy does not allow them to conceive children. A woman, even if they cannot have children, they still have the female anatomy.
So we're not talking about whether or not people can get pregnant. We're talking about whether or not males can be lesbians, and as going further down the line, whether or not trans identities are valid. So I'm trying to get you to understand that trans identities are valid, and that whether or not you're a woman isn't determined by your genitalia or whether or not you can get pregnant.
I'm not saying that either. It's our anatomy.
Yeah, that's literally what I just said. Our anatomy does not determine our gender.
Our chromosomes and our anatomy quite literally do.
Okay, chromosomes. Let's talk about chromosomes. In order to be a woman, what chromosomes do you have to have?
One second. I believe for a man, it would be XY, and for a female, it'd be XX.
It is typical of a female to have XX, and it is typical of a male to have XY. Did you know that a male can have XX chromosomes and that a female can have XY chromosomes?
That's like a 1 in a million chance.
Again, the percentage doesn't matter. You can be female and have XY chromosomes. That's 100% possible. We got a runner. We got a runner. Okay. All right, next up. Everyone tap that screen. If you are a follower of mine, write Grayskull in chats. Don't forget that next Friday, 7 p.m. Eastern, Mel and I are doing a Adora duo. It'll be just the two of us taking on opposition, and it will be Halloween themed. I still have to order my costume. I still haven't done that. All right. We have a Rita. Is it the Rita, or is it just a Rita? Hello, Rita. How you doing?
Hi.
How old are you, please?
I am 19, born in 2004.
Fantastic. Can males be lesbians?
Right. I am still confused about what do you mean by males being lesbians?
Sure. I am a transgender woman. A transgender woman is assigned male at birth, but is a woman. I therefore have male sex characteristics. However, I'm a woman and I'm exclusively attracted to women. Therefore, I'm a lesbian.
But why would you want to be a lesbian? I don't understand. So you're attracted to girls? Women?
Women. I'm a woman attracted to women.
I'm sorry, why wouldn't you just be a man attracted to women if that was the case?
Because I'm not a man. I'm a woman. I didn't choose to be a woman. I am one.
But so you basically transitioned for no reason? Like
no, so you have an echo. It's a weird echo. I've never heard one quite like it. It's like intermittent, but it seems good now. Being transgender doesn't require changing your body in any way, shape, or form. So I am a woman. I always have been a woman. I have made changes to my body. I've started HRT. I've gotten surgeries, but those weren't to become a woman. I already was one. That was to alleviate dysphoria.
right, but isn't the point of being trans and transitioning just for the people that you're attracted to? Like, for example, if a biologically male is attracted to a woman and feels like a man, I don't get why you transitioned and feel like a woman.
So the fact that I'm transgender has nothing to do with who I'm attracted to. You can be transgender and be attracted to women. You can be transgender and be attracted to men. You can be transgender and be attracted to nobody. It has nothing to do with our attraction.
Why do you have genders then? Why do you even have genders if they don't matter?
Again, I never said gender doesn't matter, and B, gender doesn't determine who you're attracted to.
So what
gender
does
is it's a psychosocial schema. It is partially our identity, and it is partially how we express ourselves socially. Gender does not determine who you're attracted to.
And what does it do? What does it do then?
It is a part of how we move through society and interact with the people around us. It is part of how we identify.
Right, so if someone is the gender is male, what does
Subwave. Sorry?
If someone's gender is male, what does it mean then? What does male mean? If it doesn't mean that they're attracted to women.
Sure, male refers to your biological sex. When we talk about male, female, and intersex, we're talking about our reproductive functions. We're talking about genitalia, chromosomes, gonads, they give you the tiny, neurological sex, hormonal sex.
Right, but you just said that gender doesn't matter.
I never said gender doesn't matter. I said quite the opposite. Gender does matter. It is part of our social interactions and our gender and our innate sense of ourself. Thank you for the sub.
isn't attraction a social interaction?
Sure. Yeah, attraction is social
Right.
and biological.
Right. So gender does connect with who we're attracted to.
Gender plays a role in what label applies to us.
Right, but if gender doesn't determine who we're attracted to, then why do we even have genders? Why is there a man and a woman then? That's just like sense.
You're talking about a different aspect of the human experience. You're talking about sexuality. Sexuality is who you're attracted to. Thank you so much. First time subscriber, guys. Thank you so much. We achieved our sub goal, guys, but there is a new feature on TikTok called Sub Dash. If we get 2 more subs in the next 5 minutes, you get an exclusive emote uploaded by me. This should work. This is the first time I've seen it. TikTok just introduced this. So yeah, if we get 2 more subs in the next 5 minutes, then we achieve the bonus round. All right, sorry, Rita. What was the question?
Yeah, you were just going to explain to me about the sexual.
Right, yeah. Sexuality describes who we're attracted to. Gender describes our innate sense of self, our gender identity. There's interplay between sexuality and gender identity, but they are different things.
Yeah, but if we're talking about sexuality, then how does gender not play part of it?
It does. Gender plays a part of it, but they are different things. Holy shit, guys! Right off the bat, I think we completed that goal. We did. My God, guys, you guys are fast. Thank you.
Right, so I'm so confused right now because, like, people, like, for example, if a man transitions to a woman, like, what is the point if she still wants woman? Like,
okay, so I understand where you're coming from. What I want you to understand is I didn't transition because of who I'm attracted to. I transitioned to be authentic to myself. Again, a transgender person does not have to transition to be valid, but the reason that I did transition is because I had gender dysphoria. I was suffering as a result of being a woman that had a penis. I was suffering as a result of being a woman that didn't have breasts. And I needed to stop that suffering. I didn't get a vagina or breasts because I'm attracted to women. I did it because I wanted to stop the suffering. Guys, we've already achieved 2 bonus rounds. You guys are wild. Thank you.
right, but so you're telling me that gender and attraction is not the same or doesn't connect at all?
I'm not saying that there's no connection. There is interplay between gender identity and sexuality, but I am saying that they are different things. Sexuality describes who you're attracted to. Gender identity describes who you are.
But with your logic, if genders didn't exist, it would still be the same. Like, why do genders exist then?
Why do genders exist? It's just part of the human experience. There's multiple aspects to gender. First part is gender identity. That is your innate sense of self. That is something that we have absolutely no control over at all. And then there's gender expression. Gender expression is how we present ourselves to the world around us, and that is socially constructed. We do have a say in our gender expression.
But the point of having a gender is not just to, it's to express yourself, but also, like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, it's, I'm sorry.
You're doing fine, Rita. It's okay. I want to be clear about this. It's okay to not understand. I can tell that you are trying, and I will give you all the credit in the world for that.
No, but if genders didn't exist and everyone could be attracted to anyone, like that doesn't sound right or feels right.
Sorry, what doesn't sound right or feel right?
The fact that anyone can be attracted to anyone.
But that's not strictly true. Not anyone can be attracted to anyone.
Why do you want to be female then? For what
Again,
reason?
it's not a want. I just am. I don't want to be a woman. I am a woman.
Right. But what? Right, then why are you a woman? If you're
One more
not
minute for the sub, guys.
don't follow what women believe. Women are attracted to men. Why are you not a woman?
Some women are attracted. Some women aren't attracted to men.
Right.
If you're a lesbian, I'm going to turn off sub only, guys. If you're a lesbian, say hi in chat. All the lesbians out there, all the women who are attracted to other women and non-binary folk, say hi.
I never said that lesbians don't exist.
But you did.
Not quite. I just said that women typically like men, right?
Typically. Not always.
So if you're transitioning into a woman, you're supposed to like men.
There's no supposed to. You're attracted to men or you're not attracted to men. There's no supposed to.
So you're saying that, right? You call yourself a male then?
Sure, I am male and I'm a woman.
You're a male and a woman at the same time?
Correct. Damn, guys, we hit all 4 bonus rounds. All 4 bonus rounds. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. If you are a subscriber and you're watching right now, you should have 4 new emotes. If TikTok is working correctly, which is never a guarantee.
So you'll never be a female. Correct?
So for transgender people, if we're talking about biological sex, thank you for the hat and mustache. If we're talking about biological sex, a transgender woman is male.
Right. So, and a transgender woman will never be female with that logic.
Sociologically, I would argue that transgender women are female, but biologically, transgender women are male.
Well, you cannot be male, female at the same time, so...
That's actually not true. You can. Both biologically and sociologically. Actually, no, maybe not sociologically, but definitely biologically. You can have male sex characteristics and female sex characteristics.
Yeah, but you cannot be both. Male is different and female is different. That between is... You cannot be both. Maybe something in between, but both is not a valid thing.
What does sex mean to you from a biological standpoint?
Well, your parts, first of all, and... Yeah.
Your parts. Okay. So if I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying that in order to be male, you have to have a penis. In order to be female, you have to have a vagina. Am I understanding correctly?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know that some males are born without penises?
Right, but that's not... Yeah, they can, and they are, but it's not normal though.
Okay, just because it is atypical for a male to be born without a penis doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. A male can be born without a penis, and that doesn't determine his gender. A male born without a penis is just as much of a man as any other man. A male born without a penis is just as much a woman as any other woman, depending on their gender identity.
But how can a man be born without a penis? They must have a disability, and I'm not talking about disabled.
It's not a disability. There's any number of reasons that a male can be born without a penis.
Having a disability. You cannot be normal and be born without a part of your body. Like that's what I'm saying.
Rita, it is atypical for a male to be born without a penis, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't happen, and it doesn't make them less of whatever gender they identify as. A male born without a penis can be just as much of a man as a male born with a penis.
Right, but
right? Do we agree on that?
Disability. It's like
Rita, you're getting hung up on what it's called, and what it's called doesn't matter. What we're talking about here is the fact that some males who identify as men don't have penises, and that's okay. They're not less of a man for that.
Right, they can identify as men, but it's not normal for them to not have a penis.
Again, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's typical or if it's atypical. It happens, and it does not take away from their gender identity.
Right, I didn't say that.
But you said earlier that in order to be a male, you have to be born with a penis, which does take away from males that are born without penises and identify as men.
Right. So, what makes a male and a female then, if it's not their parts?
It's a collection of things. Sex is not this cut and dry thing. There's many characteristics that are intertwined. There's your genitalia. There's your genitalia, there's your chromosomes, there's your gonads, there's your hormonal sex, there's your neurological sex, and all of these things are going to interact in different ways. It's not all going to look the same for everyone.
And all people that don't have, for example, a penis or a vagina, it means that they suffer from something, a disability. It's not normal.
Okay. They're not automatically suffering just because they're born atypically. But again, that's not relevant to the discussion at hand. The point is that these people exist and their identities are just as valid.
Right, but just because they exist doesn't mean that it's okay. And
what is not okay about a male being born without a penis?
Right, just because people are born with disabilities and right, I'm just still not understanding how a male is right from the question that I had before. You said that someone can be born both male and female.
That's called intersex. They have male sex characteristics and they have female sex characteristics.
Right, they have something from both. They're not both.
They have male sex characteristics and they have female sex characteristics. An intersex person can be intersex male, and an intersex person can be intersex female, and an intersex person can be just intersex.
Right, it's not.
Thank you for the sub.
They cannot be both, though. You said can be both male.
They can have sex characteristics of both.
Characteristics, but not be a male and a female at the same time. That's impossible.
There is such thing as being true intersex, meaning that you are just as much male as you are female.
Right, but intersex too is a type of disability. People shouldn't be born.
No, it's not. Oh my god. You you're telling on yourself in a way that you don't have to.
It's incredibly rare for someone to be born as intersex.
It's not. At least 1.7% of the population. At least 1.7% of the population is intersex. That is not incredibly rare. Nor is it a disability to be intersex. Rita, I'm starting to get the feeling that you're not listening to me. I've made it clear time after time that it is not relevant how typical or atypical it is. Whether someone is born male, female, or intersex does not invalidate their gender identity in any way, shape, or form.
Right, but it's just that I don't get why we're normalizing things that are not normal. Being intersex is not something that is normal. Whatever you say.
No. Hold on, Rita. I want to correct a couple of things, and I'm going to correct something you said also, Adora. Intersex is a rare condition. Absolutely. 1.7% is still rare. I won't say being intersex is not rare, but you can make the same claim for being trans. That's approximately 3%. These are rare things, but it's still millions of people. Second off, there is nothing abnormal about being intersex. It is just a variation of sexual development. So to call someone abnormal because they are intersex is hurtful in every way, shape, and form. By the way, I'm an intersex individual, so that is specifically why I requested, and probably why Adora let me come up. I do speak on the trans topic. I do speak on many topics, but literally to call someone that is intersex abnormal is hurtful. It's calling, I've heard, abnormal, I've heard abominations, I've heard, what's the other one they really like to use?
Do you believe that if someone is born without an arm, that they're still normal?
Yeah, I believe that they were just born different. They're still human beings.
I'm not invalidating them. I'm not saying that they're not normal. By the term normal, I mean that they're not how they're supposed to be.
No, Rita, by saying somebody's not normal, you're trying to make a classification of normal. The best setting, hold on.
I don't know the word for it then.
Rita,
so typical.
Let Demi speak, please.
So typical would be a more adequate term for what you are looking for. Is an intersex individual born the typical way that somebody is born? No, I would make that claim. They are born with variations of sexual development, and there are, I believe it's either 60, somewhere in the 60s or the 80s, variations of sexual development that could classify you under intersex. It's not typical. It would be atypical. But to say that they are not normal, I hate that word, because as far as normal goes, they have even removed it from many washing machines because there's not a normal. Like people misuse normal at every waking turn.
Right, well then I was not referring to normal, I was referring to typical.
Sure, I will give you that. I would say trans people aren't born typical, they are born atypical. I would say intersex individuals are born atypical, not typical. Sure, I would absolutely give you that. Why?
That's exactly what I was saying, because it's not typical for anyone to be born without their arms, without their legs. It's a kind of, I don't want to say disability, but it's not typical, as you just said. So that's the point that I was trying to make.
Yeah, I came in kind of like right as the point of intersex isn't rare, or right in there. So I don't know the entire argumentation, but saying being intersex is abnormal, or saying that it's not rare. No, I disagree with both of those. And depending on which intersex condition you have, it can be more rare or less rare, reaching that minimum of 1.7%. But the reason that Adora would say minimum is that's something that I say on a regular basis due to the fact that most individuals don't have their chromosomes tested. They're not karyotyped. So we actually don't know what the percentage of intersex individuals is. But I would say stick with what we have because we're not going to force everyone to get karyotyped. It is led to believe that it could possibly be as high as 10% if you're going off of chromosomal variation, but that's a guess. So the current statistics we have is 1.7%, which is rare. Sure, absolutely. That doesn't make them any less or any more than another individual. It doesn't make them any less normal or more normal. That's why the word normal is very weird, and I'm kind of harping on it, so I apologize. So yes, they're not born typical, but neither is somebody born with red hair. They're not born typical, they're born atypical.
Right. So back to the argument. Well, to be honest, I kind of forgot what we were talking about.
I don't remember how we got here, but it does all tie into the males can be lesbians, because it's important to remember that that sex and gender are different things, and our sex does not determine our gender. You were making the claim earlier that you had, in order to be male, you had to be born with a penis. And I was making the claim that that is not the case, and that some males are born without penises.
Right, but that's not typical, and why should we normalize that?
Just because something is not typical doesn't make it less valid.
Well, it's not natural, so...
It is 100% natural.
Yeah, it does happen.
In nature. It occurs in nature. Right. Therefore, it is natural.
Right. Well, I mean, I guess so. Yeah. But still, even if that, yeah, you're right, but still, gender does connect with sex, and attraction should attraction plays a big part in your gender. So if you're a
sexuality and gender identity play a role with each other, but your gender identity does not determine who you're attracted to. It determines in part the label that applies to you, but it does not determine who you're attracted to. You can be a woman attracted to women. You can be a woman attracted to men. You can be a woman and be attracted to all genders.
Right. So you are a woman because you were born as one, and then...
Everyone, please vote in the poll, please. If we have a poll up here, please vote.
Right. So you are a woman because you are, and you're a lesbian too because you're attracted to women. Correct?
I'm a lesbian because I'm a woman attracted to women.
Right, so attraction does not play a part on someone's sex.
Correct. Who you're attracted to does not determine what sex you are. Correct.
Right. Well, I mean, I guess I got it. Thanks for the clarifications and all.
All right. Anything else?
No, that's fine.
All right. You have a good one. Hello, Demi. How you doing?
I'm doing okay. It's been a busy day. I got some more things I got to take care of. Kind of was just scrolling and heard intersex again, so popped in real quick. But I would honestly never make the claim that being intersex isn't rare, but rarity doesn't matter. There could be one person.
Agreed.
Yeah, so that's the correction I really wanted to make for you, is trying to say that it's not rare. I wouldn't say that.
It's a good point, because I do talk about other such things that are in the 1% to 2% range, and I do call them rare. It brings up an interesting question: at what point is something rare? And I suppose that would be subjective.
I think there actually is something that classifies when it gets deemed rare, but I couldn't give you that percentage. I think it's under 10%, but I'm not sure. I would have to double check on that.
Then by that standard, that would be rare.
In any case, that's my correction to you. I'm glad I could correct something. I hope somebody in the comments learned something about intersex. Anyway, I'm going to take off. Have a good live. Bye.
Thank you. Appreciate you. All right. We had some good conversations. I'm not sure if we got anywhere there, but we had some good conversations. Some important information was shared. So, I think there was value in that conversation. If everyone could tap that screen, please share the live. That would be greatly appreciated. If you're new to my page, if this is your first time seeing me, write hi in chat. And if you are a follower of mine, please write Grayskull in chat. Someone said that Demi doesn't like me. Says who? Demi is 100% allowed to correct me. If I'm wrong, Demi can correct me. Someone correcting me does not mean that they don't like me. Okay. Next up. Hello, alligator.
How's it going?
Doing all right. How old are you, please?
I'm 36.
Fantastic. Me too. Can males get pregnant?
Can males get pregnant? No.
Can males get pregnant? Yeah, wow. I mixed two of my topics together. Can males be lesbians? My God.
Okay.
Thank you so much for the sub. Wow. I'm embarrassed.
I feel like I'll answer your question a different way. In a way of like my own personal experience, which was essentially like when I was younger in like grade 7, I had an issue with like who I thought I was, my name I didn't like, and I went to my grade 7 teacher and I basically said, can you ask the class if they can call me Lee instead of Alicia, right?
Okay.
I was like a hockey player. I totally like hung out with the boys. I wasn't one for like, I was like textbook tomboy, right? My whole thing was that my teacher did approach the class and she said, Alicia would now like to be called Lee. So if we could all just do that, that would be great. And the rest of the class, everybody just kind of looked at each other odd because, I mean, let's face it, we're the same age. Like this was not a thing when we were younger. You know what I mean? Whereas now I feel like it is totally a thing. And like, I'm on the other side of like what you're going through. Like you're a trans woman and we're in a very, I want to say it's like a presentation based society. So you more or less will get a lot of slack for your appearance because, you've got the deep voice, you don't really present all that feminine. That's debatable, based on who you talk to. But what I'm going to say is that I could have been an easy candidate for becoming trans when I was younger, right? So I'm thankful that I wasn't in today's world because I love the body.
You don't become trans.
Well, no, like I could have though. That's what I'm saying. Like I could have gone through the process of HRT. That could have been me.
Can you tell me what the process is?
Well, from what I heard, it's like going through hormone replacement therapy and changing your appearance perhaps, and coming out to family that you identify a certain way. Like,
and how does that work for someone under the age of 18? Like, how does someone go through that process?
well, I'm not sure if it's like through a therapy-based manner or if it's like talking to your friends socially about, saying I don't identify as a, say if you're a male and you say I don't identify as a boy anymore, I identify as a girl, like that would be the process. It's just basically coming out and telling people that's how you feel.
Sure. From a social standpoint, yeah, that's part of the process, coming out, for sure.
Right. So that's basically what I think it is. And like however you feel on the inside and what you want to emulate on the outside, that's what I think trans is. Like what you think is female, or so if I'm a man and I no longer believe on, like it's what you say. I listen to you a lot, okay? Like I'm in your lives a lot, and it's like an innate sense of self, right? So like
sure.
I understand like you can feel some type of way because I've been there, right? Like I've been on that side, like I don't feel like a girl. I associate more with boys. Like I've been a tomboy my whole life, and like I'll tell you right now that I'm a lesbian, and so I've lived my whole life in this body with this image, and this is just the person that I am. I didn't feel like I needed to say present as a man or a male, as that's what I think that you're doing when you are transitioning or you are a trans person. That's all I'm trying to say. Like,
I'm confused as to what point you're making. It's definitely not related to the topic,
the
but
point I'm making is this. So when I was younger, I was always attracted to girls. Like, for example, like if I was watching like a Disney movie, like Beauty and the Beast, for example, like I would not picture being Belle and being swooned by and danced with, and you know what I mean? Like I was more like, yo, I'm the fucking beast. Like that's how I perceive things, and I wanted to say take that role of like the masculine role. Like I wanted to be Eric in right? Like that's how I felt, but like
sure,
didn't want to change the person that I was on the outside, or cut my hair short, or be identifying as a boy, because that just wasn't a thing in our time growing up. Like as a 13-year-old, it just wasn't talked about. It wasn't even a fucking thing. But I think now, because of the internet and a lot of the things that we see in the media, and I don't want to use the word mass brainwashing, because I don't think that's it either, but I think that it's more commonly accepted that people are trans now because there is more people talking through the internet.
Exactly, yes. I'm still confused as to the point that's being made.
Right. So I'm going to get to that.
Okay.
If you were younger, like, can I ask you a question? Like, when you were a young boy, before you had like made the identification, like I'm not a boy, were you attracted to females when you were a boy?
I've always been attracted to girls my entire life.
Okay. So then what I would, like, if you want to argue about semantics of labels and you want to argue about, like, terminology, I would say that you are technically a male that's attracted to females that's presenting as a woman. Like, I wouldn't call you a lesbian, because I think that a lesbian is a female attracted to females.
Okay, so I don't think that we really look at each other's sex when it comes to who we're attracted to. Do you ask your partners to get karyotyped so you know what chromosomes they have?
What is that?
Chromosomes like XX, XY, XXY, X, etc.
No, but at the same time,
of course not.
If what you're getting at is like, would I be attracted to a trans woman? The answer is absolutely not.
Why not? Why would you not be attracted to a trans woman?
Because that's, to me, not a real woman.
Not a real woman. Why is a trans woman not a real woman?
Because they don't have the parts that I'm interested in.
What parts are you interested in?
A vagina, breasts.
I've got both of those.
I'm sorry, I'm just, even if you take Gigi Gorgeous, like that is not a woman to me. Like a very attractive woman, and Blair, very attractive trans women, still not my bag. Like I'm sorry, I can't.
What specifically about trans women are you not attracted to?
It's not that I'm not attracted to them. It's just that I prefer a female-born woman.
What specifically about being female?
That they were born female. You have
what aspect of being female?
You're allowed to have your preferences as to like what you're into, non-binary. Like, why don't you like men?
I'm just not attracted to men. What aspect? What is it about being female that you're attracted to?
Trans people. Like, that's just not like. I mean, it's not.
Okay, you're avoiding my question. You're avoiding my question.
What is it about trans? Because they weren't born that way. They weren't born what way? They weren't born female.
I would argue that sociologically, yes, trans women are female. But from a biological standpoint, sure, we're born male.
Yeah, you are born male, so that's why I would not be attracted to you.
What specific aspect of being male is it that you're not attracted to?
What specific, I don't know. A little bit of, like, the fact that I just don't like men like that.
So whether or not you're male does not determine if you are or aren't a man. We're talking about biological sex. When you talk about male and female, we're talking about biological sex. So what part of the biological sex, male, are you not attracted to?
Because maybe I associate myself more as a more masculine female, that I feel like we clash as genders or as.
Are there lesbian relationships between two cis women that are both masc?
I'm sure there are, but that's just
there are.
Yeah,
sure, great. Okay, alligator. You don't have to. I'm not saying that you have to be attracted to masculinity. I'm not saying that at all. What I want to know is you're saying that you're not attracted to males. Right. What part of being male are you not attracted to?
Well, that's like asking why the fucking sky is blue. You can't ask the lesbian why they're like, not attracted to men. They're just not. Just like I could ask.
Okay, you're doing it again. You're conflating being male with being a man.
No, but that's the thing now. Like we've taken the terminology of male versus female versus woman versus man, and like they're all the same fucking thing. Like woman is a female, man is a man. Like man is male. Like that's how it always has been. And I feel like nowadays, like you want to be trans, that's fine. Like, I'm not gonna.
It's not a want. I don't know where this idea that it's a want comes from. Who wants to be oppressed?
See, but that's you're just arguing about semantics about like my.
That's not semantics. That is not semantics at all. Nobody wants to be this. This is, I didn't choose this. Well, that's not semantics. You are factually wrong when you say that this is a choice.
You chose to have like surgeries, did you not?
Sure, that's what I call a fake choice. But my surgeries don't make me transgender. My surgeries don't make me a woman. I just am a woman.
Okay, well, that's arguable, but at the same time, like, I don't feel like males can be lesbians. I'm sorry, it's just impossible.
I keep asking you why, and you have not been able to give me a valid answer.
Because you weren't.
Let me ask you this: is a lesbian, a cisgender lesbian who is attracted to transgender lesbians, is she a lesbian?
Sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
Sure. A cisgender lesbian that is attracted to transgender lesbians, is she still a lesbian?
Well, I think that is she exclusively attracted to transgender lesbians? Like what are we talking about?
She's attracted to women, whether they're cis or trans.
Then that's on her. Then yes, she's a lesbian. But if she's born a female and she's attracted to other women, then that's on her.
So why can she, a cisgender lesbian, still be a lesbian even though she's attracted to males, but I, a male, cannot be a lesbian? Even though I'm a woman.
She's a female.
But she's attracted to males.
Oh my god, all this fucking terminology. Repeat the question again.
Can a cisgender lesbian, meaning assigned female at birth, identifies as a woman, is exclusively attracted to women? Can a cisgender lesbian who is attracted to transgender lesbians still be a lesbian?
Yes, that's her.
Fantastic.
That's what she wants to do.
We have a double standard here. It's possible for a cisgender lesbian to be attracted to males and still be a lesbian, but it's not possible for a transgender woman who is male to be a lesbian.
Yeah,
that's a double standard.
Whatever you want to call it, double standard.
Why do we have a double standard here?
Because you have terminologies for fucking everything now.
Because you can't handle the fact that there are multiple terminologies?
No, it's not about me not handling the fact that there's multiple terminologies. Listen, like, it's not. Let me put it to you like this, all right? LGBTQ plus all the other letters that are in our whole, LGBT thing, okay? I don't think that LGBT or LGB should be associated with the T and that, okay?
So you're just straight up transphobic.
I'm not transphobic.
You're invalidating trans identities. You're saying that we shouldn't be part of the LGBT, which we kicked off in the first place. Thank you so much. Nicola Jones, thank you so much.
You didn't even listen to what I was about to say. The LGBs are individuals who just want to love people of the same sex. Am I wrong or am I right? They do.
You are wrong.
They want to love people. Okay, like if I'm a lesbian,
you are wrong on so many levels. Listen, that definition was awful.
Whether you're a trans woman or not, I'm a woman as a lesbian that's going to love other women, right? Like I'm attracted to other women, just like a gay man.
And some of those women are transgender.
Right, but hear me out. Trans individuals, okay, like yourself, and there's nothing wrong with you. Like I'm just saying you're a human being and I respect you for that. I respect you as a human being. But listen, trans individuals basically have it in a way that like you are trying to be a different identity than what you were born with versus
Nope, you are wrong again.
No, I'm not. I'm not wrong.
Yeah, you literally are. We're not trying to be anything. We just are. What about asexual people? Where do asexual people belong?
Okay, so then you are. Okay, I'm not going to argue with that, but I will tell you this. The LGBs, just if you were to divide it, right? Like say just the LGBs, those individuals just want to love who they want to love. Has nothing to do with changing their identities or like coming out as I'm not, because like I said, that could have been fucking me. Could have been me. Right? I stood in front of my teacher and I felt like a boy.
No, you never could have been transgender because you are not transgender.
No.
You never could have been.
You're not understanding me. Like if people came to me and said, hey, you know what, Alicia, there are resources for you to look into what you're going through with how you feel with wanting to change your name. Like that could have been me, bro.
I'm not letting you off the hook here with the LGB bullshit. Where do asexual people fall? Where do intersex people fall? Where do queer people fall? You are leaving out the entire rest of the community. What about them?
They're not trans. You're trans. People that are transgender, literally, it's an identity thing. It's not about loving who you want to love. That has nothing to do with the LGB. You have nothing to do with LGB.
What about intersex people? Do they belong in the LGBTQIA?
Debatable. I'm not.
Debatable.
I'm not educated enough to answer your question, is what I'm trying to say.
I would agree with that.
Right? So, it's just my opinion on it.
Your opinion is exclusionary and harmful.
Well, I'm sorry if that hurt your feelings.
You're hurting the LGBT community.
Well, then that's on them to be hurt or not. I don't know. What do you want me to say?
That's on them to be hurt or not? That is victim blaming.
Okay. Well, all I'm trying to tell you is this. LGBT people, all they want to do is love the same sex. Gay couples, lesbian couples, that is their main priority and prerogative in life. That's it.
Never mind. I asked my mods to set up a poll, but never mind. She got flagged. Understandably, what she was saying was so toxic. Yeah, she got live banned. I got flagged because of her. TikTok is still doing this ridiculous bullshit where it's the host's fault if somebody else says something toxic. Okay. So I am going to reset, guys. 1 second. I'm going to turn off sub only. Give me 30 seconds. I will be right back. If you want to be able to find my live easily by looking up at the top of your screen, give me a quick follow. We are killing it on new followers, guys. We have 150 new followers just from this stream, not including the other stream, which also got us another 50. My God, guys, we're going to be at 100K in no time. I haven't decided what I'm going to do for 100K celebration yet. And at this rate, it's going to happen within 2 weeks. So thank you, everyone. I'll be right back. 1 second. 30-second reset. All right, we're back, guys. Everyone tap that screen. Good morning, Jaden. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Doing fantastic. How old are you, please?
I'm 18.
What year were you born?
2005.
All right. Can males be lesbians?
I mean, well, what do you mean lesbians? Like, can they date women or like date guys? Like, be gay?
Yeah. Can a male be a lesbian?
I mean, I wouldn't say they
attracted-
could be a lesbian, but I could say they could be gay.
So, okay. So I am a woman. I am transgender, meaning I was assigned male at birth. I am genotypically male. I am exclusively attracted to women and non-binary folk. What sexuality does that make me?
Oh, then you're straight. You're straight.
Why is that? What makes me straight?
Well, because you're a guy that's attracted to women. I mean, yeah, you like to dress. Are you? So you say you're a girl, right?
I'm a woman.
Okay, so you're a woman, but you're attracted to women. But in reality, you're a dude. So in the way I look at it, is you're straight.
What makes me a dude?
Well, let's be real here. Let's be real here.
That's what we're doing.
You don't have female shit. You know what I'm saying? You a dude.
Sure I do. I have female shit.
So you're telling me you have a pussy and tits?
Yeah, we are not going to use that language. You can say vagina and breasts.
Okay, so you have a vagina and breast.
I do, but that doesn't make me a woman.
So you got surgery?
Yeah, again, that doesn't make me a woman.
Right, so you're a dude.
What makes me a dude?
You're born with male chromosomes. You got a dick.
Am I? What?
Yeah.
I literally just said we're not going to use that language. If you do it again, I will drop you.
So what do you want me to say? Penis?
Yeah, anatomically correct terms.
Okay, my fault.
No problem. Okay, so it's my argument that our genitalia doesn't determine our gender. And you mentioned chromosomes. Chromosomes are not this super black and white thing that we think they are. It's not XX is female, XY is male. There's so much more to chromosomes than just that. And the majority of us, the vast majority of us, don't know what our chromosomes are for certain.
Okay. So do you think you can get pregnant?
I don't.
Okay. You're okay. I agree with you there. I don't think you can get pregnant.
I'm not making the claim that males can get pregnant. I'm saying that males can be lesbians.
Oh yeah, I know. Males can be. I don't agree on that shit. I don't agree.
Okay, so your claim is that I can't be a lesbian because I'm a dude. Let's get back to it. What makes me a dude?
Well, you were born with male chromosomes. When you were born,
how do you know? I don't even know what chromosomes I have. I've never been karyotyped. How do you know?
Well, okay. So were you born with the penis?
I was.
So you're a dude.
That doesn't determine my chromosomes.
I mean, it kind of does. Like, let's be
It literally doesn't. I could have XX chromosomes and be born with a penis.
And how does that work?
Because your chromosomes don't automatically determine all your other sex characteristics. Your chromosomes are a part of the whole that is sex.
Okay, so
There's so much more to sex than just that.
Just answer this question. Were you born with a penis and without breast?
Yes, and nobody's born with breasts. No.
You are.
So your claim is that if you're born with a penis, you are a man, regardless.
Yeah, you do. Straight simple.
Okay.
You do.
Okay. So what if you're born without a penis?
Then you're a woman.
Then you're a woman. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's say we have someone who is assigned male at birth and they identify as a man, but they were born without a penis. What gender are they? You've muted. Hello? You're muted.
Yeah, can you hear me?
One second.
Can you hear me?
Okay, so you have an echo. In order to fix that echo, go back to your phone's home screen and then come back into the app. Okay, now come back into the app and unmute, and that should fix the issue. We lost our guest. Okay. All right. Next up, everyone keep tapping that screen. Happy AANHPI month, which stands for Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander. This month is to focus on them, bring attention to them. Instead of donating to Point of Pride this month, I will be donating to a charity that supports AANHPI people. I haven't decided what the charity that's going to be, but yeah. Happy AANHPI month. Hello, how are you doing, Elena?
Hello.
How old are you, please?
35.
35, fantastic. I am learning that it's also a Mental Health Awareness Month, so happy Mental Health Awareness Month as well. Okay, Elena, can males be lesbians?
They cannot.
Why not?
Because a female who likes other females is what the definition of a lesbian is. And so I got that definition from glad.org.
Glad.org, fantastic. What aspect of femaleness are lesbians attracted to? Thank you for the water.
Females.
What specific? Because there's multiple aspects to being female. So what aspect are we talking about?
So since we are talking in a demographic of legit, it's the sexual characteristics. So all of the parts and the innate self of woman, but also the fact that they are born female.
Born female. So when a lesbian goes on a date, does she ask her partner, her date, what sex they were assigned at birth?
I mean, if she wanted to, she could.
Sure, she could, but I would say it's also typical of a lesbian to see someone that they are attracted to, be like, "Damn, that is an attractive person," right? No.
Again,
they're not thinking about how that person was assigned at birth.
So essentially, no, but I mean, if she is going out and she sees somebody who is presenting as female, well, that's gonna gain attention. But when you get down to the nitty gritty for a relationship and what comes after, within the bedroom, there's gonna be identifying markers. She's gonna have...
What identifying markers are there going to be?
She's gonna have a vagina. She's going to have...
Do all females have vaginas?
No, but...
Correct.
But the typical, not atypical, but the typical female is born with.
Typically, but not always. Some females are born without vaginas, and they can still be lesbians, and lesbians can still be attracted to them.
Okay, but they still have... The typical woman has the reproductive system.
Do all?
Not all, but again, that's
correct. Not all, and they can still be women, and they can still be lesbians.
It's an abnormality. It is not.
Oh my God!
It is atypical.
It makes me angry when people try to invalidate people because they are less common than others. Just because a woman is born without the reproductive parts that are typically associated with being a woman doesn't make her less of a woman, and it doesn't mean that she can't be a lesbian, and it doesn't mean that lesbians can't be attracted to her.
Okay, that's your opinion.
It's fact. Everything I just said is fact.
Okay, well, and everything I said is fact.
Is it atypical for a woman to be born without certain parts? Sure, but does that make her less of a woman? Does it make someone less of a woman if they're born without a uterus?
No, it does not. But,
Correct, it doesn't. Doesn't make them less of a lesbian.
But they still should have. And
Should.
take away.
Should. When you say should, what does that mean?
Female. Just like
when you say should, what does that mean?
Who likes a woman is heterosexual.
When you say should have those parts, what do you mean? I'm not letting you off the hook on this. You said that a woman should be born with certain parts. What do you mean? I want clarification. Okay, I'm gonna mute you because you're just plowing on. Guys, get those steamrollers going. Get the steamrollers going. You said that women should be born with. No. I didn't give you permission to unmute. So you said that women should be born with certain parts. What did you mean by that? You can unmute now.
This may be your live, but have some respect. I am a woman, okay? You're a male who is gonna silence me? Seriously?
Yes, I'm a male and I silenced you.
Because you don't like.
I'm a male, I silenced you, and I will do so again, Elena. Answer my question.
Like what I'm saying.
Correct, I do not like what you're saying. It is incredibly harmful.
The same gender loving. That is what you are.
You said that a woman should. You are a misogynist.
Yes.
You are a misogynist. You said that a woman should be born with certain parts. You are a misogynist.
The female is with the.
Silence you again. This male silenced you again. Okay. Is it misogyny or is it sexism? I think that might be sexism. Yeah. Okay. What was I going to say? I wanted to say something. Someone recommended a charity to donate to. I will look into that and figure out which one I'm going to donate to. Thank you for the hat and mustache. God damn it. Thank you for all the hat and mustaches. Thank you. Thank you. All right, next up. Holy shit, 1,700 people watching. That is absolutely amazing, guys. Everyone tap that screen, please.
Your teeth.
Hello, Ness. How you doing?
Keep going, D'Angelo. Keep going.
Ness, am I listening in on a private conversation?
Give me my charger. Yeah, I said use your teeth at the top.
Hi.
Hello, Azari. Cool name.
Thank you. I'm 18. I was born in 2005.
Fantastic. Can males be lesbians? Oh, thank you for the Cash App tip. I think appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Okay, so
all right, go for it.
A trans female who's male to female, I believe that yes, they can be a lesbian, but a male who is not a male who doesn't identify as being transgender or is just cis and hetero, no, they cannot be a lesbian.
Agreed. A male who does not identify as non-binary or as a woman cannot be a lesbian. Agreed.
Absolutely. And it's so infuriating to hear everybody else try to argue with you about this and then say the most transphobic and disgusting homophobic comments I have ever heard.
Right.
Especially these full-grown adults.
Thank you for the sob. I appreciate you so much, Azari. Keep kicking ass, all right?
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
All right. I got the shakes so bad right now. So bad. If I have any mutuals that would like to come up and co-host, mutuals only, please. Any mutual that wants to come up and co-host would be greatly appreciated. We've been live for quite a while now. We do have 30 people in requests. I have no idea what order people have come in. Typically, sending 1 or 2 roses will get you to the top of that line. I will always accept whoever sends the most gifts.
Hello.
Hey, Vanessa, how's it doing? How you doing?
How are you?
Doing all right. I don't think we've co-hosted in MySpace before. I think we've co-hosted together in other people's lives.
Yeah, briefly. I was literally thinking, like, define mutual.
Hey, we're both following each other, right?
Yeah, I follow you, you follow me.
All right, awesome, fantastic. Let's bring up a guest.
Cool.
Hello.
Hello, Zoe. How you doing?
Let me get so where you can see me. So I guess I more so just want to be educated. Because wouldn't referring to yourself as male while being a trans woman, isn't that like invalidating your journey, or is that just like?
So I wouldn't say that acknowledging that I'm male is invalidating. I will say that for some trans people, acknowledging our assigned sex at birth can be harmful to us, depending on our level of gender dysphoria. There's something in the trans community called going stealth, which means that when we make it to a certain point in our transition, we decide to never publicly acknowledge that we're trans ever again, because acknowledging that we're trans can cause us dysphoria. And I would say that it's a valid thing for a trans person to do. However, that doesn't change the fact that I, as a woman, a transgender woman specifically, am male.
Okay. I guess I just got to. So I'm a lesbian. I'm married to a woman.
Badass.
Love it. And so I guess I was just more so confused because saying that a male can be lesbian, I almost felt like a little invalidated because lesbian is female and female, and I guess I'm also. Again, I'm just trying to be educated. I'm not trying to argue or anything. I just don't understand how a male can be a lesbian if lesbian is female and female. Or
so let me ask you this. When you say female, what aspect of being female is it that you're specifically attracted to?
I just love chicks. Like I just.
Hey, I get that. Me too. Me too.
It doesn't matter if I'm transitioning or not, like cis or not. Like I love all women.
Sure.
I'm not like transphobic or anything at all.
Awesome. So are trans women women?
Yes, absolutely.
Fantastic. Okay. So the terms male and female are used in multiple ways by society. When we're talking about science, male and female refer to your reproductive functions. And when we're talking about sociology, male and female are frequently used in reference to gender. So it is my argument that trans women are typically genotypically male, and that transgender women are sociologically female.
I must not be like woke enough for all of these new terms, but I'm sorry. I just feel like if you like women, you're a lesbian, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then how would that make you? I know sex and gender are different things. I get it, but if you are a lesbian, you're female. You identify with. I mean, I don't know what your pronouns exactly are.
She, her.
Okay. You identify as she, her, you are a woman, and I fully believe that. I support it, absolutely. Then you wouldn't be a male lesbian, you'd just be a lesbian, you'd be a chick, you'd be you're a girl.
From a biological standpoint, I cannot deny that I do have male sex characteristics. While I haven't been karyotyped, statistically speaking, it is likely that I have XY chromosomes, and those XY chromosomes are likely male. So I can't take that part of myself away. It is there, it exists. I am at least partially male. But I am still a woman.
And I get that, but is it not the whole point of transitioning to not only leave your past life of the wrong body that you were born in and the journey that you have to do to get there? I feel like it's a little bit invalidating of the whole transition itself, because I've dated trans men in the past and trans women. So for instance, my ex-stepdad said that I was a lesbian because I was dating a trans man, and I had to correct him because at the time I was like, no, I'm bisexual, I'm pan, I just like who I like. It's in a lesbian relationship, because I feel like even though he was born as a woman, as a female, sorry, I had to correct myself, that's not who he was, and I was in a straight relationship. So I feel like if a trans woman is into other women, whether it's cis, trans, whatever, they're a lesbian, I'm trying to wrap my brain around.
It sounds to me like we're pretty damn close here. There's just a little bit of confusion, and that's okay. That's totally okay. Because I haven't heard you invalidate trans people. You're not saying that we can't be lesbians. So it's just a little bit of confusion, and that's totally okay. Fuck, I forgot where I was going. I do that all the time.
Okay, I guess more so.
Oh, okay. I remember.
Validating or not?
It's important to remember that not all trans people want to transition, and not all trans people can transition. A lot of transgender people just don't have any dysphoria, and they're not going to make any changes, and that's totally okay. So some transgender women like having like having a penis. Some transgender men like having a vagina, etc. So a transgender woman can have male characteristics, can be at least partially male, and still be a woman.
Yes, I get that. They are a woman, but I feel. Where am I going with this? So I guess the way that I see it is that a male can't be a lesbian because a lesbian is girls and girls. Hold on 1 second. My daughter has a bag.
Okay.
Let me see that. Okay.
I just want to stress that I cannot take away my male characteristics. I cannot change them. If I do, in fact, have...
She's okay. She just wants to
No problem. No problem. Hi.
I get that a lot of trans men and women still have their... I am taking care of my child. Sorry, I saw the comment.
Don't worry about comments. Will be all over the place.
A lot of people who identify as, a lot of transgender people may not be able to transition and stuff, but it still doesn't mean that they are the gender that they were born with or the sex that they were born with. I'm sorry. Does that make sense?
I disagree. We can. There are parts of our sex that we cannot change. From a statistical standpoint, it's a near certainty that I have XY chromosomes. So I am damn near certain that I am genotypically male. I cannot take that part away from myself. That is a part of who I am. I am genotypically male, almost certainly.
You're a woman, though. You're a woman. It doesn't matter what you were born with. It doesn't matter.
Exactly.
Chemically you have or anything. You still are a woman. You identify as a woman. You are a woman. So therefore, you wouldn't be a male who's lesbian. You're a woman who's lesbian.
I am both of those things at once. I am a woman who's a lesbian, and I am a male who's a lesbian. We're so close here. We're so close. You understand that sex and gender are different things, right?
Sort of, I guess.
Okay.
I guess I'm also not woke enough for that. I feel like, yeah.
If we can avoid using woke, that is AAVE.
It's what?
Woke is AAVE.
Yeah, so basically white people can't use it.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I did not know that at all. So my apologies. I did not mean to offend or say something I was supposed to say.
You're good.
Okay. So when we're talking about biology, biological sex refers to your reproductive functions, like your genitalia, and your chromosomes, your gametes, your neurological sex, your hormonal sex. Some of those sex characteristics are mutable, meaning you can get rid of them altogether. Some of those sex characteristics can be changed, such as your hormone levels and your genitalia. And some of those sex characteristics cannot be changed. You cannot change your chromosomes. So if you have male chromosomes, you cannot change that. If you have female chromosomes, you cannot change that, etc. So if I have male chromosomes, which I probably do, I cannot change that.
Okay, we'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
Thanks for being respectful. Thank you for letting me speak.
No problem.
And educating me a little further.
All right, you have a good one.
You too.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Vanessa, I forget, what pronouns do you use? Sorry.
She, they.
She, they. Fantastic. Okay. I tend to dominate conversations, so please feel free to butt in anytime.
Sure.
Okay.
Yo.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. How old are you, please? Yes, how old are you?
I am 22.
Fantastic. Can males be lesbians?
Well, to me, it sounds kind of, weird, because if a male likes a female, you're like heterosexual, right?
Typically.
Like, why are you lesbian and not heterosexual, if that's the case?
Because I'm... Oh, sorry. Go for it, Vanessa.
I was just gonna say, Adora is a woman and she's attracted to other women, so...
I'm gonna get some food. I'll be right back. 30 seconds.
Okay.
If you guys don't mind. Yeah.
No, that's fine.
Okay, yeah. But I just don't understand. So there is a difference between sex and how you feel, I think you guys talk about, right?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Yeah, but like you guys talk about, there are two different genders almost. Like this guy, for example. I mean, sorry for saying guy. I don't know how to. But in some ways, this person says that it's a he, and in some ways it's a female.
Adora is a she, so they use.
But sometimes Adora is talking like it's a he.
She's a woman who's also a male.
Okay, so could you be born as that? Like, could you be born as both?
Yeah, because trans people exist.
Okay. Okay, so like just a general like question I have for people like you guys is like, when you, like, for example, if I was to say like, yeah, I'm a female, I'm a male, and I identify as a male, but if I say tomorrow that I'm a female, would you give me the permission to go into a female toilet? Would that be right for you?
I think you would mean that you would be a woman, not female.
If I said tomorrow, even though there is no sign of anything, I just say like I am a female, even though there's nothing that actually.
I mean, that would be just disingenuous. I mean, if you hadn't had these feelings like since you were like a kid.
Okay, so how do you know if I'm being this? Sorry, my English is pretty limited. But
well, you
how
do,
do you
right?
know if
You
I'm
just said
doing
it.
that? No.
You said it.
Okay. Okay, so but how can people around you like know that? Because there are creeps out there. Surely, like, how do you define that? How can you stop somebody for being a creep?
Yeah, I mean, there are creeps in every demographic.
I am not a creep. I'm a man, and I will go to manly toilet. Don't worry about that. I'm just like.
Then why are you giving this
the
weird
view,
scenario that you
because
wouldn't actually
apparently,
do?
because apparently you can be whatever you feel like. If I say that I'm feeling like a woman tomorrow, you will believe me, right?
No.
No.
Not necessarily.
Okay. Why?
Because it would
You
be
just said it.
disingenuous.
So why would it be that? Like, why can't you just believe me?
Typically, there's indications that someone is lying about their identity.
Okay, so
Right?
what
a
are
lot
they?
of times that trans women usually make sure that they feel completely comfortable in the women's restroom before they enter the women's restroom. So you just saying that, oh, what if I was tomorrow? Like, it's just disingenuous, like Vanessa said.
Okay, so you kind of disrespect my feelings then, because I mean we talk about scenarios all the time. You guys talk about people being born without like the gender like, they should have been born with, and etc. And that's okay, that happens. I get that, but you talk like there are examples like with people that like they change like that, and you're like talking down on them in a way when you have
but
that.
like Mel just explained to you that there.
Of course
there
you can.
usually-
Of course you can. Like
But
why
Mel just
are you
explained
saying
to
that?
you. She just explained to you that typically there are like indications and signs of someone being trans from a young age. Their whole life. You don't just
Okay,
wake
so
up.
yes, there are examples. There are example of yes, you're right. But that's again, we're coming back to what you guys are saying with her, like with the way you like argue. Like I've heard some of it, and like for example, when I talk about what I'm like interested in, I want a woman, and I want a biological born woman. And then you guys will use this like, yeah, but some women won't be born with vaginas, and some women will not be born with the function of give birth, for example, right?
Okay.
I'm just questioning how, like, for example, when I'm because I want to respond to that as well. When I'm saying that I want a woman, you know, I would never, respectfully, you guys do what you want to do with your life, that's fine, but I would never date a trans woman. Does that mean I'm a transphobic? No, that's just
You
my
would never
preference.
what? Date?
I would never. I'm a heterosexual man, cis man, if that's what you say, right?
First of all, you're presupposing that trans women want you. Who said they want you?
Well, I mean, I guess some do, maybe. How do you know that they don't do?
I said that was a presupposition. I'm just saying, you're just assuming.
So, but yeah, let me get to my point. I'm just saying, like, when I'm looking into a woman, I want a woman with, like, the chromosomes. I want a woman with, like, what is that? Like, men has testosterone. What is the word in English for
Okay,
women?
hold on. How do you? Okay, have you ever dated a woman before?
Yeah, I have plenty actually.
Okay, have you asked
It's
all
been
of
a
them
good
what their
one.
chromosomes are? Have you asked them if they've been
No, but
stereotyped?
I can make sure that the people I've been dating has been women from birth.
No, you can't.
You know, I know,
I don't know my. I have a cisgender woman.
You know how
I don't know my
you know how
chromosomes.
I
No
can?
one's ever asked me.
I can because I know them. You know, like we talk about stuff like this, and I know that they've been a women since birth. So don't like. I just don't see that argument. Of course I know. Like I would not get together with a girl.
Right, you know without knowing their chromosomes, so you actually don't care about chromosomes.
For example, let's say this. I started to date a person that then turns out to be a trans person. I would not be comfortable with that personally.
Yeah, that's you being transphobic.
It's not being transphobic. That's my preference.
So
It's
what
just
would be the,
pathetic
what would
to
be the
put
reason,
those words in
what would be the
people's mouth.
reasoning?
Because
What's the reason why you wouldn't date a trans woman?
Because many things. For example, no disrespect to trans women, but usually the voice is very manly. I want a very, very feminine girl. That's something I really like. I would not like to hear a manly voice in the bed, to be honest. No disrespect to anybody. You know, there are people out there, we use examples all the time.
That is
There are people out
incredibly
there like,
disrespectful. What?
how is that? That's my preference.
Thank you for the fireworks.
That's my preference. How is that disrespectful?
You know.
Okay, so if I don't want to hear a manly voice in bed, is that a problem? Really? Like people talk about overweight and like being short and being tall. Like people have preferences, and that should be fine, right? I'm just pointing them out, but I'm gonna
Sure,
go
but
up
you
to
do
them
know
no
that
matter
not
what.
all trans women have deeper voices, right?
So, yeah,
Most of them.
No, your claim was that trans women typically have super duper masculine voices. That is the disrespectful part.
Well,
whether or not, hang on,
you
I'm not done. Hang on, I'm not done.
Okay.
Whether or not you want someone with a certain quality of voice, that's a different thing. You can have a preference for voice, but it's important to remember that preferences are not exclusionary. If you have a preference for someone with a higher pitched voice, that doesn't mean that you wouldn't date someone with a lower pitched voice.
When I say I want a really feminine girl, that's what I like. I like feminine girls, right? You know,
that's okay.
Yeah, but let me respond then. Stop.
It is okay to have a preference for a feminine girl, for a feminine woman,
So
for a feminine woman.
let me explain why. I usually 9.9 out of 10 times won't find that in a trans woman is because many things. Like when you can you stop interrupting me? Stop being so weird. Like we are having a debate here. Stop being. I'm on the complete different side than you. So like
I'm well
you can sit and argue. You can sit and argue with people that are your yes men all you want. I'm just saying.
go.
I'm pointing out my view, and if you don't like it, that's why we debate, right?
It's not for fun, though.
Are you gonna sit and cry? Like, I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings, but this is my opinion. Okay, so let me get to the point. When I'm talking about a feminine girl, I want a girl that is having the girly voice. I want a girl that has the skeleton of a girl. I want a girl that has... What do you mean, what? There is differences in skeletons and everything between men and women.
So do you, make them get, like, an X-ray?
The shape of a man and a woman is different, right? Like usually a trans woman is gonna be a bit taller. That's usually the case, right? Because in general, somebody that is born a man is gonna be taller because that's how the biological.
The point is, though, right? Like, yes, you have all these preferences. That's great and all, but why are you just assuming that no trans women would fit into your preferences? That's
because
the point.
this is where it becomes like, you know, you're gonna put words in my mouth, but it's about like something also in terms of like I am not comfortable with it personally, and that may be whatever you can call it, whatever. I don't have anything transphobic, by the way, is when you hate people, like when you look down on them. I'm not doing that. I'm just having preferences, and that's what it is, right?
No.
What do you mean, no? Of course,
doesn't just have to be hate.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a strong fear.
Explain that. Explain that. Then,
I'm
because
trying
it may
to.
be in
I'm
your
trying
view.
to, sir.
Okay, go.
Vote in the poll.
It's a strong fear or a rational aversion to something. You seem to not like trans women, so.
Okay, I don't like. I don't like them in a way. I would not find them attractive, right?
Right, but you're just saying that. You're just saying that based on nothing.
From my experience, I am saying that because that's how I feel and that's how it's
Great.
been.
So what if you
I've
did
not
find a
found
trans
it.
woman attractive?
I've seen, you know, I live on social media as you do, and I have never in my life a trans woman. I've never in my life found a trans woman like attractive. So that's my experience. You can take that away from me how much you want, but that's my experience.
You say that like it's a flex. Weird.
It's not a flex. I'm just pointing out it's actually what's weird is pathetic how pathetic you guys are when we debate this. You can't accept my view, but we should accept your view, which is a problem.
The thing is that you haven't seen all trans women
today.
Right?
That's the problem with society today. Because you're sitting here putting words in my mouth. You sit here and like call me all different kind of stuff. You say that I'm a transphobic. That's actually pathetic of you.
What are you talking
because
about?
Because I have my preferences. That's
it's not about your preferences again. It's about you assuming that trans women would not fit into a feminine category. It's you assuming that trans women cannot have that they all have deeper voices, right? Like there are.
I didn't say all. I clearly said
into your criteria.
I clearly said in most cases they won't have that feminine voice I like, right?
You're just saying that though. That's
a fact because that like there is a reason because like you have to train your voice when you're a trans woman, right? Usually, I don't know about
necessarily.
Adora,
not always. Not always.
Yeah, but do you?
I'm content with my voice as it is.
Okay.
I may change it. I may not. Who knows?
You do know that some trans women actually go on hormones as teenagers, right? And their voices actually don't deepen.
Okay. I've never seen that personally.
Well,
I believe you, but okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Again, when you're trying to make like laugh about what I'm saying with skeleton shape and stuff. Like, for example, if I die and like when I die, you know, in 100 years they see me and like they find my skeleton, they will see that I was a man, right? Right?
Who cares?
What is that?
Who
Like,
gives
who cares?
a fuck? Who cares?
Come on. I'm trying to explain. Okay. I'm just trying to explain what I mean by that, right?
Right, and all we're trying to do is stop at this, like, this whole stereotype that trans women can't be feminine, that they can't have feminine voices, that they can't be a certain way just based on you. You can have these feminine preferences, but you're just excluding trans women based on nothing.
No.
Based on harmful stereotypes.
I clearly said, and I stated it again, I said that in most cases it is like I'm saying. It doesn't mean that it is in every case.
Great. So if there's a trans woman that fits all of your criteria, why would you exclude her? She has a feminine voice. She has the body that you're looking for.
Yeah, but I'm not really comfortable with with all these things. I'm not.
That's your transphobia, dude.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Literally.
If you're not comfortable with trans people.
What transphobia is, if I'm not mistaken, like that is.
Vanessa already gave you the definition.
Right? Yeah, but that is hating. Like, I'm not comfortable with the fact that of knowing that, right? Like that process happened, and with the person I'm in with. And also one thing I would add is, I would want my that would be one thing if I wanted to find my future wife, etc. I want her to maybe one day have children with me. If she doesn't want children with me, I would look for a woman that want children with me. You know what I'm saying?
Is valid. That is valid conditionally. If you hold all women to that same standard, you want to have babies with your partner, and you hold all people to that standard, that is not inherently transphobic. It can be, because a lot of people say, oh well, I want to be able to have babies, would totally date a cisgender woman that was infertile 100%. But if you hold that same standard to everyone, that is not inherently transphobic.
Exactly, and that's what I'm doing. And just because you don't agree, I'm not talking about you now, Adora, by the way. I'm just saying, like, just because you don't agree with my preference, like, just shouting that I'm a transphobic person is...
No,
you are. You are.
You even said that trans women make you uncomfortable. I said, if a trans woman fit all of your criteria, why is it every time I speak, you just start talking?
I'm a Swedish guy. I'm sorry for not being as good on English as you are.
So why is it every time I speak, you start talking?
Some words and some, like...
You're completely ignoring Mel. Not only did you interrupt, but now you're ignoring her.
I'm not ignoring. I'm just explaining why it comes across that way. I am a Swede, and my English will be a bit...
I don't care about that. Mel, please go ahead.
No, it has nothing to do with your English, because you did understand. Right? Again, I said, what if a trans woman fit all of your criteria of what you were looking for in a woman, and you said, well, I'm just uncomfortable. That's the transphobia. That's it. That's all I'm saying. So you can just argue all day long that you're not transphobic. You saying that, like you admitting that trans people make you uncomfortable, is transphobic. Sorry, but that's how it is.
You can unmute now.
The whole time.
Okay, so I clearly stated what I meant. So
I don't disagree with that.
I again, what I'm talking about is, I want, let me explain fully, fast, okay? So what I mean is that I want a girl that could be able to one day make a family with me. And if she doesn't want that, that's fine. Like, but I want a woman that would love, like to create a family.
Would you date a woman? Would you date a woman who didn't want to have a child or was unable to have a child?
I wouldn't, probably not wife a woman that didn't want to have a child. No, I would not probably do that.
You would not.
Okay.
Or marry. There's a difference.
No, like a dream of mine is to one day have a family, right? My own kids, etc. And I would want to look for that, you know, in my future wife. And I don't.
Okay, but that's not. that's not just a trans thing. There are cisgender women who also wouldn't be able to do to give you children for one reason or another. And so my question is, would you date such a person?
I would like. No, I would not wipe up a person like that. No.
Okay, so that right there, that would not be inherently transphobic. That would be a standard that you hold everyone to.
Yeah.
But you do have other transphobic ideology.
Okay, explain how I am transphobic.
Are trans women?
No.
There you go.
They're
And
not.
the fact that you literally said trans women make you uncomfortable.
Science literally agrees with me. But I will be respectful enough to call them. I will be respectful. If you say that you're a woman, I will respect you and I will call you that.
Science does not agree with you on that.
But I don't believe that. But I would be respectful.
Oh my God.
I would be respectful enough to say that.
All the things that you've said against trans people in here haven't been respectful.
Okay. I mean, I read the chat and I think like many people agrees with me. But the thing is, with people like you're putting words in my mouth. You're trying to misunderstand what I'm saying.
You literally said that trans women make you uncomfortable.
You're trying your best to label me as something I'm not. And that's the problem. And that's like the whole problem with this. Because I really wanted to hear this. Because usually, like, it always goes this way. Like, I'm always transphobic because I disagree. Because
You are. You're always
I'm
transphobic
not.
because you have transphobic ideology. You invalidate trans identities. You have said, as Mel just said, that you are uncomfortable with trans people.
No, you said it, not me.
Okay, I will actually tell you something. Believe it or not, my cousin, one of my cousins, is actually a trans. Actually,
yeah,
a transgender person, not a.
Yes, and I'm in good contact with that person. So what I meant, you try.
With that person, like it's really interesting that you're not even gendering your cousin.
I'm going from what that person claiming. But I have my views, and that person is not like you. I'm respectful enough to call that person a he, because that's what the person wants to do.
That's the bare minimum.
That's the bare minimum. But my view is what it is, and I can't really I just find it.
Dude, your view is transphobic. It's interesting how many people will fight against that word instead of just unpacking your transphobia.
Okay. For sure. It's funny that you can tell me what I am, but you know better than me, I guess, right?
I didn't just tell you what you are. You're showing it.
But that's amazing. Yeah, but
you are a transphobe. This is not up for debate. Okay. Thank you for the hat and mustache.
Yeah. Okay. well, okay. I guess I am then. That's interesting.
Okay.
So
thank you for the hat and mustache.
In that way, you think I'm extreme transphobe, or am I a mild one?
I'm not going to rate your transphobia. You just are one.
Oh, okay. So I'm just one. But what about people that truly hates trans people? Are they extremely?
Yeah. Again, I'm not rating your transphobia.
Okay.
It's so hard to take you seriously with.
Yeah, I mean, like the same to you, and that's why I'm here, because I find this crazy, to be honest.
There's your transphobia. Okay, sorry.
No, I'm finding this.
Clockin', I'm not even gonna do a vote here. You're just gone.
It's crazy because just because you.
See you later.
Yeah.
Ugh. Hi, Vanessa.
Hi, Mom.
All right. I haven't done a marathon in ages. So here's the drill, guys. Every new subscription... Oh my god. Oh my god. Every new subscription adds 4 minutes to the timer, and there's a couple perks that come with subscribing to my channel. If you subscribe to the $2.99 tier, that gets you access to all of the TikTok benefits. It gets you access to sub-only chat, gets you access to all the emotes, etc., that kind of stuff. If you subscribe to the $5.99 tier, you get access to all the TikTok benefits, and you get to join the Best Friend Squad Discord. And both of those add 4 minutes to the timer.
To those of you in the chat that keep saying, is it because he doesn't agree that he's transphobic? No, it's because he literally said trans women make him uncomfortable.
Hey there, Michael. How you doing? I know you're not up. Accidental request?
Yes.
It's okay. It happens. Thank you for all the support, Michael. I appreciate you.
Bye.
Bye. Just a reminder to the 30 people that are requesting, TikTok organizes the request list by the amount of coins that have been sent. So the more coins you send, the higher you are on the list. It's typically about 20 coins to get to the top of the list. Hello, Ness. How you doing?
Hi, good. You?
Doing all right. How old are you, please?
36.
36. Fantastic. And can males get pregnant?
Can males be lesbians?
Males be lesbian?
That's the third time I've done that. Third time I've done that.
Okay.
Oh my God. Can males be lesbians? Jesus.
I don't think they can.
In the interest, no, males cannot get pregnant.
And no.
Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay, why can males not be lesbians?
So you are the same. You cannot be a lesbian because you are the opposite gender. So you are a male who likes women. So you like the opposite sex. You do not like the same sex. You can change whatever you would like to change to appear as a woman, to feel like a woman, but by anatomy, you will never be a woman.
Let's talk about anatomy. What are you talking about specifically?
So, for example, if men will have a prostate, women will not have a prostate ever. So even though you'll do surgeries to change the way you are, you will never be able to fully be a woman.
There is a female prostate.
There isn't a female prostate.
No, there literally is. There's a female prostate.
Okay, well, it's not that prostate.
Sure, it's not a male prostate, but it's still a prostate.
Yes, but it's not a male prostate, and a female will never be able to have a male prostate. So because you are a male, you are going after an opposite sex, which would make you straight heterosexual.
Okay, so I am genotypically male. That's a near certainty. So I am at least partially male. You mentioned anatomy, and you brought up prostates. I don't much care one way or another about prostates. A male will typically have a prostate, and I suppose that females do as well. Some people are arguing that it's not actually a prostate. I'm not going to argue that point one way or another. Is there any other anatomy that you're talking about, or is it just the prostate?
No, it just goes from the prostate. There's certain things that a male will never be able to have as a woman. So
when you date someone, do you ask them about their prostate?
Absolutely not. You don't ask them about
Right, that would be ridiculous.
ridiculous. Absolutely.
Right, so you don't actually, when it comes to who you want to date, you don't think about their prostate.
No, but
their prostate doesn't play a role in that.
I'm going to
no,
start
but you're
now,
sexually
though.
attracted to a male, or you're sexually attracted to a female. Intersex is different, but it's male and female. It will always be male and female, regardless of how you change yourself, how you do surgeries. You will always have something that is part of a male that a female will never be able to have.
I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that at all.
So that would make you heterosexual straight because
Well,
you are
know
not
that, your attraction doesn't have to just be sex based, right? Like you can have gender based attraction.
Sorry, say that again.
You can have gender based attraction.
Yeah,
Yes, you
there's literally a trend on TikTok right now called WLW, Women Loving Women.
Okay.
So, yeah, it can be gender based. We do that.
Right, and as a heterosexual cisgender woman, I am attracted to just men, right? But they can it could be cisgender men or transgender men. Their sex is irrelevant.
See, that's the thing. Like, even going back from before, how you were calling the previous guest like transphobic, it's basically the same when it comes to cisgender. Like, you guys are expecting
Basically the same.
It is exactly the same.
Talk to me about the oppression that you face as a result of being cisgender.
Because there's a whole thing to it, and I really I know I can get into it, but I really don't want to for everybody. But as a cisgender woman, I started it, but I don't want to go into full details. I don't want to finish it. So when you go into a washroom as a cis woman, and we see a transgender walking in, we
a transgender person.
a transgender male. It's not the women that bother us. It's the transgender males that believe that they are able to walk into. Sorry, I was talking. That you are.
Yeah, you were using harmful rhetoric. No, we're trans women are not transgender. I was explaining. Yeah, transgender women are not trans males. We are women.
You guys are not women. You will always have a prostate. You will always have other.
Whether or not we have a prostate is not relevant to our gender.
It is relevant. You guys will not.
No, it literally isn't.
Women will be able to. What are you shocked about?
Lexi, first time subscriber.
What are you shocked about?
It was sarcasm.
Oh, okay.
Not shocked.
So was mine.
No, I'm not shocked that you don't view trans women as women because, of course, right? Because if you did view trans women as women, you could understand how they can be attracted to women, therefore be a lesbian.
But they are not lesbians. They were born males, and they will always be males.
My daughter is literally a lesbian. So.
But was your daughter born male?
Yep.
Exactly. So they would be a heterosexual forever.
Nope.
You cannot change the fact that he was born a male.
You're not going to call my daughter he. Absolutely not.
Yeah, that's not happening. That's
I'm sorry,
not happening.
I didn't even realize I did that, so I apologize.
Yeah, that's how transphobic you are.
If that's how you guys think, again, it relates to when nobody's on your side, all of a sudden everybody's transphobic. We're definitely not.
Who gets to
You're upset of the answer that I'm giving you.
Who decides who is or isn't transphobic? Transgender people or cisgender people?
Both.
No, not both.
Why not both?
No, my community, the community that is affected, my community, the community that is affected by your community, we decide what is or isn't transphobic. You, my oppressor, don't get to decide that.
But why is that though? Why do not we?
Because you are my oppressor. My oppressor does not get to determine what is harmful to me and what isn't.
But you're deciding what's harmful to us.
Well, explain to me how trans people are harming you.
I didn't say you're harming. I'm saying the discussion right now, it's back and forth. So how am I saying something to upset you?
Well, how is it harming?
You're being transphobic.
But I'm not being transphobic. You asked us a question. You asked us a question, males can be lesbians or not, and I answered. So I'm not being transphobic. According to you, yes.
Because you are wrong. Because some males are women, and women attracted to women are lesbians.
A male cannot be a woman, regardless of the surgeries, regardless of what they go through. They can be the woman, absolutely. If they want to identify as it, go for it.
They can be the woman.
That's so interesting because I'm
be a woman, but not be a woman. Oh, okay, got it.
That's
I want to hear what Vanessa has to say.
I'm here on glad.org and I see a list of over 30 medical associations that validate trans identities. The American Academy of Dermatology, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Academy of Physician Assistants, the Medical Association, American Nurses Association. I mean, the list goes on.
Endocrine Society.
Yep.
Sorry, which is fine. It like I said, you asked a question
You're
and
going against that because what?
I already told you why I gave my answer.
Why you're going against all those associations and all those no, you didn't.
I'm not going against the associations. The associations are the associations and they can be however they want to be. But you asked a question, I'm giving you an answer. You guys are directing it to another topic.
What do you mean they can be how they want to be?
They can do what they want to do. They could represent who they want to represent.
Like they have evidence to back it up.
Thank you, Carrie.
Evidence, sorry, about what?
scientific evidence that trans identities are valid?
But nobody said they weren't valid.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, you are.
No, I didn't say they were valid.
Yes, you did. You said a male can never be a woman.
They can't. That's just how it is. So if you
that is invalidating their womanhood.
But that's what it is. That's exactly how it is. And as a cis woman, we feel invalidated as well. So it could go back.
How are you invalidated?
I'm looking for examples. I want specific examples.
Yeah, Adora asked you this earlier.
You guys are expecting the respect for us to give you as cisgender women, but we're not getting the respect back.
What respect are you not getting?
Just to call us women. There is no cis.
We do just call you women, and we use the word cis when it's relevant.
There should be no cis there. It's just women.
Explain to me how the word cis harms you.
Sorry.
Because we are females, that we have to go through many things as women in life that shouldn't be taken.
And how does the word cisgender take away from that?
Because you guys are trying to turn it on to us that we are the wrongful ones and we are the harmful ones when we're not.
By using the word cis? No.
Again, it goes back and forth. You could say one thing and I could say the next thing.
I'm trying. Yeah, literally. I'm literally trying to give you I'm giving you the opportunity to give me examples as to how calling you cisgender takes away from your experience or harms you in any way. You haven't given me anything.
You're invalidating women. You are invalidating natural.
As a cisgender woman, I don't feel the same way.
And again, that's your opinion and my opinion.
So invalidating how? Like, you just keep saying things, but you're not giving examples. Because cisgender women are women. Cisgender women are women. No one's arguing that.
It's invalidating when it's as a transgender woman or an actual woman. There's no need to identify as a cis women.
We are not the actual women. We are not the default women, right? Like, transgender women are also women.
Again, that's where we disagree. They are not.
Yeah,
they will not be able to.
Transgender women are not saying that they're cisgender women, right? Like Adora's not saying that she was assigned female at birth. She's not saying that she has menstrual star.
No, but she's identifying as a woman as of right now.
So if you're identifying as
a
you're not getting it. Transgender women are not saying they're cisgender women. They are not saying they were assigned female at birth like cisgender women were. The things that you're arguing about are irrelevant.
And Ness, also, so you just don't care that over 30 major medical associations disagree with you? You don't care?
It's not that I don't care. It's just everybody has their own opinion of it. And
but this is an opinion, though. This is evidence-based. This is science-based.
But so is what I touched on like previously. It is science-based.
Vanessa, that kitty was yours. It was so cute.
Thank you so much. I didn't even notice that. Thank you. Yeah. So, what did you say that was backed up by evidence in science and statistics?
What I said previously, like with the prostate, with anything anatomy-wise, that will never be able to be produced by a natural-born male.
I mean, no one's arguing that transgender women.
Again. Like
no one's making the argument that transgender women are not male. They don't deny their sex characteristics and their biology.
And then we jumped into males can be lesbians, and then I answered the question and it went to a whole other topic. So I'll retract it. I'll stick to what the topic was. I do not think that they can be lesbians because they are attracted to the opposite sex, not the same sex.
So again, and then I talked to you about how you don't think that you can have to also have gender-based attraction, because again, as a cisgender woman who is heterosexual, who is straight, I am attracted to both trans men and cis men who are men, still straight.
You wouldn't be straight, you would be bi.
No.
You would be bi. It's a transsexual man that you're attracted to, correct?
Transgender man.
Transgender man that you're attracted to. So then that is a natural born female, which would make you bisexual.
Nope, not bisexual. No, I'm only attracted to men. So like when I see a man in society, I can tell if I'm attracted to them or not, right? Like I don't know their genitalia, I don't know their chromosomes, I don't know if they have a prostate, don't really give a fuck, right?
No.
I know that I can be attracted to men when I view men in society.
But if you know you could be attracted to a transgender man, sorry, is it man or male? Transgender man?
Man,
Yeah. If you're attracted to a transgender man that was born a woman, then that's how I would view it as you would be bisexual.
Nope, because I'm attracted to men only. Only men.
But he's not a man.
Yes, he is. Transgender men are men.
That identify as a man, but they are not born a man, is what I was trying to say.
No one's born a man.
Or a male. Born a male.
Transgender men are born female, typically.
Sorry?
Yeah, transgender men are typically born female.
Yes, correct. So that's how I'm viewing it. So that's what I was getting to. That was my point of it. If you guys wanted to debate on that, that's fine. But that was my point of it, is that that's how I'm viewing it as, is that if you are born as a male and you are attracted to a female, that would make you.
All right, let me just give you an example, but I need to ask for permission. Jaden, can I use your photo for this one?
Let's not use photos. I don't want to use photos right now.
Okay, I just want to say that
Sorry.
I'm attracted to Jaden. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
But I also hear you guys on the same gender attraction, so I understand that now.
Yeah, good. So that's
I understand it.
Then that's how that's exactly how a transgender woman can be a lesbian, because it's a woman attracted to a woman.
Okay, fair enough. I appreciate you guys having me up here.
All right. Awesome.
Thanks.
I dig it.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Oof. I gotta stretch. My God, I haven't had 530 subs in ages now. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for all the subscriptions.
Jeez,
Let's see, what are we up to?
Marathon.
They're fun. When you have the energy, marathons are so fun. We have 22 new subs today. That is awesome. Thank you. Okay. Everyone tap that screen if you are new to my page. If this is your first time seeing me, I'm going to open up chat real quick. And if you're a first time viewer, write hi in chat.
Man, I haven't seen your live this poppin' since I very first started watching you.
Yeah, the rebirth is I don't even think I can call it a rebirth anymore. I think it's happened. We have bounced back at this point.
Woo! Hello.
Hello, Lexi.
Hi. I'm 30 and born in 1993, just for verification.
All right, fantastic. Can males be lesbians?
Yes, they can. And
fantastic.
Yep, males can be lesbians because trans women who are attracted to women make them lesbians.
Fucking right.
So something that I did want to bring up, because I have kind of a, I guess, unique perspective on this. I was assigned female at birth. I do consider myself, I'm non-binary, but I'm also okay with acknowledging and being referred to as a woman as my my assigned sex. But I also do have polycystic ovarian syndrome, and there is some debate right now about it being considered an intersex condition because people who have PCOS often produce testosterone at a higher level naturally, as well as other possible ambiguous kind of things. And so something that I wanted to discuss and talk about was basically how that fits in with the, I guess, idea that people have of why they can't divorce Oh, sorry. Sorry, I get nervous when I'm on live, so I'm sorry if I'm
Totally
not
get
making
it.
sense or
You're doing fine.
okay. Basically, why people insist that their preferences of what they want in a partner have to somehow be these very strict lines when life really is not these strict lines.
Right. There's so much variation, so much more than we're taught in school.
Yeah, right. So, like, for example, I'm married to a cisgendered male, a cisgendered man. He's born male, and he. For a long time, I guess it was because I was very uncomfortable and I was scared about what he would say. Was like, oh, you know, you can still consider yourself straight. Because I'm okay with being considered a woman. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that part of my identity. But at the same time, because I also am non-binary and I also am okay with any pronouns as well, there's like this element where it's like, you know, how far does that go? You know, because he does consider himself straight. He's attracted to women. And because he's attracted to women, that includes trans women. He's more attracted to like just feminine in general, right? And so I think that people want to put other people in these like very rigid boxes of these identifiers, and so they can't fathom what would make somebody a lesbian that doesn't fit into this box that they already come up with.
Yeah, I agree with you. People, they want things to fit neatly into simple categories, and I understand where that comes from, but that's just not how it is.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
No problem. Anything else, Lexi?
Nope. I just wanted to offer that perspective. Unless you have any kind of questions or anything you want to ask me or bring up, because that's all I had to say.
All right. No problem. You have a good one.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. 1 second. One second, guys.
So quiet.
Right. No, what was that gift that they gave me?
It was a cat with like glasses.
Okay. Thank you.
That one, right there. Carrie always coming in clutch.
Thank you, Carrie.
Vanessa, you made $15 so far.
Oh, that's so cool.
All right, everyone tap that screen. If you are a vet of my live, if you are a follower of mine, please write Grayskull in chat. Don't forget that next Friday, Mel and I are doing a Adora duo. It's going to be just the two of us taking on opposition. It's going to be at 7 p.m. Eastern, and it's going to be Halloween themed. And I mean it this time.
Yeah, not all the fake Halloween themed. Oh shit.
Hi.
Hello, how's it going?
Good.
Gemstone, how old are you, please?
I'm 21.
21, fantastic. Can males be lesbians?
Biological males, I don't think so, but if you are a trans woman, then I do think that you could identify as a lesbian.
Okay, we're close here. We're close. So I am a transgender woman. I am exclusively attracted to women. So we're in agreement that I am a lesbian.
Yes.
Fantastic. But my genotype is it's a near certainty that my genes are male. So I can't take that part away from myself. I am, at least in part, male.
Yes.
So therefore, I am a male lesbian.
And that does make sense. I can see it on that standpoint, but if you're identify as a man and you are a biological man, then of course, no, you can't be a lesbian. But I can see your standpoint on that.
All right, awesome. Anything else?
No.
Okay, you have a good one.
You too.
I am so happy that this background is doing well. I've wanted a new topic for so long, and I am so happy that this background is doing well. So thank you, everyone, for watching.
This is a really good topic.
Thank you.
Hi, Adora. Hi, Mel. Hi, Vanessa.
Hello.
Hello. How you doing?
Hi. Good. 31. I've been up here before. Yes to the question that's posted up behind you, but I do. I guess not conflict. Just I guess I want a deeper understanding, right? When I look up the definition of same-sex couples, or just same-sex altogether, or homosexual, all the definitions pretty much bring up those that are attracted to those of the same sex. And, you know, if we're looking at sex rather than gender, how does that fit into those definitions? If we
I think those are imperfect definitions. The purpose of definitions is to describe how words are used. And when a woman is attracted to another woman, she's not thinking about the person's hormone levels. She's not thinking about the person's chromosomes. She's just attracted to another woman. Genitalia may play a role in that, but even there are lesbians who do not have genital preferences either, for that matter. So I think that the definition of when we use the definition for a lesbian being a female who's attracted to females, I think it's an imperfect definition. I think it's not representative of how lesbians actually behave and are attracted to each other.
Okay.
Also,
so
you said that you searched up same sex, and that is going to give you sex-based answers inherently. Because when you just type in lesbian, it talks more about a gender-based attraction, like girl and girl, woman and woman. So.
Yeah, I didn't look up. I will admit I didn't look up lesbian or gay specifically. I just looked at the word same-sex and homosexual, since that pretty much encompasses, I mean, I know in society we use that interchangeably with lesbian and gay and all of the other identities underneath the umbrella. So I was just trying to see, in relation to those two definitions, how does categorizing those that are transgender, calling them lesbian and gay, how does that fit under those two definitions? But as Adora just said, it's more descriptive, but kind of an outdated description of those relationships.
Yeah, because did you hear me explaining my own attraction, right? Because I still consider myself to be heterosexual.
Correct. Yeah. So those definitions wouldn't fit you because
I'm not attracted to female female anatomy, right? I'm not attracted to breasts or female vaginas, I guess. Right? Only things typically associated with men.
Okay. So is it fair to say really then we're really attracted to what's typically presented as masculine versus feminine? Is that more so?
It's really interesting because that does depend on the person, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes people don't necessarily have they don't have a physical attraction. It's not about looking at someone and being attracted. They may be demisexual, where they have a romantic attraction first before they become have any type of physical attraction. So it really depends on the person. It's just like gender. It's not simple.
I definitely understand. And I do want to say, like, I consider you a lesbian, Adora. It's nothing like me saying you're not a lesbian or no trans person could not be lesbian or gay. It's just me trying to get that understanding under utilizing those definitions as we use them interchangeably in our day to day. How does that necessarily fit? But I think that it just like everything in life, I guess it's a lot more in depth than what definitions can provide. So I can understand that. But yeah, that's the only thing. That was my only question. I do want to say this, though, if you don't mind, to those that are angry and getting upset about being called transphobic. I don't think that you're in the right position to tell somebody who faces transphobia daily that you're not being transphobic. So I think that's kind of odd. You wouldn't, a person being...
I'm sorry, I missed all of that. I got a phone call. I missed all of that.
It's okay. I was just saying that for those getting upset and claiming that they're not transphobic, I think it's kind of odd to tell somebody who experienced transphobia on a daily that you're not what they experience. And I just think that's really weird. Like, you would think it's very odd for somebody being bullied to tell a bully, that they're not a bully, but you are, because what you're perpetuating to the individual that you're harming. So I think a lot more respect will come from those who just say it with their chest and understand that we live in a country and a world that is inherently transphobic, and it's okay to deconstruct. I know I'm going through a lot of deconstruction. I know Mel, as a mother to a trans daughter, I'm sure on a daily she goes through a lot of deconstruction. Same thing with Adora, being a trans person. So I just tell you guys, not you guys, but everybody who has an issue being called transphobic, okay, take it in, research it, and kind of go into depth. But you can't tell somebody who faces transphobia on a daily I just think it's very weird. It's very strange to me. It doesn't make sense. So, but I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for that conversation, and I'll keep watching from the sidelines.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Bye, you guys.
You have a good one.
Bye.
Okay.
I just wanted to say, and I do think that's what's another thing that's really important with this conversation is to just kind of show that, just like with gender, attraction is not something that's like black and white. Everyone varies on different ways to be attraction to different people. So
exactly,
a good conversation to have.
Yes. Okay. Next up, keep tapping away, everyone. Let's see, we're up to 64 new followers just in this short little 1 hour and 20-minute live. That is absolutely amazing, guys. We might actually break a 1,000 barrier for the first time since October. What are we up to? Let's see. Did we do it? Did we make it to 98,000? We're still short of 98,000. We're this close to 98,000, guys. If you're enjoying this content, hit that follow button.
Hello.
Hello, Alyssa. How you doing?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Doing all right. How old are you, please?
I'm 18 to 1905. Oh, yeah, 06. Sorry. Ew. Sorry. I just realized how bad that sound, but.
You're fine. I would never recommend that anyone give out their full birth date on live, but you're fine.
Okay.
Can males be lesbians?
I don't think at this moment, no, in time. But first, I just want to say that I am not trying to argue with you guys. I'm trying to debate. So I just want to preface that. And if I say anything that is you believe is offensive or something, please let me know and I'll take
no problem
consideration. I also appreciate how you let people speak in your lives. I think that's pretty cool.
Awesome. So like I like to say that we match energy here. We're pretty good at recognizing when someone is here for a genuine conversation and when someone is here to fight. So what I want is for you to state your opinions with your full chest, whether they're problematic, whether they're not problematic. Because if you beat around the bush, it makes it hard for us to help you maybe learn a bit. I will not fault you for saying exactly what you feel. I will fault you when you're provided with new information and refuse to accept it.
Oh, yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah, okay. All right, so why can males not be lesbians?
So I think that it's kind of like an ever-changing thing, because science is kind of always changing, and I think that definitely could change. But I think right now with this, if we're basing it off of science that we have, the definition of a woman is somebody who was born female. The definition of a female is somebody who has, sorry, I'm blanking.
It's upward denoting the sex that is capable of bearing offspring.
Thank you.
There's also multiple different definitions.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. Sorry. Those two were based off the Oxford Language Association thing, and so I think that people who are sorry. Oh my God! I had all of this figured out before I got on, and then I got on. It's so different, but
It's okay. So my argument is that trans women are women. Even though we are typically male, we're still women because sex and gender are different things. When we're talking about biology, sex is your reproductive functions, your genitalia, your chromosomes, your hormones, etc. Gender is psychosocial, meaning it is partially psychological and it is partially social. It is not related to your reproductive functions. So therefore, you can be male and be a woman at the same time.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think one of the hardest things about like these types of arguments is that there are so many different sources, and it's kind of hard to decipher like what sources that you should actually follow. Because, I mean, at least that's my biggest like problem is like, how do we know which are the correct sources to follow?
Sure. I mean, it is helpful to read a lot of different sources. We're specifically looking for stuff that is peer-reviewed and stuff like that when it comes to studies and things. But when it comes to definitions, we're looking for... There's going to be a load of different definitions, and the definition that we want is the definition that applies. For instance, there are multiple definitions for the word woman. One such definition is adult human female. Another definition is wife. Another definition after that is someone who cleans your house. So when we say woman, we're not necessarily looking at the definition someone who cleans your house. We're probably looking for something on the order of adult human female, right? So for definitions, we're looking for what applies. For scientific evidence, we're looking for peer-reviewed study.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, as I said, science is just all and I don't think that anything can really be 100% proven. Like, I couldn't 100% prove that the sky was blue. I mean, I have lots of evidence to like back it up, but I feel like you can never really 100% prove everything. And that's kind of I think the cool thing about science is that it's kind of always changing. But I think based off of the information that we have now, majority of the studies cater towards the idea that a woman is a female. And I'm not saying that's like a put in place thing. I just think that majority of the studies right now cater towards that idea.
No, they don't actually.
Can you provide me these studies?
Yeah, I have a couple.
Can't hear you.
Also, can Can non-subscribers comment right now? Sub only is off. Non-subscribers should be able to talk, but I'm not seeing any. Thank you for the sub. TikTok breaking again. All right, give me another 60 seconds, guys, and I'll turn off sub-only chat.
The National Institute of Health says it, and so does the.
Can you provide me the article or study?
I cannot. I'm sorry.
Just the headline should be enough. Clicking on whatever link it is and then reading the headline.
Yeah.
Justice for Olivia Rodrigo? Is that what we're talking about? I mean, Olivia Rodrigo's song that I heard this year was fantastic, but the Eras tour was once in a lifetime. I love what I heard from Olivia this year. All right, non-subscribers should be able to comment again. Sorry, there was a TikTok glitch earlier.
Why are putting on chokers so hard?
Right? And all mine break. Like, I've broken this choker like 6 times.
Ugh. I know.
And this one's not symmetrical the way it hangs. It drives me crazy. I love it, but it doesn't hang symmetrical.
Fuck, my arms get tired. I don't even know if I want to wear it. I haven't decided.
I will always wear a choker like when I'm going out or when I'm on camera or something like that. But the moment I'm not in front of people, they come right off. I hate the way they feel on my neck.
Yeah, I get that.
I love the way they look, hate the way they feel.
I may or may not be going somewhere.
Adora, well, let me just say your respect for your viewers and patience you have is amazing. Thank you so much, Crystal. I appreciate that. I try. I really try. I ain't perfect by any stretch of the imagination. I make mistakes, but I try. Have I finished listening? No, I haven't. I have not finished listening to Tortured Poets Department yet. I'm a bad Swiftie.
God damn it.
Alyssa, you still with us?
I don't know if she knows we can't hear her.
Can you hear me?
Now we can. We can't hear you when you're off the app.
Oh, right. Sorry.
To all y'all saying that I'm a casual Swiftie, how many of you guys have been top 0.05% on Spotify for Taylor Swift? I'm gonna guess not many of you.
You guys haven't been watching Adora very long, if that's what you think.
I literally, I listened to Taylor Swift so freaking much 2 years ago. So much. Alyssa? Sorry.
Sorry, Adora. I was just gonna say she makes a cute couple with Travis.
Goddamn Chiefs. There's no denying that Travis Kelce is an amazing tight end. And as far as I can tell, he seems like a decent person.
Yeah, he seems like a sweetheart.
Yeah. Rob Gronkowski's better. I'm not biased as a New England fan. Alyssa, I will have to move on to the next guest if we can't get the title.
Yeah, I apologize. I can't find it.
It's okay.
I appreciate
All right.
you being patient.
No problem. Do you have any other points you'd like to make?
I don't believe so. Thank you.
All right, you have a good one.
You too.
Trans women are women.
Fucking right. All right, I see Boston Jen posting some Gronk goodness in my Discord right now. Don't forget, guys, if you subscribe to my channel, the $5.99 tier, you do get access to the Discord, and my Discord is quite a place. Like, we have so much fun every single time. I may not respond to every single comment, but I have my Discord open right next to me, and I see all your wild memes. Did I get a guest? Yes, I did. No, I didn't. Guest, you with me? No? Alicia, I am Kyle Crane. Not with me? Wait, this person was just up. Yeah, this person was just up.
Yeah,
Sorry.
they were.
I click accept before I read their name.
I do that too. People yelling, "Get rid of Mel!" Like I've hardly even said anything.
Nerdy Vamp Slayer is saying no one's in the box. I have 20 people in the box, Nerdy. Hello, Yaya.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How old are you, please?
I'm 19.
And what year were you born?
2005.
Fantastic. Can males be lesbians?
No, I don't believe that they can.
Okay, why not?
Because I don't think that trans men can be women. And you had said, I have been waiting for like an hour, so I have so many notes. But
all right, let's do this.
I remember that you said that you decided to transition, like go through medical procedures because you had body dysmorphia and
Dysphoria, gender dysphoria, not body dysmorphia.
Oh, okay, sorry, yeah. And I looked it up and it said, because I didn't really know what that meant. So, and it said that it's a mental illness and...
It's not.
Okay.
It's a disorder. It's a stress-based disorder.
Okay, can you explain that to me a little bit?
Sure. Gender dysphoria it's a disorder based on the incongruence between your sex and your gender that causes significant day-to-day stress, anxiety, depression. It has a significant negative impact on your day-to-day life.
Okay, that makes sense. And then another comment, I think it was Mel that made the comment, but she had called one guy transphobic because he said that he felt uncomfortable with dating.
I do want to stress that I have a rule against talking about previous guests. You're welcome to make a point based on the topic, but we don't talk about previous guests.
Oh, okay. I just had a question about
okay.
Yeah, so she said that they were transphobic because they felt uncomfortable dating a trans person, and I was just a little confused about that because then she mentioned something about she said there's gender-based sexuality, right?
Gender-based attraction.
Yeah, so I was just wondering if a woman likes a woman because their gender is a woman, how... And they felt uncomfortable. I'm sorry. I'm like going through my notes and they're a little scrambled, so I'm sorry. But
it's all good.
If there's gender-based attraction, is there sex-based attraction, like from birth?
You can be attracted to sex characteristics for sure.
Okay, so if a man is sex-based attracted to women, like the previous guest, how is he transphobic?
It depends on what you specifically mean by that.
What do you mean?
When you say that you're attracted to someone's sex, what specifically are you talking about?
Like the man is attracted to women and he would feel uncomfortable.
Woman is a gender-based term, not a sex-based term.
Okay, can you tell me what?
I'll try to make this like, okay. If someone says that they're attracted to like femininity, more feminine voices, a specific body type, assuming that a trans woman cannot fit into that category is incorrect, right? Mm-hmm. And then then if someone says that they're just straight up against, like, if they're uncomfortable being around a trans person or just dating a trans person because they're trans and they fit into the criteria of what you're attracted to, that is transphobic.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. That cleared up a couple of my questions. Let me see if I have any more. No, actually, that cleared up most of my questions.
All right, fantastic.
All right, thank you.
Okay, you have a good one. W Yaya in chat, guys. W Yaya. Whew. I'm tired. Let's see. In theory, we can still add. What's 21 times 4? Too many numbers. 88, 80, 84. Yeah, we can still add 84 minutes to that timer, technically, guys. Thank you for the roses. A reminder to the 20 plus people that are requesting, sending a rose or two typically gets you to the top of the line. Clocker and TikTok. What was our conversation with Clocker and TikTok? I know we talked to them. I don't remember what we talked about. Thank you for the roses, everyone.
I don't know.
I lost my guest.
Thought I was gonna sneeze, sorry.
Why is no one?
You better be sorry.
Why is no one loading in?
Sorry, make it.
Yeah, I think most of the people that are in requests currently are not here anymore. Yeah, most people are definitely not connecting at this point. A lot of these people have probably been here from the very beginning. This is a friendly.
Friendly that's not connecting.
Yeah, this is a bug that TikTok has had from day one. It doesn't automatically remove requests from people that aren't here.
You seriously think they could have fixed that one in all this time?
I know, huh? But they've sure as hell managed to get ads absolutely everywhere. Where's the lower sub tier? See, this is another thing TikTok hasn't fixed. They introduced sub tiers months ago, but not everyone has access to the sub tiers. Some people only have access to the $5.99 tier.
Yeah, that's been a long time.
Yeah. Hello, Leviathan.
Hi.
You are off app. I cannot hear you because you're off app.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. How old are you, please?
Hi. I had a question. I agree with your guys' main point, but I had a question about something that was said.
I do need to know your age first.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't hear you. I'm 24 years old. I was born in 2000.
24. Fantastic. All right. What is your question?
So, I was wondering, so it's definitely not like a hard set rule in my life, but I am bisexual, and I've noticed like a tendency for me to tend to date other AFAB people, and I think that is because of like the shared like childhood experiences. But would you like consider that like a preference? I'm just kind of curious in the way it's referenced to other things that have been discussed.
Well, would you date an AMAB person?
Yeah, definitely.
Sure, then what you have is a preference. You prefer AFAB people, but you would date AMAB people, which means that what you have is not exclusionary. So it is a preference.
Okay, got it.
And not a harmful one, in my opinion.
Okay. Well, I just kind of was curious about like your take on that, because I've never really heard people talking about kind of like the lived experience and comfortability on that front, but it doesn't really seem to be something that's, brought up when people are saying that they won't date trans women or trans men. It usually seems to be motivated by something else, but I was just curious.
Like, you can be bisexual and only date one sex. Like, you can be bisexual and only want to date women because you don't want to be with men, even though you're attracted to men. I don't see that as an inherently bad thing, especially considering the reputation that men have. For instance, transgender people, we also have something called T for T, where trans people only exclusively date other trans people, in part for our own safety and the shared experiences and the like.
Gotcha. Okay, that definitely makes sense. I never really thought about it like that, but that's definitely true. I guess I wonder if a lot of people who experience discomfort around the idea of dating a trans person are actually more so thrown by feeling like they don't have as much shared experience, even though there's still certainly overlap, especially if you're both in the queer community. But I don't know.
Now, that's getting
people
into...
are confused by their own motivation.
Yeah, that's definitely getting into a muddier area. If someone as a bisexual person who prefers to date women, if you wouldn't date a trans woman, why not?
I don't know. I guess their own misconceptions about it.
Sure, misconceptions can play into it.
Right. But if you're straight up just excluding trans women, right? Like I would, because the problem is that a lot of people won't even recognize that they can be attracted to a trans woman. Like if they're a cisgender man who is straight, right? And they recognize they're attracted to women, they won't even admit that they can be attracted to trans women and cis women. Like they think they can only be attracted to cis women. And then they try to exclude trans women.
Yeah.
And say, well, I would never. So if you're excluding someone, that's not a preference. You're taking that category out completely, even though that we do recognize that straight men are attracted to women.
Yeah, okay, that definitely makes sense. I appreciate, because I mean, I'm a part of the queer community, but especially with like the specific area, I feel like people go back and forth about it, and I'd rather get the opinion of, multiple people rather than just go off my own experience. But yeah, I don't really have a ton more to say. I do have to go. I don't have a lot of time. I've got a kiddo to take care of, but I appreciate your live, and I think you've been super respectful, and power to you, because you are very patient.
All right.
I'm not a live
Thank you. You have a
person,
good
but I've been
one.
watching you for a while now.
Have a good day.
You too.
Okay, everyone keep tapping away. If you are a veteran of my channel, write Grayskull in chat. If you're new to my channel, say hi.
It seems like this topic does promote more questions versus like pure hate.
I like that. I very much like that. We've had a variety of discussions today.
But that could be why this live is coming off like as respectful, right? Because the guests aren't being hostile. They're not attacking as much as usual.
This is the second person this person has tried. This is the second time this person has tried to connect and not been able to. They're sending coins too, and they have enough followers. I wonder why they're not able to connect.
Well, I guess I gotta go to my middle school dance, as somebody said I was getting ready for. Oh my god. All right.
I gotta get these headphones off. Give me a second, guys. I'm getting the headphones off.
Okay. Well, this person's still like. So, like, this app is so annoying. So they made it where I could like moderate, right? And I can add people. But now when I touch that button, it turns off my camera. And then there is a little like menu that I can drop down now to look who's in the request. But as soon as I open it, it closes.
Now we can't hear anything.
So it closes. So I can't add anyone. Like I can't even look at it. It's so annoying. Does Mel want a formal exit? No, I usually just say bye to my friends when I leave if I can. So.
Wait, did you try the 3 dots?
Yeah, so when I click on that, and then you can click on manage guest. As soon as I click on that, it like opens the guest and then it closes.
Oh.
I see.
Well, I don't know why.
All right, now I can hear you guys. Out of here, Mel?
Yep.
All right, see you later.
Bye.
Oof. All right. I'm laughing at a comment that one of my mods made. Because if they didn't clarify, I was about to do something. They told me to let those puppies breathe, and then they clarified that they were talking about my ears.
Nice.
All right, let's try Chrome one more time. Loco, my mom said the same thing. Life is already hard. Why are you making it harder for yourself? I'm not. This is who I am. Your community is making things harder for my community. Hello, Crum. How you doing?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How old are you, please?
Oh my! I'm 30, 1994.
30, 1994. I'm glad you were finally able to get in.
Yeah, I don't know what happened last time, but it just like kicked me. I was like, oh, okay.
Okay. Can males be lesbians?
Well, it's pretty simple. In simple terms, a transgender female can be a lesbian. I'd say a female at birth could be a lesbian. But are you familiar with the term gynosexual?
Gynosexual, I'm not.
Okay, gynosexual are individuals who experience sexual attraction towards women, females, or other femininity, regardless of whether they're assigned birth.
Sexual orientation that describes someone who is attracted to femininity. Okay, all right, yeah.
So I'd put it more towards gynosexual instead of lesbian. I wouldn't call it lesbian.
But who says that I'm attracted to femininity? I'm a lesbian. Who says I'm attracted to femininity?
It's or femininity. Female, women, or femininity.
Okay, well, I'm attracted to women, and I have a strong preference for masculine women.
Okay. You have a strong preference for masculine women. That's your preference, though. I wouldn't consider that being a lesbian.
Well, I'm a lesbian because I'm a woman attracted to women.
So you're a woman attracted to women, but you're also a male.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, I've been here for quite some time, and I've heard a lot of these these people talking to you. And I'm not, I'm here, I'm understanding, I'm not uneducated. I've been reading through a whole bunch of definitions and terms and stuff like that. I don't know if you're familiar with the website Quora.
Quora, no.
Okay, Quora is basically a safe haven for trans community and anyone who really has questions on their sexuality preferences and their basis towards other attractions, really. It's kind of like a Reddit for the LGBTQ.
It's like Yahoo Answers, kind of, right? Like people.
Yeah. There's like different. Yeah.
Okay.
So I mean, I've been reading, and the thing that comes up the most for a trans woman who likes females or other women is gynosexual. And it's a relatively new term and it sucks because this was up earlier. I have it pulled up here from a sorority.
I don't see. Sorry, I'm interrupting.
Oh, it's okay.
Go for it.
It's your live.
No, go for it.
This is a reminder.
My bad.
No, you're. But there was a study from a sorority, which earlier when I was reading it, I was like, oh, cool. And I got some, basis towards gynosexual, and I went to go back to that website just now, and it's been taken down. So I wanted to give you that link, but unfortunately, it's not there anymore. I can still give you the link, and it can pop up possibly, but I just want to make sure that I'm getting all my references straight. And, like I said, I'm not here to argue. I'm the son of 2 lesbian women, and I've been a part of the community for basically my whole life.
What's the word again? It's gynosexual?
Yeah, gynosexual.
It's genies. Gynosexual. I don't know. I'm probably butchering.
Yeah. If it's an accurate term, then sure we could call people that. But like lesbian also works too.
Yeah, I don't see why these things have to be necessarily have to be exclusive. And if I'm understanding, gynosexuality, it means that if you're attracted to femininity, that person could be a man, that person could be a woman, person could be non-binary, just so long as they're feminine, which is not the case for me. I'm not attracted to feminine men.
Yeah, but that's also a subsidiary to the definition. It's women, female, or femininity.
A person of any so that would also mean that if I'm understanding this, that a straight man would be gynosexual.
Yes, actually, you're right.
Okay. Right?
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you.
Your issue with this word, it's just I don't think that it replaces lesbian.
It definitely puts it in a term for. I mean, you say that you are a transsexual woman, correct?
I'm transgender and transsexual, yes.
Transgender and trans, okay. So at birth, you were assigned by somebody else, not you, by somebody else as a male, correct?
Sure, I was assigned male at birth, yes.
And based off your assumptions of chromosomes, based on the stats that you've been pulling up, you would assume that you are basically chromosome male, correct?
Yeah, that would be my guess. It would be an educated guess, not a fact that I know for sure.
And it's my educated guess as well. So, statistically speaking and scientifically speaking, from the terminology that I am reading through all these other LGBTQ websites and studies, that a lesbian is a non-male attracted to another non-male, correct?
I would disagree. I would say it's a non-man attracted to non-men.
You would disagree, but it's a non-man attracted to a non-man.
Yes. That would be the most inclusive definition.
Could also be women loving women, girls loving girls.
Yep.
Okay, and I'm not I'll repeat it again. I'm not here to downgrade anybody. I'm not here to argue or anything like that. Maybe I'm just trying to get a basic understanding more of where you're coming from personally, because I personally know a few transgender women who also are only attracted to females, but they don't consider themselves lesbians.
They might have internalized transphobia.
be right back.
But
that could be an explanation for why.
But that percentage, so I'll give you the number. I'm not going to give you names, obviously. But I know 4 transgender women, and they all don't consider themselves lesbians. So that's a 100% rate in the personal transgender people that I know. So how is that confusing?
That's anecdotal. I mean, that doesn't tell me everything I need to know about all transgender women.
But now you're putting a label on all transgender women are lesbians if they're attracted to females?
Yeah, I would say that they're lesbians, yeah.
But wouldn't that be anecdotal?
No, I'm just saying that they meet my criteria for what a lesbian is. Women who like women.
So the people that I know, in your definition, you would call them a lesbian, correct?
If their gender identity is woman, and they're attracted to other women, then yes, they are lesbians.
And you wouldn't consider that triggering in any sort of way?
Triggering to who?
To them? To the people that I know?
If they don't want me to call them that, I'll just respect them and not call them that. That's fine.
But in your basis, you consider them lesbians.
Yeah, because they are women who like women. I
don't get where you're coming from, because you say it's anecdotal and they're confused with their transsexuality. But
I never said they were confused. I said
I'm typing down
an explanation for that might be internalized transphobia.
So internalized transphobia on a turnaround rate of 4 people would be 100%. And you're saying that it's anecdotal.
I'm just saying I've seen it time and time again, especially on this app, of trans women who are not calling themselves trans women. They're calling themselves Tims, trans-identified males. They do that. They view themselves as men who are just trans. They do that because they've internalized transphobia from the right.
Well, no, they're trans women who identify as she, her.
Okay. Who are we talking about here?
Well, I have personal people in my life, 4 personal trans women that I know.
Sure. So I can't confirm or deny what you're saying about these people.
Yep.
And so I would rather not use them to make our arguments. Can you make your arguments using data or anything else?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I literally told him that's an anecdotal example. It's like.
But then wouldn't it be an anecdotal example for you to just judge them based on their sexuality?
No, because it's a common
misconception.
No. Generally speaking, people would define what a lesbian is to be. So a lot of people might say same sex, but then there's a lot of people that would say it's a woman who likes women.
Okay.
So I would say under that definition, women who like women, then your friends are lesbians.
So women who like women are lesbians. Yes, correct. I agree with that.
Right.
But someone who has been birthed as a male and not by their decision, just they're birthed by a male, and they decided to change their identity later on in life. But are
no one changes their identity.
Right. Yeah. We can recognize who we are, but can non-binary people be lesbian?
Can non-binary people be lesbian? No, there's actually certain sexual terminology for that, but I do not know it off the top of my head.
The answer is yes. Non-binary people can be lesbian too.
Explain.
I'm non-binary and I'm a lesbian.
So, as a sexual preference, I like females. Correct? All right. So, if I were to say that I am a non-binary male who's attracted to females, does that make me a lesbian?
Sorry?
If I said I was a non-binary male who's attracted to females, does that make me a lesbian?
Could be.
It could be, or is it?
Yeah, I think that non-binary people, whether they're AFAB or AMAB or intersex, can all be lesbian.
Okay. I personally disagree. And that's just my
Do you
opinion.
understand that there's a difference between sex and gender?
Oh, I know there's a difference between sex and gender, yes.
So then I don't understand what you're missing here.
I'm not missing anything, actually.
Trans women, their gender identity is woman, their sex is male, they are a lesbian if they like other women. What don't you get about that?
The facts that I've been spitting out on all these studies. I mean, I don't know. You're being very hostile.
Be so fucking for real. You brought up Quora.
I'm not being hostile. Please don't be hostile towards me. I'm not being hostile.
You brought up Quora. Be so fucking for real. You brought no sources, sir.
Quora's not a source. It's like saying Reddit's a source.
So
8-month subscriber. Thank you.
So UMass Amherst doesn't count as a source?
Sorry.
What was it?
UMass Amherst.
All right, give me the title of the article, please, or the study.
The study would be LGBTQIA plus terminology for UMass Amherst.
Terminology.
There is 4 pages of all different types of sexualities and attractions and everything like that. And I think the study was in 2023.
Okay, I have a UMass Amherst link. At the top of the screen, it says LGBTQIA plus terminology.
Yeah, that's the one.
And what are we looking for specifically in here?
You're going to look up what I brought to the table earlier, which would be gynosexual.
Okay, I have no issue with the word gynosexual.
Mm-hmm. But the sexuality attraction lesbian is also in that terminology, and they are two totally separate things.
I'm at that page. UMass Amherst LGBTQIA plus terminology, and I don't even see that word listed.
Oh, weird. Are you sure?
Positive.
Okay, I have a link. I don't know if I could send you a link through TikTok. Probably not. But
yeah.
Anyways, are you familiar with Robert McGee by chance?
No.
Okay, Robert McGee really fully goes in depth with the LGBTQ glossary, and they changed the definition of a lesbian June 15th, 2023 to a non-man attracted to a non-man, which seems to be indicate a man cannot be a lesbian.
Right, men cannot be lesbians.
I can send you this link. I don't know how I could send you links through TikTok. I really don't.
Who said men?
Maybe the article title.
This is Robert W. McGee. Can men be a lesbian?
Yeah, but who said men could be lesbians?
Yeah, I'm not making the claim that we can. Oh shit, we got a subwave going, guys. Again, we got another subwave.
Who said that, Crumb?
Is a male not a man?
No, that's sex. That's why I asked you if you understood the difference between sex and gender.
Okay, hold on. I know the difference between sex and gender, but that's just very double entendre kind of stuff. Because males are lesbian.
They're different things. They literally describe different things.
Yeah, so you are a transgender female. And all right, I guess I'm done. I can't win an argument that I'm just getting cornered into, so I don't even call it a debate.
You just have some misinformation. That's all. We can correct you.
I'm the information that I'm reading. I'm just reading it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just spitting what I'm reading out. I'm not saying anything personally, and except for the fact that
I don't feel attacked.
Okay, I do apologize. Like, I don't want to offend anyone in any sort of way, and I think Vanessa seems a little hostile towards me, so I'm gonna.
Vanessa seems a little hostile towards you.
Huh?
We're having a conversation, Crumb.
Oh, I know, but she's throwing the F-bomb at me and calling me.
Because you said that we were cornering you, and that's just not what's happening.
Well, no, this was before I said you were cornering me. You were actually getting irritated with me saying the F-bomb and everything like that. So,
well, not to be irritated.
I just feel pressured and now I feel like uneducated and I'm getting nervous.
You are, and that's okay. Not everyone knows everything.
No, I know that, and I just feel, I don't know, I feel a little indifferent, I guess. I don't know. I feel stupid. I did have a question for you, Adora. I have been watching you for a few days now, and I do agree with a lot of the stuff that you say. And I appreciate how calm, cool, and collective you can be. And
I want to be clear that calling Vanessa aggressive is a microaggression.
Being aggressed to makes me feel little and small and belittled, and that's also a microaggression.
That's not a microaggression.
Being belittled? Okay.
When did I belittle you?
I don't want to get into it. That's between you and your thoughts. I'm just going to stay away from it.
I'm going to move on, Crumb. You have a good day. Okay. All right. So, guys, we got 27 minutes left. We do have a sub wave going. If we get 3 more subs in the next 12 minutes, all subscribers get a new emote from the easy tier, and we start the bonus round, which can unlock even more emotes. And that's 4 minutes to do. Sorry?
I was just saying thank you for the heart puffs, Jay.
Oh. All right, next up. And subscribers to the $5.99 tier get access to the Best Friend Squad Discord. That is a lifetime membership for a 1-month subscription on the condition that you follow the rules. Follow the rules. No rule breakers allowed around me.
Thank you, Jiggly. Yeah, she, they, thank you.
Thank you, Desiree. Desiree Avery, cool name.
Thank you, John.
Christina, you don't know how to use Discord?
Hello?
I don't either. I have an entire Discord channel, and I don't know how to use it. My poor mods. How you doing today, guest?
Good, how are you?
Doing all right. How old are you, please?
2005.
And how old?
I am 19.
Fantastic. Okay, and what should I call you?
Z, just Z. Sorry, my name's not in English.
No problem. What is your take on the topic?
Okay, so I guess I'm just a little confused. I'm not very educated on this, so please correct me if I'm wrong on anything, because I'm not that smart about this stuff. But so when you mean males can be lesbian, does that mean someone that is transitioned to a female and then they count as female and that would make them
You're
lesbian?
close. A transgender woman is someone who is assigned male at birth but is a woman. No amount of transition is necessary. But transgender women, despite being born male, are women, and we can be exclusively attracted to women, which would make us lesbians.
Okay.
You can decide.
Okay, so I don't know. It's just every single time I've met a trans person, normally they're fully transitioned. So then they'll call themselves lesbian because they fully transitioned. But I understand not everybody will transition.
Sure. So let me ask you a question here. This is going to be a bit anecdotal. We're going to be talking about my experience.
Yeah.
I had my bottom surgery on January 31st, 2023. Mm-hmm. I've always been exclusively attracted to women.
Yes.
So my question to you would be this. Did my sexuality change from January 30th to January 31st? Did I become a lesbian with that surgery?
I wouldn't say so, because you're right. Doesn't mean you got a surgery. It does not mean that you could be transitioned either way. If you identify as a female, then that's what you identify as. Am I right? Or
yeah, if you're a woman, you're a woman. And it doesn't matter what genitalia you have. Doesn't matter what chromosomes you have. If you're a woman, you're a woman.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just want to say, I know a lot of people in here are being like, not the subs. All the subs are great, amazing, and so are you guys.
All of them.
I just want to say that anyone that will go live with you, I want y'all to understand it's okay if you don't understand, but don't bash them for trying to correct you, because then you're judging them for trying to literally help you out with something. So, yeah. And I've been watching you for a while. Love you too. I've been watching y'all for a while, and I just think y'all are so amazing, and I love you guys so much. And keep up the work.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Of course. I hope you guys have a blessed day or night.
You too.
Have a good day.
Bye.
All right, you guys just are not going to let me end, are you? Not going to let me end. One more sub in the next 7 minutes, and we complete the sub wave and start the bonus round. Vanessa, Liv would like to know if you're doing all right.
Oh yeah, I just don't like bigots. Thanks.
Thank you for the sub. Who just subbed? Who did I get? A little ghost. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. We completed the sub wave, meaning all subscribers that are currently watching get a new emote. And if we get 2 new subs in the next 5 minutes, 1 new sub now, we get a bonus emote that I just uploaded myself. It looks like people are getting some hats. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. Oh my god, we're going to go up another hour and a half, aren't we?
All right.
This stream is literally going to go longer than the initial scheduled stream. Damn. Y'all are amazing. I've said this 1,000 times. I'll say it 1,000 more times. Y'all have changed my life. Thank you so much.
Love you, Adora.
Thank you.
W Adora, W subs, W gifts, L transphobia.
Hi.
Hello, Lou. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing, oh, nice. We got some love emotes now. Those are cool. I like those. Lou, how old are you, please?
I'm 22.
Fantastic. And can males be lesbians?
See, I have mixed opinions because I'm a lesbian myself. I'm a cis lesbian. And so I don't feel like there's any problem with trans women identifying as lesbians. I don't have an issue with that. So I do think, yes, males can be lesbians. But what I do find can be quite problematic is there's been a lot of times where I have been made to feel like I have to be comfortable with, dating or sleeping with a trans woman who hasn't, transitioned medically or had the surgeries, and then I'm being told that I'm transphobic for not wanting to do that. See, that's where I find it an issue.
There is some discourse in the trans community about the validity of genital preference. Yeah. I personally am of the mind that genital preference is valid. Thank you, Ember, for sending a sub gift. Appreciate you. I do believe that some genital preference may be rooted in transphobia, but I don't believe that it's automatically rooted in transphobia.
Yeah, see, this is the thing, because I've had, trans friends my whole life before I even realised I was gay myself. I have never been transphobic, I've never had an issue, I've accepted everybody. But I just found that when I came out as a lesbian myself, I found there was a lot of that being forced onto me, and that's what made me be a little bit uncomfortable with some males identifying as lesbians, because if they're trying to make my identity feel invalid, that's where it becomes an issue.
Yeah, I am of the mind that if intimacy is something that's important to you, if you're not asexual, I think that requiring someone to be attracted to a specific genitalia is inherently problematic.
Yeah, so you see, that's where I find the issue. But I do agree that, trans women can be lesbians. I do agree with that. But I don't think that cis lesbians should be made to feel like they are wrong or transphobic if they are not comfortable being with someone who doesn't have the genitalia that is their preference.
I just want to extend that to trans lesbians as well. I think, or to trans people as well. I think genital preference is valid for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I didn't mean it that way. I just,
Jigglypuff, thank you.
But yeah, no, I agree. I agree with the majority of what you're saying. I really do. I do agree. But it's just the one part that makes it difficult for me is that I feel like I'm trying to be supportive, but then I don't want my identity to be invalidated. That's the only issue. That's all.
I would love to hear Vanessa's stance on this.
I'm so sorry. Can you say that one more time?
What are your thoughts on genital preference?
I think that's probably the only valid reason to not want to age with a trans person.
That's my stance as well.
Yeah, this is what I mean. I believe that yes, trans women can be lesbians. There is no problem with them using that label or identifying as that. But as long as that is not used to be negative towards cis lesbians and make them have to accept, then yeah, that's kind of my stance on it.
Great, awesome. Anything else?
Hope you all have a good evening. I'll let you go. Bye.
Bye.
Have a good night.
Guys, I uploaded 17 new emotes to this new bonus round thing that TikTok has going, and you guys are going to get them all in one live. Wow. Thank you, everyone. So, my understanding of the new dash round of subwaves is that there are 4 rounds. Once a subwave is completed, there are potentially 4 additional bonus rounds. Every 2 subscribers unlocks a new round. So you can get 4 additional emotes on top of the normal emote. So we're damn near halfway through all the emotes already. Wow. Oh shit, we got a vote emote now. That's an interesting one. All right, I am going to turn off sub only so everyone can chat again. Hello, Leah. How you doing? Thank you for the sub. First time subscriber. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the sub gift. Jesus, guys, we're gonna hit my goal of 555. I didn't think that was possible.
They are not gonna let you get off.
Nope. We're already up to over an hour again. Jesus, how many new subs can I accept? Because I did set a cap. 7 more subs will add time to the timer. Any subscriptions after that will not add time to the timer. If I can get some guests. Can I explain the topic? Yes, males can be lesbians because some males are women. Adora, you're so pretty. Thank you so much.
Because sex and gender are not the same, chat.
Exactly. TikTok is getting banned. That's highly unlikely. Highly unlikely. They have to go through the legal system now, and TikTok is going to make that very difficult for the United States.
Ooh.
Just because the bill passed doesn't mean it's going to happen, guys. Thank you for the sub. Hello, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How old are you, please?
I'm 18. I was born in 2006.
Fantastic. And can males be lesbians?
At first I said yes, but like I kind of changed it to no later, only because say that a biological man, but he transitioned to a woman, say that he got onto like a lesbian dating website. And there was other biological women on there. How do you think biological women will feel knowing that there's a trans woman on there when they're looking for biological lesbian women?
The term biological, it's not a fantastic term to use. We have women, we have trans women, we have cis women. Trans women and cis women are both equally women. Even though there's some differences between us, we're still equally women. So it's not trans women and biological women, it's trans women and cis women. Trans women use lesbian dating apps. There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, sorry. I'm just kind of new to a lot of this, and it was just like a thought, but
yeah, unless I would say unless you're bigoted and hateful, you shouldn't feel some type of way about a trans woman using a lesbian dating app.
Oh yeah, I totally agree. I just want to know you guys' like opinion on it, like how you would feel.
Yeah, I would say that excluding trans women just because we're trans would be transphobic.
Okay. All right, that's just it for today, for me.
All right. You have a good one.
You too.
Do I tell people on dating apps that I'm trans? I don't necessarily see that as necessary. Hello, Rachel, how you doing? Rachel, you with me? Hello, Rachel? I keep hearing a little bit of sound, but then you keep cutting out. I will have to drop you, Rachel, because I can't hear you. Thank you for the sub, Lisa, first-time subscriber. Welcome, and don't forget, if you subscribe to the $5.99 tier, you also get access to the Best Friend Squad Discord. You can find that link by clicking on the star right down here. There'll be 3 tabs up at the top. One will say Benefits. Click on the Benefits tab. From there, click on the Discord role. That will get you to the Discord. Hello, Rizla.
Hello.
How old are you, please?
I am 20. I'm born in 2003.
2003, fantastic. And can males be lesbians?
So I personally don't believe they can. I mean, I've got a bit of a hot take here, but your whole thing you guys have got going on, all the words you use, the whole male, men thing, it's all a social construct. And when you put it into reality is DNA, and you can't change that. And you can be a trans woman, that's not a problem. But if you want to put it into reality and not use your social constructs, then you are still a man.
Yeah, no one's denying the reality of DNA here, so.
Okay, additionally, call yourself a lesbian.
Gender is a social construct, but part of it is not.
In fact, we're doing quite the opposite by saying that males can be lesbians. Male would refer to this individual's sex, and lesbian.
But it doesn't. That's just by your social construct. Male, the way it was made, the way the word male was originally brought up, was originally made.
Let Vanessa finish.
DNA.
We are in fact doing the opposite because we are saying that males, which is referring to this individual's sex, can be lesbians because their gender identity is woman.
Gender identity, it's all a social construct. It's not reality.
Gender is psychological and social.
So due to your social constructs, which have not been around too long.
Yes, they have. What are you talking about?
They have not. They have come around in the last 20 years.
No, Rizla, social constructs have been around as long as humans have been around.
No, but this one in particular, the one you guys are going.
Gender diverse people and trans people have existed, and they still exist to this day in many indigenous cultures around the world. So I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't see any indigenous people cutting off their bits and pretending to be a woman. If you can show me one, I'll be very shocked.
Sure. Okay, first, we're not going to do the whole cutting off their bits and pretending to be a woman thing. Second of all, there are absolutely transgender indigenous people, and indigenous people also, each culture within the various indigenous communities have their own their own set of genders.
Hey, do you have any evidence to prove this?
Yep, I do. I'm pulling up my source right now. Okay, so I'm on a website called Britannica, and they are talking specifically in this source about 6 cultures that have recognized more than 2 genders. The Hijras in India, which refers to the most common non-binary identity recognized in India today. There's the Kalalai, the Kalabai, and the Bisu in Indonesia. There's the Muhe. The Muhes come from Mexico. And I can keep going. But also, there's Two-Spirit, which are the indigenous people of North America, and they have recognized more than 2 genders throughout history as well. So you're just factually incorrect.
Okay. All right. You know what? That's fair enough. If that's what you guys want to live by, fine by you. But
how is it what we want to live by? This is just happening in nature. It's just happening around the world. What do you mean it's what we live by? It's happening.
But that is, once again, their social construct. Reality, the real things within the world, without using your mind, without like trying to work off however your brain wants to work. I don't know how exactly you want me to explain a social construct. If you don't, I'm sure you guys both understand what one is. Then if you want to look at reality, there's 2 genders. It's as simple as that. You can change mentally, you can change.
Says the colonizer, sure. According to the colonizer, sure.
The colonizer.
Yeah.
Right, Rizla, you were a problem.
That makes you bigger. If you're going to call me a colonizer,
I want to be clear. If you want to continue to be up here, you're going to have to reel it in and show a little bit of respect to Vanessa and I.
Me? She just called me a colonizer. Are you okay?
I wasn't calling you. You probably are a colonizer, but I wasn't calling you one.
Okay.
I was just saying that it's from colonization that when they colonized America and wiped out all the indigenous people and destroyed their culture and destroyed their recognizing of more than 2 genders. And they came with their binary system and erased what was here. It was the colonizers that did this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't agree with that at all. You're all living off social constructs. The reality is there's 2 genders. You can't change it.
Social constructs are reality.
No, they are not.
Social constructs exist.
No, they are not.
They are part of reality.
Listen, if you cannot physically touch it, it's not reality. It's a social construct. It's something you think about. It's the way you live by. It's not a reality.
It's not true at all. You can things can be part of reality and not be something you can touch.
Is it physical? That's all I ask. Is it physical? Can you touch it? Can you feel it?
Some things that aren't physical are also reality.
Gender identity is physical. It lies in your hypothalamus, sir.
It's right, but you cannot take it out and do shit with it. It's in there. Take it out, the person's dead.
You would probably unalive the person if you try to do that, but
my point exactly. It cannot be physically maneuvered. It cannot be touched. It cannot.
What does this have to do with anything, Rizla?
What's that? Sorry.
What does this have to do with anything? It doesn't matter if something is physical or not in this case.
Because I'm trying to explain to you what a social construct is. Obviously, you guys are misinformation. You're misinformed.
Constructed socially.
You're misinformed.
No, you're misinformed.
And trying to push it upon other people to live your life happily is incredibly sad.
No one's pushing anything on anyone. We're trying to have equal rights.
Equal rights?
Yeah, we're fighting for our rights, sir.
Fighting for your rights?
Yeah, to exist as trans people and LGBT people, queer people, yeah.
What country do you live in?
America.
America. I don't see any trans people in America being told they cannot do that.
Yeah,
People will, but by law, they
there
cannot.
are over 500 anti-LGBT bills and legislation right now, sir. So lie again.
Lie again.
Yeah, clearly you don't know shit.
I don't know shit. You guys just don't understand what reality is.
What is reality?
Like I've explained to you. Something physical.
I just want your concept of what reality is. Like, not specifically related to this topic, but what is reality? What makes something reality?
Anything you can touch, anything physical, has to be 3D, has to be movable. Is a bit of a weird one.
Is not real.
Pardon?
So math isn't real. You don't touch math. Math is a concept.
Okay, but the way math is explained, the numbers, everything is a social construct. Of course, you can have 5 things, but they're in front of you.
No, math is not a social construct.
Bro, that's like saying paper's 2D. Is paper 2D? It's like, it's
No,
not.
paper's 2D.
Doesn't work like that. But listen, you guys can live by that. I just have one question before leaving.
Explain to me how math is a social construct.
I've just explained that to you.
No, you didn't.
I have one question before leaving.
Talk about 3D paper.
I have one question before leaving. If everyone but you guys are incorrect, why is it?
I dig it.
I came in last a part of that, and wow.
I'm going to blow some people's minds. Technically, things that you draw on paper are still 3D because that graphite or that ink exists in 3D space. All right, next up. We got an entire hour left. How many new subs can I add? 5 more people can sub and add time to the timer. Jesus Christ. Hey there, Kenzie. How's it going? Hey there, think freely.
Hello.
How old are you, please?
35.
35, fantastic. And can males be lesbians?
Yes.
Awesome, love to hear it.
Yeah, I'm not an op, so I'll keep this short and sweet. But yeah, I've been getting into TikTok debates recently, and one question that comes up pretty much every single time is, what is a woman? And I was wondering if you could sort of shed some light on the best way to answer this, because they don't accept a sort of circular definition. And if you kind of, talk about these sort of complexities of gender, then that isn't good enough. So yeah, just some insight would be great.
So I didn't hear the question there.
Oh yeah, so the question, what is a woman, comes up in these debates quite a lot. And it's one that I struggle to answer. So I was wondering if you could shed some light.
There's a bunch of different definitions. The most common one is adult human female. I don't think it's a great definition. I think we can do better. Let me bring up my list of definitions. Okay. I have several listed, and one of my absolute favorite ones is an identity that is centered around aspects of femaleness. That's one of my favorites. There's also a person with the qualities traditionally associated with females. There's an adult human person who is committed to the social and cultural norms of the female sex. There's an adult who lives and identifies as a female, though they may have been said to have a different sex at birth, etc.
Yeah, so I talk about the sort of female aspect, and it's often sort of deemed invalid because female is a sex rather than a gender. So yeah, it doesn't seem to be accepted very much.
Sure. I agree that it's not accepted, but in that case, I would ask them to look at least the definitions that my personal favorite definition for female is of or denoting the sex that is capable of bearing offspring. The key word there is denoting, which means to be a sign of or to indicate, meaning you don't have to have these characteristics, but having signs of these characteristics can denote to being someone who's capable of bearing offspring.
Okay, yeah, cool. That makes sense.
All right. Anything else?
No, that's everything.
Right, bye.
Cheers and bye-bye.
You know, when I first started debating, I hated definition bros, and now I am one.
Fair enough.
You either die here or you live long enough to become the villain. Hello, guest. How you doing?
Hey, what's happening? I'm 33.
33. What year were you born?
1990.
Fantastic. Can males be lesbians?
So I'm gonna say no, and I want to talk about a different part of society. I want to talk about the incarceration system. So I've worked in this for 10 plus years. I have never heard any male that has transitioned or is the G part of the community said that they had a lesbian relationship while they were incarcerated. So in
what is
free world, which is
sexuality?
No, that's what I'm saying. In the free world, you all are saying, "Oh, males can be lesbians."
Mm-hmm. Males can be lesbians.
So how is it in one demographic of enclosed society there are no male lesbian relationship, but in society it's plenty of them? Like, how can you explain you saying males are lesbian valid?
What are the odds of two lesbians being incarcerated together?
In a male facility, 0.
Either. Very low. So the odds of there being a lesbian relationship in a facility for men is unlikely.
Yeah, 100%. So how in society is 100% likely if it's almost not likely in prison?
There are lesbians, and some of those lesbians are transgender.
So, so lesbian, it could be a guy that transitioned into a male, and it could be a gay male. Is that a lesbian relationship?
A lesbian attracted to a gay man? What?
Yeah,
I didn't follow.
no. So a male that has transitioned, he's with a gay male. Is that a lesbian relationship?
Does the male identify as a man?
Yeah, a gay male. He's still identified as a.
If he identifies as a man, then no. A lesbian is a non-man attracted to non-men, or a woman who loves women.
So two trans males, like males transition into a woman. If two of those
Sorry?
Sorry, I got a phone call. So two males that has transitioned date each other. That's a lesbian relationship.
Two people who are assigned male at birth but identify as women, they can absolutely be lesbians.
Yeah, so two of the same, like both of them together. That's what you all call a lesbian relationship. But if a gay male with
two women in a relationship with each other.
So are you saying it depends on the scenario or area if males can be lesbian, or if they identify as a woman, they are deemed legit lesbians?
If you are a woman and you are exclusively attracted to other women, you are a lesbian. Your sex does not play a role.
I'm trying to come into common grounds with you, but I'm not. You got to help me understand how males. Like I can see when you try to confuse. I mean, if a woman transitioned into a male dating another woman, or trans man, yeah, that's lesbian from a based knowledge person. But when you just speak on, it's what you identify as. that concedes that you are gay or lesbian. Like I thought that part of like sexuality is based on like sex, not what you feel.
It's not what you feel. It's an innate sense of self.
Yeah, that's a feeling.
No, it's not. It's biological. There's biological, sociology, psychological, and sociological, biological, neurological, anthropology, and social factors.
Brick, let me ask you this. If a male at birth was separated from every female, never seen one, would they develop all of these feelings and emotion if they've never seen or touched or anything female? Would they develop those attributes?
The socially constructed part of gender would be very different to them because they wouldn't have social interactions to develop that based off of. However, their own gender identity would still develop.
So if it's a social construct and it's all males and nobody say you're a woman or they don't see characteristics of a woman, how would you be a woman if zero people...
It's not solely social. It's psychological and social.
There's neurological factors as well. You can't forget that.
I've heard trans individuals explain how they are a woman, how they became a woman, and everything they explained was more exterior than interior. So if they've never seen a woman, female, or anything, how would they develop these like neurological things y'all talking about if they've never seen it before?
Because neurologically, it happens in the second trimester of the brain in utero. Actually, it happens before that with the connection of the SRY gene and the CYP7 for females, 5 for males. So it's biological factors, meaning it happens in utero. There's hormonal washes that happen that cause gender to be formed. That is incongruence between your sex and your gender.
So I got another thing. So I've seen, out of the years, I've seen a traditionally straight male go into prison and they come out trans. Are they just as valid as somebody who've never been in there that had said they've always been trans? Are they just as equal? Now you said so a person who got incarcerated, they went in with no trans tendencies at all, and they came out trans. Are they as valid as somebody who said they were born a woman at birth? Are they equally valid?
Yes. Their gender identity doesn't have to be articulated early, even though we've seen data to say 2 to 7 years old is the normal time of our gender articulation.
Yeah, so I've personally heard stories and talked to people. They said they got treated so bad that they had to feel and look feminine just to be safe, and they just stayed that way when they got out. So what you just said, that person is invalid. They doing it just because they was mistreated in jail. So is that why you said they don't have to, like,
prison is a very different social environment.
Yeah, this reality right here. Well, everything is reality, but this is a different demographic of the trans experience that I'm talking about. Like, if you talk to these people that's incarcerated, that's going through the same thing you going through, Adora, your conversations will be way different.
look, I'm not going to deny that things are different in prisons. I can't really speak too much on prison as it's not something I'm educated on. But what I can say is that trans identities are valid. A transgender woman, regardless of her genitalia, regardless of her sex, is a woman and can be a lesbian.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we can be on common grounds on, how your innate sense of self, if that's who you are, that's what you're gonna be. But I appreciate you for having the conversation and have a fantastic day.
No problem. You have a good one.
Oh yeah.
All right, next up. Amnesia, I was looking at your followers. You are killing it. You're nearly up to 13,000.
Huh?
Everyone, follow Amnesia if you're not already.
Almost there.
We got enough people in here right now to get Amnesia up to 13,000 followers, guys. Let's get it done. Let's get it done. I want to see that little blue circle just going up and up and up and up. Hello, Emily.
Hi, how's it going?
Doing all right? How old are you, please?
I am 19, 2005.
19, 2005. Fantastic. Can males be lesbians?
So my answer is yes.
Okay.
I think that, thankfully I know the difference. Unlike, I've heard a couple people say like, oh, the difference between sex and gender doesn't exist. And I don't agree with that. I mean, it's literally definition textbook. But what I will say is I have a question for you. As a woman, part of the LGBT community, I have found that a lot of the time with questions like this and with certain community building in these kind of situations and these debates can lead to a lot of misconception about a lot of people in the LGBT community or LGBTQ plus community. And I guess my question, I'm not very articulated. Sometimes I stumble over my words, so I apologize in advance. But I was just gonna kind of ask you, do you think that having these sorts of debates and almost, I wouldn't say I guess bringing them to light, do you think that could have possibly more of a negative impact on the community rather than helping it? Just because in what I see from these things is there's going to be a lot of bigoted people in the world. That's how society is. And there's going to be a lot of people who will refuse to change their minds about a lot of these things. But I do think that, I guess what I would say is, I think bringing these topics up, saying males can be lesbians, and having these debates can almost feel as though it's more of a profitable situation rather than an actual.
Give me a chance to respond here.
Yeah, sorry.
No problem.
Yeah.
No problem. We're not going to affect the change that we want if we only focus on things like laws and stuff like that. We need to change people's minds. We need to educate people. What I want to see is LGBT education K through 12. We don't have that right now. Thank you for the heart buff. Appreciate it. Because if we did have that, then we would have a generation of people that are educated, that know about the LGBT community. The stigma would be significantly reduced. More people would be aware that they are LGBT, and those who aren't LGBT wouldn't feel as threatened by us because we're different and they don't know about us.
I will say, growing up in Canada, we did have, through K to 12, I've actually been taught about the LGBTQ community my whole life, which I think has had a very positive impact. I don't know how it is in the States, but
it certainly wasn't good when I was in school.
Yeah,
I was definitely not
in my generation, in my area and situation, like it's always been quite talked about and quite. I mean, I come from a very like multicultural,
The reality is that we have a lot of bigoted people, and those people vote, and they talk to their friends, and they talk to LGBT people, and they share their opinions to their friends and to other LGBT people, and they cause harm. Things aren't going to get better for us if we don't change those people's minds, and we're not going to change their minds if we're afraid to have these conversations.
So, I wouldn't say that people more so in these situations that are going to be talking on a standpoint of like not being able to change their opinion on, I mean, textbook terms like sex and gender being two different things. I think that the people that are sometimes brought on that I see on live streams like this are kind of already set in their ways, and
I'm not willing to just accept that. I'm going to try to change their minds. And if I can't change their minds, I can maybe change the minds of the 984 people watching.
Yeah, and I understand that. And if, like, obviously you're not going to change everyone's mind, and that's, I mean, I personally find that as okay, just because of kind of my opinion on the moral basis of it. I think that everyone's entitled to their own opinions as long as they're not hurting anybody. So at the end of the day, I feel as though it's almost more damaging to have certain things like this just due to
what would you have me do differently?
Pardon?
What would you have me do? How should I change the minds of people?
Well, a lot of the time, just simply just growing with the community that we're growing with. And I'm coming from someone with immigrant parents. I come from an immigrant household. And I have always tried my hardest to really make my family understand a lot of things. And I've just learned that with the cultural differences and everything that they were raised with, that is never going to happen in their sense.
What I'm hearing here is give up.
I'm not saying to give up. I'm saying going about, I wouldn't call it giving up necessarily.
What should I do that I'm not doing?
I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm saying that the profitable aspect of having these debates on TikTok and
people send me money of their own accord. There's no requirement to send money. Everyone can watch these completely for free. They send money because they want to.
No, and I understand that, but my biggest kind of opinion on these kinds of things is I feel as though it's not a very effective way to get the message out.
It's incredibly effective. At my peak, I was reaching 1.5 million people a week. 1.5 million people a week.
Yeah, and I can tell you right now, probably either the majority of those people were in very 50-50 aspect ratios of they're either.
Great. I want, especially those people that are on the fence. They're the people that I can really, really pull towards to our side.
Yeah, but that's just the thing is I don't think those people are purposefully. Just in the sole fact of them also wanting to be a part of these debates, I don't think that those people are going to want to change their minds, and I think that they're going to.
So what should I do that I'm not doing?
I'm saying I don't see it as I wouldn't say give up because that's not really, that doesn't sound.
I shouldn't be making money off of this.
No, I'm not saying you shouldn't be making money off of this. I mean, people can send you as much money they want, but I am saying that there are, I think, much more, I think there's much more effect in changing the future communities rather than, but see, when certain people that are in these live streams are well over 30, well over whatever age they are, I don't think that those people are necessarily going to be very helpful in changing the minds of people.
A significant portion of my viewership is between the ages of 18 and 24.
Okay, but that's not all of them.
Sure, it's not all of them. I want to change all minds, not just young minds. I want to change adults too.
But that's exactly what I'm saying, is I don't think that that's really all that necessary in the current.
Not necessary. Adults have kids. Queer kids are born to bigoted adults.
Yeah, I am one of them. I agree with you on that. But I also think that
you're telling me what the problem is, but you're not telling me what the solution is. I'm aware that there is a solution. People that are just that I'm just not going to get through. I'm aware.
Yeah, and I'm saying that, I don't know, I just find it a bit, I'm trying to say this in the most respectful terms possible, but almost not really helpful.
Not helpful. Okay, Emily, how many followers you got?
I don't care how many. I don't go for followers. I don't do that.
That's great. That's totally fine. I'm not mocking you for your follower count, but you don't know what it's like to have a platform of my size, and you do not know how many DMs I get every single day saying thank you. You changed my mind.
Okay, and you know what? That I don't know how many you get there, and what I'm trying to say is I'm not going to. I feel as though there's a lot of shame towards certain people who won't change their mind in communities like this. But I don't think that you should necessarily shame the person themselves. I
will shame people with bigoted ideology.
But a lot of the time, that's just how they grew up, and sometimes you're just going to have
that
to
doesn't
accept
justify it. If I'm willing to forgive ignorance. What I'm not willing to forgive is willful ignorance. And if someone shows me that they are willfully ignorant, I'm going to call them out.
Yeah, I think that there's a difference between willful ignorance and kind of intergenerational. I think a lot of this ignorance comes from a lot of intergenerational trauma. So let's say I'm talking to my grandmother, for example. She's quite homophobic. I love her, but I do know that she's not accepting of the certain decisions that I make. And I know that, like, regardless of that.
You don't choose to be queer, right?
No, I didn't.
Right.
But in her day and age, the values surrounding
that doesn't make it okay. And I'm not willing to just say, oh well, they're older, therefore they're not worth my energy to try to change their mind. No, I don't care if a person is 10 or if a person is 100. There's no reason to be bigoted.
See, but are you going to shun those people out of society and say you were a terrible person? And
if they are willfully ignorant, if they are willfully bigoted, they deserve to feel shame for that. Emily, you're not giving me a solution. This is the last time I'm going to ask. Do you have a solution for what I should be doing?
I'm saying right now that I don't think that there is a solution. And
so your solution is in fact to give up. Emily, you have a good day.
You too.
I'm back. How's the live going? The live's going very well. There's been a very diverse amount of discussions. Hello, A Virgo, you were up earlier.
Yeah, I was. I'm sorry. I did have another question, and I think this is more specifically geared towards Vanessa. if you don't mind me asking.
If Vanessa's okay with that.
So I understand that there could be non-binary lesbians, right? But going back to what I was saying earlier, especially with those definitions, then I don't know how to ask this question. What would be the indicators or the prescriptors to categorizing somebody who is non-binary as a lesbian or gay, or should there be another category for such, just because these individuals do not identify as either man or woman, or they?
I'll answer that.
Yeah.
As a non-binary lesbian myself.
Well, I believe Vanessa is also a non-binary lesbian.
Oh,
correct?
sorry. Didn't mean to jump the gun. Vanessa, you want to take this?
Yeah, no, you're good. I would say that if a person meets the whatever definition, however you're defining lesbian, like for example, the one that most aligns with me is like same-sex attraction, like females who are attracted to females, because that's pretty much my case. I'm a female who's attracted to females. Sometimes I'm attracted to males, but it's the genitalia that kind of like gets in the way. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that would be how I would be a non-binary lesbian.
Got you. So it can include both sex and gender underneath that umbrella of lesbian, homosexual, gay, all of the above, you know, because I'm just saying, because I know in my day-to-day verbiage, I don't know about everybody else, but I can speak to me. I am lesbian. So when I speak about it, right, sometimes I will interchangeably use homosexual, same-sex attraction, or lesbian itself. So in a case, I'm just trying to see what would be, how can I be...
It just depends on the individual you're referring to.
Okay, I got you. So would it be fair to say, well, I mean, either way, I would let the individual let me know who or what they are, either way, at the end of the day. I'm just trying to, I guess I'm trying to quantify it in a way to make it make sense for me, especially when I'm explaining it to somebody in a conversation.
There's so much diversity in gender, which can make it, I think, kind of tricky sometimes. But
got you. Okay. Yeah, which it does. It does make it tricky. Like I stated earlier, everything is very complex. Life in itself, especially when it comes to categorizing a certain individual, it can be complex. So, but when that question popped up, especially when Adora, when you asked another guest, can non-binary be lesbian? That's when it popped into my head, like, wait a minute, okay. I personally didn't know the answer to that question. So,
yeah. And then also too, non-binary identities are diverse and complex. They exist on a spectrum, so that also adds more to more difficulty to that.
Okay, I got you. So I guess it's fair to say that a definition is not necessarily a definition is descriptive, not prescriptive, when it comes to the categorization of individuals.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Thank you. That was the only other question I have. I promise I'm officially off.
You have a good one. I see a lot of people asking what AANHPI means. It stands for Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander.
Hello.
Hello, Faye. How you doing?
I'm not too bad. How are you?
I am fantastic. How old are you, please?
22.
Fantastic. Can males be lesbians?
Of course they can.
Awesome. Love to hear it.
At the end of the day, it's your choice whether you want to be transgender or whether you turn, if you're a male, if you turn female, if you want to date the same sex, it does not matter to anyone else but you. So for me, it doesn't matter. Like if that's what you want to do, then you do that.
Right, I just want to be clear that we don't choose to be transgender. We just are.
No, I get that. Like, and I'm not against it or anything like that. No, but what's called? I'm saying that if you are wanting to be with a female, then you do that.
I would also argue that our sexuality is not a choice. But I feel the intent. The intent here is to say, hey, trans people are valid, sexualities are valid, etc. So that's what I'm getting. Oh, we've lost our guest. Guest, I'm sorry. I just want to be clear that it's not a choice, and I don't want to just let people say that it is. But I could tell that that you were just coming up to show some support. So thank you for the support.
Hello.
Hello, Em. How you doing?
Great, thanks. And you?
Doing all right. How old are you, please?
I'm 18.
So there's a rule for people with the name M. They are either absolutely awesome or awful people. That's what I've noticed.
Okay.
I either have absolutely amazing M's that come into my lives or the most transphobic M's ever.
I'm not transphobic.
Can males be lesbians?
It depends what you think of like males. Can they be like transgender women for you?
Yeah, I am a woman. I am male. I am a transgender woman, and I'm a lesbian.
Okay, so why writing like males can be lesbian instead of trans women and non-binary people can be lesbian? Like in males, there's like men's, so they cannot be lesbian if they are males. Men, sorry.
But am I a man?
No. If you
Right,
don't
I'm not. I'm a
like
woman. But I am male.
Yeah, but there's also like males that are men, so it doesn't really mean something for me.
Are you saying that whether or not a person is male doesn't determine if they're a lesbian or not? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, it depends on the gender. So I don't know why you wrote males instead of transgender women.
It sounds to me like we're pretty much on the same page or very close. The reason I wrote that is because sex and gender are different things. Sex relates to your reproductive functions. Gender is psychological and social. So psychologically and socially, I am a woman, but my sex is male.
Yeah.
So there's this idea going around that transgender women can't be lesbians. It's not possible, which is wrong because transgender women like me can be lesbians, even though we're typically male.
Yeah, I'm not against that, but like, why you wrote like males and not like I don't understand.
The goal here is to have a conversation about the difference between sex and gender. And it sounds to me like you already understand that sex and gender are different things.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Fantastic, awesome. So we have, it seems like our only concern here is how I chose to write the topic. Other than that, it seems like we're in agreement.
Yeah, it's only because of, yes, that's like...
Okay, well, I'm going to move on to the next one. Thank you for coming up, Em.
Okay, bye.
Bye. See, I told you guys, M's are either awesome, supportive people or hyper transphobic. M was super supportive.
Hello.
Hello, how you doing, Saturn Heart Hands?
Yes, I'm good. How are you?
Doing all right. How old are you, please?
I'm 18, 2004.
Fantastic. Can males be lesbians?
I do not believe that they can. I'm saying this because by definition, a lesbian is a homosexual woman or a girl, and a girl would be a female, and females, have XX chromosomes, whereas male has XY. So if a male has an XY chromosome, could not be lesbian.
Can I hop in here?
Go for it.
Can somebody who has XY chromosomes say, let me give you an easy one. Get pregnant and give birth. Natural birth.
No, he could not.
You're wrong. Sawyer syndrome is a syndrome where the
Adora,
SOY gene.
I'm sorry. I think Boss Lady was saying that this person might be underage.
Yeah, I was seeing that too. What year did you say you were born again?
2004.
Yeah, that's not 18. Sorry, I missed that. Good catch, guys. It's been like 6 hours now.
Wow.
2004 is either 16 or 17, but yeah, either way, wrong age. Thank you so much for the 1 month sub. Appreciate you. Okay, Heaven, how you doing?
Hello?
How old are you, please? Yeah, Jesus, that's really wrong, but nonetheless, yeah.
19.
Don't mind me and my math, guys. Don't mind me and my math. Y'all know I suck at it. 19. What year were you born?
2004.
2004. That makes sense. That adds up. All right. Can males be lesbians? Jesus Christ.
No, I don't.
Ghost, let me down.
I don't believe so. And the reason I say that is because biologically you're either a man or a woman, right? So if let's just say you can be trans, right? But biologically, even if you transition, biologically you are still a male. So that would make you gay, not lesbian. You can identify as a female, but biologically you're still a male, so it would make you gay.
I'm male. I'm aware that I'm male, but I'm also a woman.
But what I'm saying is like you can't be a woman if you're not like biologically. Well, you can be a woman. My bad. You can be a woman, but like.
Okay. So what makes me a woman?
What makes you a woman? I would just say, like you guys said, it's based off of. Well, for one, I think what makes you a woman is what your like genitalia is, but also like, I guess your like innate sense of self. But I just don't think you can be like, you can be trans, you can be trans, but if you're trans and you're transitioning into a female, then you're still biologically a male.
Right,
So,
I am male. I will always be male, and I want to be clear that trans people don't have to transition in order to be valid in our identity.
And why are we reducing womanhood down to genitalia?
we're not, but that's the
Just
fact
kidding.
that like that's a fact of it. You're either a male or a man or a woman, and that's based off of your genitalia, which
No,
is
you're male or female.
either
Sex and gender, there's different.
Stop. I have another, by the way, I've watched you before, but I have another person with me, so if you want to know their age, I can tell you that as well.
If they wouldn't mind telling me their age, that would be awesome.
21,
21. And what year were you born?
2003.
Fantastic. Okay.
Where'd they go?
We got flagged for hate speech. Right at the end of the live, we got flagged for hate speech. We're gonna do a reset, guys. We'll be right back. We went quite a ways without getting flagged. We got 116 new followers. My God, guys. All right, I'll be back in 30 seconds. Follow me to find the live. All right. Hello, Harley. How you doing?
Hello, I'm good. How are you?
Doing all right. How old are you, please?
I'm 21.
21. Awesome. Yeah. And can males be lesbians?
I mean, I'm transgender myself. As a trans person, I'd say no. If you've had the surgery, then I believe you can.
Oh, so you're a trans medicalist then? You believe that in order to be a woman, we have to get surgery?
No, not at all. Because obviously there's certain circumstances like can't afford it. You know.
Or health reasons, or they just don't want it.
Yeah, stuff like that.
So can a trans woman who hasn't had surgery be a woman?
Well, if a trans woman that hasn't had... Say that again, sorry.
Can a trans woman who hasn't had surgery be a woman?
Yes.
Fantastic.
But...
So are lesbians women who are attracted to women?
Yeah.
So therefore, transgender women who are women can sometimes be lesbian.
But with that, with that logic, sorry, but like realistically, sex is like obviously a man and a woman, whatever gender you are. If you have,
that's not correct. Those are genders you just listed.
I just mean like just sex between anyone.
Oh, you mean intimacy?
Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
That's with whoever. And if you're a trans woman, obviously male to female, and you haven't, you're in a relationship with a female or whoever, well, in this instance, if you're in a relationship with a female, then if you were to have a sexual, intimate relationship with them, wouldn't that be classed as penetrative? And if it's penetrative,
doesn't have to be.
Right. You're aware that there's intimate attraction and there's romantic attraction, right?
oh yeah, no, I know that.
Sure. So not like you can be romantically attracted to someone.
Yeah, no, I don't mean that. But I mean, if you're making having a physical relationship with someone, like say you're in a relationship with a woman, wouldn't that mean that, so say a trans woman, male to female, if they're in an intimate relationship with their partner and they're having a sexual relationship,
okay,
wouldn't that involve penetration?
It doesn't have to.
Yeah, A, it doesn't have to, and B, even if it did, that wouldn't be a determining factor in whether or not that's a lesbian relationship.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, like,
Thank you for the sob.
I know that, obviously I've not,
Thank you.
I've not got, a lot of trans mates and stuff, and any that I do, female to male, and so obviously I'm not as educated on male to female, sorry, but personally, I'm just, as my personal opinion, I'd just say no, and I'm not trying to be, I'm not saying that.
But why though? But why?
Because at the end of the day, you can't trans woman can obviously. A trans woman is a woman, of course. But. Sorry, I'm just reading something. Bear with us. Do you want me to leave? Everyone's telling me to leave.
Thank you, Jiggly.
Don't worry about chat. Would you mind reminding me of your age?
I'm 21.
21, born what year?
I was born 19th of March 2003.
2003, okay. So yeah, I don't want to hear any more age comments, guys. Now, without any and stuttering, rip XXX, we don't talk about how people talk. That's rude.
I am aware that my voice isn't quite at the.
Yeah, don't worry about them. They're being toxic.
It's something that obviously I have dysphoria about and such. No, yeah. I know that, and I don't mean any disrespect to you or anyone else.
I do believe that you don't mean disrespect, but you are invalidating people's identities.
I hope you realize that's not my intention.
I do. I 100% believe that. So we already both agree that trans women are women, whether we've had surgery or not, whether we've had HRT or not, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So therefore, the parts that we have between our legs don't determine whether we are or aren't women. And there are absolutely lesbians out there that do not have genital preference and will happily date a transgender woman who has a penis. That doesn't make her not a lesbian.
Say that again, sorry.
There are cisgender lesbians out there that do not have genital preferences and will happily date a transgender woman with a penis.
Isn't that pansexual?
Nope, that would be a woman who's explicitly attracted to women.
I see.
So therefore she would still be a lesbian even though the person she's dating has a penis.
Me personally, I just don't understand how that would make her a lesbian. Because, I guess, a woman loving a woman.
Exactly, and trans women are women. So it feels like we're so close, but there's something that's causing a barrier. We already agree that trans women are 100% women. And we already agree that that lesbians are totally valid. There's nothing wrong with being a lesbian. But you seem to have a disconnect when...
Sorry, can I just reply to that, Jessica? Yes, I do see trans women as women. If a woman is trans...
Please don't respond to comments. We're going to get all different types of comments. My previous live got 7,000 comments, and the live before that got 10,000 comments. So we're going to see...
Oh, sorry, I'm going to hide. I'm going to not respond to chat. I'm going to not respond to chat.
Yes, AB, I'm still live. I threw shade at you earlier, AB. Okay, I just I just did the exact thing that I told you not to do. So, Harley, you seem to be under the impression that being a lesbian is strictly related to a person's genitalia.
I guess, in a way, yeah.
So let me change this up a little bit. Let's say we have two cisgender lesbians, okay? Mm-hmm. One of them's got a vagina, and the other was born without a vagina.
Okay, like medically, like...
Yep, just born without a vagina. It's called vaginal agenesis. It's rare, but it does happen. So can they both be lesbians? One's a cisgender lesbian with a vagina, one's a cisgender lesbian without a vagina. They're dating each other, they're in love, they enjoy each other's company in all aspects. Are they a lesbian couple?
Well, yeah.
But one of them doesn't have a vagina.
But she equally doesn't have the, male genitalia either. I mean, I know that it's a very, 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 very rare sort of thing to happen. And I know it does happen.
Can intersex people be lesbians?
I'm not actually sure what intersex is.
Intersex means that you have sex characteristics that are both male and female. Like you can have
Oh, you can have both.
you can have testes and ovaries, and you can have both genitalia.
Mm-hmm.
So we agree then that an intersex person can be a lesbian.
Well, yeah.
Sure, but that would mean that that intersex person could have a penis and a vagina.
Yeah. But I suppose it also depends on which one they would use.
I don't think that would be relevant. I don't think that would play a role at all in whether or not they're a lesbian.
Well, no. I mean, you can like who they like, of course. But, I mean, I guess it's just... I mean, obviously there are...
Guys, vote in the poll, please.
Cases there are cases of certain people. I mean, I know, not personally, but I know people do take advantage of that, sort of the, what's the word? The stigma that,
Thank you for this. Holy shit, thank you for the swan. Kay, thank you so much. I don't know if I'm saying your name right, but thank you. Okay, Harley,
yeah.
I'm afraid... I don't understand why...
It's not that I can't change, I'm just...
so heavily to genitalia. However, I am going to end this conversation. I'm limited on time. I only have 19 minutes left.
Well, thank you for letting me join, and it was nice to meet you as well.
Think about why you feel that way.
I also need to preface again that I don't mean any disrespect.
I don't doubt that for a second. Not even for a second. You have a good one, though.
Credit.
All right. Okay, we got time for at least one more good, meaty conversation or a bunch of smaller conversations. Guys, we are at 552 subscribers. That is blowing my mind. Thank you so much, everyone. We're 3 away from my goal of 555. All subscribers to the $5.99 tier get lifetime access to the Best Friend Squad Discord on the condition that you just follow our rules. Hello, Leah.
Hi, how are you?
Doing all right. How old are you, please?
I'm 27. 1996.
All right. And can males be lesbians?
So yes, I think so. But before I wanted to go on that topic, I had a question. Can you define bigotry for me?
Bigotry, sure. I would say that it is hatred towards the LGBT community.
Okay.
Let's see, I can give you a better definition.
Okay, so if someone's open-minded, but like has a different perspective, then they're not bigoted?
So it's obstinate or unreasonable attachment to a belief, opinion, or faction, in particular a prejudice against a person or people on the basis of their membership of a particular group.
Okay. So if they're open-minded, then it's not bigotry, right? Like I could disagree with this, but then if I'm open-minded to it, does that make sense? Probably not.
It would require being willing to, like, they can have problematic ideology, but if they're willing to listen and learn, then I wouldn't necessarily call them a bigot. But it's that intolerance or prejudice towards that makes them a bigot.
Okay. Okay. And then, so I guess my other thing was, so you're going by gender, right? For like lesbian, like all the terms basically, right?
Sure. Yep.
Okay. So then why do we even need like sex then? Like male or female, like defining that on our birth certificates and whatnot?
Yeah, birth certificates are man-made things that are based around, and at least when it comes to whether or not you're male, female, etc., it's based around an assumption that they make based on your genitalia. It's typically right, not always.
Okay.
Also, sex has a correlation to gender on the neurological sex, and that's the only correlation you have.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Okay, because I've watched you for a couple hours now, and I was just wondering why we even use the term sex then, because everything's going by gender, right? So.
It depends on what we're talking about. Gender and sex describe different aspects of the human experience.
Okay. Okay, so there's multiple terms of lesbian, right?
Sure. Most words have multiple meanings.
Okay, so it doesn't go by same sex anymore? Same sex attraction? Or did it ever? I always thought it was same sex.
For example, right now there's a trend on TikTok called women loving women. So like we do this all the time in society. We refer to it as girls who like girls, women who like women.
Okay, and I know you said don't read the comments. I'm definitely not Christy. I'm just really nervous, so my voice is shaky. If that means anything. Okay, so girls liking girls. So it's not even using sex then. It's just going by gender, right?
In that case that I just described, yeah.
Okay, so what would it go by if it was by sex?
I guess female on female, but that would be weird.
Right, like how often do we ask people what their chromosomes are when we go on a date with them?
Like you don't. It's just I always thought, two men attracted to each other was same sex attracted, to one another, and then same for lesbian. I always thought it was that way, but
then I just listened and learned, and there's so much more. Like we have this idea that sex is simple, that it's male and female. That's forgetting about intersex people. That's forgetting about all these other different sex characteristics that don't always line up. And then we have this idea that gender is this simple thing. Holy shit!
Oh my gosh!
Yeah. Democracy.
I'm so sorry. Thank you. Yeah.
That was sent to Leah. Damn, I thought it was sent to me.
Yeah.
Leah, damn. You got a fan.
It's probably for my cat, Thor.
All right.
Yeah. Anyways. Okay. So you wouldn't use, you said you could use same-sex attraction for that word, right? But in a different scenario. Right? Or no? Just so I understand.
I think that saying that defining lesbian, being a lesbian by same-sex attraction is exclusionary. It excludes intersex people from being lesbians. It can exclude some non-binary people from being lesbians, etc. It can exclude trans women from being lesbians. And I think it's problematic. I think that it's best to define it by gender, and in part because if we were to describe it by same-sex attraction, what specifically would that mean?
It would mean female and female, and then male and male, right?
What aspect of being female would we be talking about?
See, again, I always thought, before I was watching you and before I actually got on TikTok, I always thought female and woman were related, and then man and male. But then, like I said, you've explained a lot, and it makes more sense now, and I see that's not always right. But yeah, I guess, so in that case, again, I thought that female and female, like same-sex attraction would be the definition of lesbian, but I was doing some research as I was waiting, and every definition was saying that it's women attraction, basically.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
Because I want to make sure that we're not excluding non-binary people.
And this isn't, okay, the whole non-binary thing it's very confusing for me, just because I don't understand it, but it's still valid. I just don't understand it. Like so a non-binary person, can you explain that for me? Because I don't want to assume.
We have two non-binary lesbians right here.
No, okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Sorry, I just wanted to know your definition of non-binary. It's, you feel neither or, right?
Some people feel like they're neither. Some people feel like they're like a mixture of both. And then some people their gender is fluid and it fluctuates over time. I would say, like, in a nutshell, you know, like, that kind of gives you, like, an idea of what it means to be non-binary, but it's unique to each individual.
See, how I define it is usually outside or in between the binary, meaning man or woman.
Wait, man or woman? So
man or woman is the extreme masculine, feminine presenting. Mask and femme, or man and woman.
Okay.
Man and woman are the two extremes. Think of anything in between is non-binary, or outside that linear term is non-binary as well. Agender, bigender.
Okay, so then, like, again, I don't know about this. I don't want to be rude, but would then non-binary, is that like more of a feeling? Like you feel more like this one day and like, or no? Am I getting that wrong?
No.
No, it's not a feeling.
An innate sense of self. It can fluctuate. Gender fluidity is a gender where their innate sense of self is fluid, if you understand what I'm saying. However, it's not a feeling. It's an innate sense of self.
Okay. I don't understand the innate sense of self, but that's okay. I just wanted to clear those questions up. I can.
You do understand innate sense of self, though.
Not really.
All people have a gender identity. You don't have to be trans to have a gender identity.
Okay.
And I guarantee you, if you were to like dress like a man and go by he him pronouns for like a month and like have everyone refer to you as a man, I guarantee you would feel some discomfort, and it could be mild or it could be severe to the point you might feel like you want to unalive yourself.
Oh my goodness.
You just don't. Okay. Yeah, you just don't know that would be what we call gender dysphoria. You just don't notice that you have an inner sense of self or an innate sense of self because your gender has always aligned with your sex, and people have been treating you as if you were a cis kid or a cis adult your entire life.
Right. Okay.
And you are cis, so.
I am?
I mean, right? Sorry, I did assume. Sorry.
No, I'm bisexual.
No, cisgender.
Sorry. Oh, cisgender. Oh, yes, yes, sorry.
Yeah, so you would notice it if you had to like live as a man, basically, is what I'm saying.
Right. Okay.
Because like you would have all these indicators in your brain and stuff, like trying to let you know that something's not right.
Okay, that's still kind of, to me, that still kind of sounds like a feeling, like how you feel. I feel attracted to a man, or I feel attracted to a woman, which isn't wrong. It's just it sounds like a feeling, like your innate sense of self. It's something you feel with your feelings. I'm not explaining this well.
It has tenets of neurology to it, and I'm not going to confuse the situation, but you're born this way. It's not a feeling. And tenets of neurology, there's 3 of them. It's structure equals function, function equals behavior.
Okay, so not to cut you off, so you said you're born this way, so wouldn't it develop later on being...
No, it's actually developed.
Okay.
It's actually developed in the hypothalamus, part of the hypothalamus. There's another study that I have to look into, the gender mosaic, but
it's developing all the way up until you're 7, around 7.
Okay. Okay. Well, like I said, I can let someone else up. And yeah, I think this was a good conversation.
All right. Thank you for coming up, Leah. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Bye. That was a good conversation. Thank you for the feather flock. Hey, thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. It means the world to me, guys. It really does. I won't lie. When everything went down back in February, I thought that was it. I thought it was over. So, thank you, guys. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for the finger hearts. Oops, wrong button. Thank you for the hand hearts. Hello, with Lo-Fi.
Hello?
How old are you, please?
24.
24. And can males be lesbians?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, why not?
Okay. Let me see. Can males be lesbians? No, I would think not. Just like, well, okay. So lesbians are women, right?
Typically, not always. Non-binary people can be lesbian as well. Agender people can be lesbian. Gender fluid people can be lesbian.
So all of those people can be males as well?
Sure. Yep.
The ones you just named?
Yep. Trans women can be male and be lesbian. Non-binary people can be male and be lesbian. Agender people can be male and be lesbian.
So it's safe to say that lesbians can get pregnant.
Why are we going into pregnancy?
Because males can't. That's what I'm saying. Like, lesbian get pregnant.
For a female to be able to get pregnant, but that has nothing to do with whether or not someone is a lesbian or not.
No, it does, because if males can't, and the sentence says males can be lesbians, and lesbians can get pregnant. I mean, it doesn't have to do with pregnancy. It's just like saying, huh?
This is a strange argument. Not all women can get pregnant. A pregnancy has nothing to do with whether or not you're a lesbian.
Yeah, but some women can, and no males can. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's
in no way, shape, or form with this topic making the claim that males can get pregnant. Where did this come from?
Wait, hold on. Is this making sense to the other two people? Because I can re-explain it. I just want to know, like, is it making any sense?
No, you went way off guard, way off to Saturn.
Yeah.
Someone told me not to cry. I'll cry.
So it doesn't make sense to
my party.
To anybody? Okay, let me try to re-explain it. Lesbians can get pregnant, yes or no? I'm not saying all can. I'm not saying all can.
Sit with Lo-Fi. We are not going into pregnancy. We are not
Okay, maybe I'll take it.
being a lesbian to whether or not you can have a child. That is wild.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying males can't have children. So if you say males can be lesbians, that would be an automatic X. That's what I was saying, but I'll take a different angle if that doesn't make any sense.
Love to hear a different angle.
So what would lesbian be considered as? Would that be like a sexual?
Non-men attracted to non-men.
Non-men attracted to non-men.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for the heart, me.
And this is due to gender expression?
Gender identity.
I mean, yeah, gender identity.
Gender expression and gender.
Of gender.
So what are the genders? Just to clarify, what are all the genders?
Man, woman, non-binary.
There's a lot. There's over 100.
Yeah.
Sociologically,
There's
or
over 100 genders.
Anthropology, there's 700. But to simplify it, it's 100 and something genders.
Yeah, especially when you consider the many indigenous cultures around the world that recognize more than two genders.
But as the majority, is there not only four? Like, just the majority, I'm saying. Like, do people usually not say man, woman, boy, girl?
When we talk about a gender binary, sure, we typically think of men and women, but gender isn't a binary. It's an entire spectrum.
Okay, can you give me, like I guess I'm lost. Can you give me some examples?
Yeah, I have the source here. So this is from Britannica. And it's saying here that they're talking about 6 cultures that recognize more than 2 genders. One example is the Hijra in India. It is the most common non-binary identity recognized in India today. There's the Kalalai and the Kalabai and the Bisu in Indonesia, and I'll just list one more, the Muhe in Mexico. So yeah, those are some examples.
So like currently today, are there any Muhais or Hydras? Like, do you guys know of any?
The article said that they still exist today, yeah.
But I'm saying, like, do you guys know of any? Or have ever met any on TikTok or anything?
I haven't met any Hydras, but I've met plenty of American non-binary people. This is just the Indian version of that. They're just saying the same shit, just in a different language and in different culture and society.
So I was on a different live, and just correct me if I'm wrong. To have a gender identity, you have to, your neurological has to match up, your sociological has to match up, and your physical, I think. Is that right?
For what?
Your gender identity.
It's defined as your sociological, biological, neurological, sociology, anthropology, and society's live experience. Doesn't have to match up.
Yeah, gender is a unique experience for every human being on the planet.
So there are no guidelines, like there are no borders you have to fit in.
So, sit with Lo-Fi. This has been a good conversation, but I'm exhausted. It's been at least 6 hours.
Bro, you're a man, bro. You're a man. You'll never not be a man.
That's
bro.
how you want to end? That's how you want to end? Oh, that's embarrassing. That's embarrassing.
So shocked. Wow.
Right. Okay. All right, guys. This is my first marathon in ages, and I am tired. So I'm going to end now. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Amnesia.
Bye, Adora. Thank you.
See you both.
Thank you, Adora.
Vanessa, you're welcome on anytime you want.
Thank you so much. Talk to you
Where
later.
am I, chopped liver?
You already know you're welcome. You're on Amnesia. Amnesia, you already know you're welcome on anytime. Vanessa's new to my page, or new to co-hosting.
Thank you so much, Adora. Have a good night.
All right, you have a good one, Vanessa. I do hope that Amnesia was joking and not serious. If Amnesia, if you're still watching, you're absolutely not chopped liver. Absolutely not. Okay. Who to raid? Let's do a Mistress Trash Panda raid, guys. Mistress Trash Panda. All right, everyone head on over to Mistress Trash Panda. Ants in chat. Okay, Skylar was joking with me. Okay, good. I'm glad. Mrs. Trash Panda, guys. Everyone head on over to Mrs. Trash Panda. Put some ants in the chat. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Good night. Thank you so much, everyone.